to Malta.
And a very good morning to our viewers here on the European Cricket Network, where you join us here for match number 10 on day 4 here in Malta for the Valletta Cup 2022. We're going to have a really big contest here as we have 5th versus 6th in the current standings. As we're going to see Gibraltar, well, they're going to take on Bulgaria. And Avinash Pai, the Gibraltar skipper, he's won the toss. He's going to go ahead and bat first. And as we can see on your screen, there's a bit of a change in the top of the order as Louis Bruce comes back in to open up with Avinash Pai. As we see Mark Gowles just being dropped down. Obviously, Louis Bruce just struggling at number 3. So I think this is a really good move from Gibraltar. And if you're watching on the YouTube chat, do get involved throughout the day. Really enjoying your company for the last 3 days. And a good afternoon to you if you're watching on Fancode in India. We're set for some really tight cricket here again. And I, for one, am really looking forward to it. As we're just about to get ready to go, it's going to be Chris Lakov for Bulgaria, opening up from that far end once again. As we're just a little bit of a wait here. And I think we're almost ready to get underway again. Really good weather here in Malta. As we're just ready to get underway. As we're just waiting for that clock to strike over to the half past the hour. And Chris Lakov is ready to get underway. And Avinash Pai just lets this one into the leg side. And he's going to run himself through as he gets off the mark straight away. First runs on the board for Gibraltar. And if you are in the YouTube chat, do say hello, as we're in for another really good day of exciting cricket. Got some really good matchups in matches 10, 11 and 12 here today. There's Lou Bruce back opening for Gibraltar. And that's going to run away through. That should go all the way. And that's going to be the first boundary for Gibraltar here in match number 10. As we just see here, nice soft, wow. Giving us runs, so there obviously must have been something on it. Keeper just struggling early on here. And good morning to Cricket Mania and Liam in the chat. Hope you're all looking forward to what is set to be an absolute outstanding day of cricket. Once again, here at the Marsa Sports Ground in Malta. Solid from Louis Bruce. As it's really good to see Louis Bruce just coming into the top order once again and opening up, as we saw him do plenty of times last year for Gibraltar. He did this. He was in as opener in the Valletta Cup 2021, where I saw some really good batting from Louis Bruce. So this is Fuller, and he does well just to dig this one out. And hopefully we're going to see a really good matchup here. Obviously these two just struggling, not yet to get a win on the board. And Gibraltar just edging out in 5th place on net run rate with Bulgaria. Well, they just struggled, didn't they, against the Czech Republic. As it looks like, we're going to have Chris Lakov coming in again. And they come through for a single, and it's really good work. This brings Avinash Pai back on strike. As we saw that, lovely shot from Louis Bruce. As that clipped that off his legs, and that's going to really do Louis Bruce a bit of confidence there. Just had a couple of audio issues. And we're back in play now as Louis Bruce just fends this one off, and it's good cricket from Louis Bruce, and he's really going to want to feel comfortable here as he looks to build on his first early start here for Louis Bruce. And again, really going to want to make use of this power play. It's a full toss again. Louis Bruce on the drive. Well, he's hit that really well, and it's a bit wet out here in the outfield, as that's going to be a big chase on for the man, but it's going to go all the way. That's 4 runs for Louis Bruce. And that's a lovely shot. Bit full, and Louis Bruce, he punishes Hassan Khan, and that runs away. Just trickles over. Again, it's really warm out here, but that outfield just taking a little bit longer to dry. Louis Bruce with his second boundary already, looking set. And just lets this one up to the bowler. And as that brings us to the end of the second over, and Gibraltar, 16 for no loss. As we get to take a look here at the standings after day 3. And you can see that, what I've been saying, Gibraltar and Bulgaria respectively 5th and 6th. But Bulgaria just struggling with net run rate after that outstanding batting display from the Czech Republic yesterday. And they chased, they really gave it a good go, didn't they? Just fizzled out towards the end as they ended up on 170, which was a good bit of batting from the openers as they put on a decent first partnership. As Chris Lakov's back in again, and Avinash Pai is going to rock back and just knock this into the leg side, and it should just be 1 run. It's very warm out here again as we're here, and it's just the 20 degrees, but not even 9 o'clock yet, as we're set for another scorcher of a day here in Malta in the Mediterranean. We really are set for what's going to be a beautiful game. That's just going to find the outside edge. That's going to run away down to the man on the 45, and it's just going to be 1. Big Bruce looking for the second. Avinash Pai not interested. Well, Avinash Pai just taking the second seat here, in the passenger seat. It's the first time we've seen him do this here in the Valletta Cup 2022. As that's full from Lakov, and Avinash Pai is on the drive. It's a big chase for Omar Razul out in the covers. I think he's just going to get there. Wow, he did the hard bit, and he got there, just couldn't keep it inside the field of play. As we take another look, it's a really good chase by Omar Razul. He's been really impressive in the covers the last couple of days. Just gets there, but just couldn't get enough on it, as that's another 4 runs for Gibraltar. And lack of have a reply as it's full again, and that's going to find that man there, Omar Razul, in the covers as it's a dot ball. Good comeback from Chris Lakov. He struggled with the ball yesterday early on as he got taken to all parts of the ground by 2 Centurions, Debizi and Stain. Just plays this into the offside. It's just going to be 1 run. It's Prakash Mishra. Runs past it. And that's going to be another 1 to the total. And you do feel if Gibraltar are going to go big here in the power play, they need these 2 to stay here. And these 2 have done it before. They've opened together many times for Gibraltar. The skipper and the young talent Louis Bruce. And Louis Bruce just struggling with the bat this week. But maybe doing as much as he can at the top of those. It's short, and he goes high. He's going to take some catching. He's going to go over. It's going to run away here, as it should just be the 2. And it is going to be the 2. Louis Bruce just struggling to rocked back as Lakov just troubled him for a bit of pace there. And it just falls safe of the man here on the 45. Well, that man, that's Stikuma. That sun just riding his eyes there as that brings us to the end of the third. Gibraltar there on 25 for no loss. Really, really hot out there today. Plenty of fluids on board. And if you're in the chat, now's a good time. Say hello, and I'll get to any of your questions. See the usuals in there. Luke Belgium. Tim Glugger saying he's watching from Sydney, Australia, enjoying watching some T20 matches between up-and-coming nations. Well, that's good to hear. And that's the entire point of this tournament and European cricket in general. It's really on the up, isn't it? And, well, it's been a pleasure to bring you the last 3 days as we move into the second half of the Valletta Cup with 2 more days of group games and that finals day on Sunday. And it's been a pleasure. My name's Charlie Hunt, and it's been a real enjoyable experience the first 3 days. We've seen some incredible cricket, some really tight games from all of the 6 countries now. And it's going to be new bowler on to face Avinash Pai. That new bowler, that's going to be Delrick Vinu. Bowled pretty well the last couple of days. As that's not the start that he wanted. That's going to be a wide down the leg side, and it's going to be extras as well. Delrick Vinu just struggling. He just was going down the leg straight away. Wrist not quite in the best area there. He's going to look to go again as it brings the man, Louis Bruce, on strike. And this is short, and Louis Bruce rocks back and thumps that into the leg side. And we're just going to work out, I think it's just going to be the 4 runs. But Louis Bruce on fire early on here as he sees that early, rocks back and punishes that through the leg side. That's 4 runs for Louis Bruce. And it's really good shot from Louis Bruce as he now moves on to 17 off of just 12 deliveries. Bags of talent in this young man. Just 16 years of age. Really tall for his age as well. Shot up. Can Vinny replies. This is short and down the leg side, and it's a good take from Saeem Hussain. As he's going to have to bowl that one again. So Vinny just struggling on early here. This is full and played with soft hands from Louis Bruce. That's going to run away down to the boundary there. The man's not going to get down there, and that's going to be another 4 runs for Louis Bruce. He races on to 21. Played that really well with soft hands. It was intentional, wasn't it? And a bit interesting here, just in the field. Obviously, Prakash Mishra is the skipper for the Bulgarians. But it just looks that Chris Lakov's just taking over a little bit, just in terms of field placements. Obviously, Chris Lakov is down as the vice captain. As they just look to change it up a little bit for Louis Bruce, as he's released on here. As he flicks that into the leg side, and that's going to run away for another boundary. Really good stuff this from Louis Bruce, as Delrick Vinu just struggling with his line and length, steering onto the legs of Louis Bruce, and he punishes him through the leg side. That's 4 runs for Gibraltar. Oh, Delrick Vinu, he's really struggling. He's gone for 15. This is his first 3 legal deliveries now. Halfway through this over. And that's going to be another wide, and Vinu's really struggling now, isn't he? Struggling here early in the morning. Just take another look here. It's outside that line, isn't it? And Bruce just lets this one go. As Vinny looks like he's going to change his angle. He's going to come round the wicket to the young man, Louis Bruce. 25 off of 14. As that's just going to be dabbed into the leg side, as ends up just being a dot. That's a good change from Vinny as he continues around the wicket. Wow, Louis Bruce goes over the top, and he's hit that well, and that should run away. I don't know if it does have the legs, and it's going to trickle over for another boundary for Louis Bruce. And that's in the slot from Vinny. And Louis Bruce, if he's timing it like this, he's not going to miss out on that one, and that just trickles over the boundary. It's 4 runs for Gibraltar. Lovely start this for Louis Bruce. Can Vinny reply to finish his over? That's short. He's going to have to go again. That's too short. That's a wide ball given by the umpire. That's umpire Shub here at this near end. And obviously really enjoyed having a guest in for the last game yesterday, Joseph Marples, who we're going to see later on with the gloves for Gibraltar. Really good insight into what's going on in the camp at the moment. This is wide, and it's just going to be a dot ball to finish. Well, not a great over for Vinny, but if you're a Gibraltar fan, a really good over. Gibraltar, they finished the 4th, 46 for no loss. Well, this move here in match number 10 is moving Louis Bruce from number 3 up to open. Looks like it's paying off at the moment, isn't it? As we see him race on to 29 off of just 17 deliveries. As we're going to see an early introduction of spin. I think that's Karthik Srikumar. No, it's not spin. He's going to be pace. The seam up. Sami Hussain, he's going to be standing up just to keep in the batsman's ear. And do let us know where you're watching from in the YouTube chat. And if you're watching on fan code in India, hope you're all doing well and enjoying what's looking like some high quality international T20 cricket here in Malta. That's Karthik Srikumar. Well, he's ready. That's short, and Avinash Pai, he's not going to miss out on that. That's going to go 4 runs for Gibraltar. Bit of a loose snap from Srikumar. Outside, the off stump and short. Avinash Pai, he's not going to miss out on that one. And that's Pai's 2nd boundary now in his innings. As he moves to 12. He's playing the backup role for Louis Bruce at the other end. That's just back of a length, and they're just going to squirt through for the single. Louis Bruce, well, long strides, and he's young and quick, so he's going to easily come through for the single. Sets off early. It's a good bit of running. That's the 8th boundary already. As Gibraltar, they move on to 51 now. There's that boundary, brought up the 50 in the 5th. That's a really good shot from Louis Bruce as he just gets it past that man, Chris Lakoff, in the covers, and it's just going to be the one. And again, they've had a really good start here. Don't need to go too big unnecessarily. And that's full. Avinash Pai looks to go big on the drive, but it's straight to the man, Chris Lakoff, in the covers as he does well. And that's just going to be a dot ball. As this is full. And he's a bit unlucky there as it clips the non-striker, but they do end up coming through for that single. Louis Bruce just unable to get out of the way there. And Avinash Pies flick onto the leg side. And Chris Jennison just saying Spain here. Well, let us know where you're watching from in Spain as we continue here with Slikuma as he finishes his over. And that's going to be another single into the offside. It's well done by the man there, Kevin de Souza. Yeah, Chris, let us know where you're watching from in Spain as we finish the fifth. Gibraltar, 53 for no loss. Let us know where you're from, watching in Spain. That's where I spent a lot of my childhood. Majority of my childhood, in fact. As we just look here, Louis Bruce, well, he's moved on to 31 off of just 19 deliveries. Good start from him as he moved up into the top of the order from number 3. It's not a surprise, is it? Delric Vinu, he's only going to get the one over as skipper Prakash Mishra going to come on. There's Mishra, he's in for his first over. That's a really good shot, but well fielded by the man at point. Sassad Ali, I think, does really well. And Prakash Mishra, who is the more economical bowler in that mammoth innings by the Czech Republic yesterday. As it brings Avinash Pai, 14 off of 11 on strike. That's a fuller delivery. I just fended back to Mishra for a dot ball. Which you say it's been raining non-stop. So the cricket's been on. It's been great to be here, bringing you coverage of this Valletta Cup 2022. It's been really, really enjoyable. As Mishra's in again, and it's a lovely shot from Avinash Pai, and the man there again, Chris Lakov, can't quite do enough there, and that's going to go all the way. That's a lovely shot. 4 runs for Avinash Pai. It was thumped through the covers. Lakov, there's a bit of a dive in despair there. He would have done really well to get something on that, but that's a lovely shot. 4 runs for Avinash Pai. That's a bit of a slower delivery, and Avinash Pai just hits that one into the leg side for a dot ball. And again, it's a better length from Mishra, just back of that, of the slot. And it does eventually get picked up by Delric Vinu here at mid-off. That brings young Louis Bruce back on. He's 32 off of just the 20 at the moment. And that's going to end up, well, might have considered a single. But Prakash Mishra, again, a really good over from the skipper, as at the end of the power play, Gibraltar, they're 59. They're 60 for no loss. And that's a really good power play, you have to say, from Gibraltar. And they'll be happy with the move that they made with putting Louis Bruce up into the top of the order. Going at 10 and over for the first 6, but once again, these are the key overs now for the fielding side, Bulgaria, as we've seen so many times throughout the last couple of days, where you really, really do try and just dry up these boundaries as the field usually spreads, and it does, and there's just going to be the 4 in the ring. It's going to be Karthik Srikumar to continue. Just the 8 off of his first over. And once again, thank you for joining us here on the European Cricket Network or Fan Code in India, as we're set to get back underway for the 7th over. That's just back when Avinash Pai just drops this one into the leg side, into the offside, and that's a really good bit of fielding from De Souza as he comes in. Keeps it to the 1. This is down the leg side, and Louis Bruce going to push this in. Should be the 2. As Louis Bruce calls and goes, and he comes back comfortably. This is the young man. Good calling again from Louis Bruce. Not paying attention to the rank, and it was his call, wasn't it? So he decided to come back for 2. And it's a good bit of running from the Gibraltar openers. And again, nice shot into the leg side. And it's just going to be the 1 for Louis Bruce, as he is looking more comfortable at the top of the order, isn't he? Just gives him that sort of psychological value where he can just understands he's got a bit of time, bit more time, whereas at number 3, he might just feel he has to go from the off. It brings Avinash Pai on strike. Well, he lets that one go. It's a good take from Hussain, and that's going to be given a wide ball. Just saw Chris Jensen just saying he's from Galicia. Well, nice part of the world, that is for sure. I hope you're doing well. As Avinash Pai respects this one and holds the pose. It's a good comeback from Stikuma after that wide. And it's just looking like it's angling in ever so slightly to the Gibraltar skipper. And it's going to be down into the leg side, and Avinash Pai is calling too early again. I don't think they're going to get it. There's the man down here. Delric Vinu does really well, keeps it to just the single. It's good intent from the batsman in between the wickets. Pushing that first one hard, just wasn't able to come back for that second, but they did well. Louis Bruce just clips this into the leg side, and it's just going to be collected by Prakash Mishra for the single. As that single brings us to the end of the 7th, Gibraltar. 67 for no loss. Really good start from Gibraltar. Louis Bruce looking set on 36. And Avinash Pai not far behind on 21. As it's going to be Prakash Mishra to continue. Prakash Mishra, just the 6 coming off of his first over. A lot of pressure on him. They feel like they need a wicket, don't they? As well, that's not going to help, and that's going to be a full toss, but it doesn't quite hit that well, and it's a bit of a yes, no, maybe. Oh, he could be close here. It's going to be not given, I don't think. Bit of a mix-up there early on between these two. Yeah, he was just in there, wasn't it, Louis Bruce? He drops this into the offside, and it's eventually juggled by that man, Jacob Albin. As that one just pops up a little bit and finds the outside edge of Bruce, but that just runs away, and it's just going to be the single. Louis Bruce, but he got off to a flyer during the power play. But once again, you just see these crucial overs after the power play. Fielding teams, they're able to spread the field. Avinash Pai now. Avinash Pai flicks it into the leg side, and that's going to be one bounce, 4 runs. Prakash Mishra is veering a bit too straight. And at that pace, Avinash Pai is not going to miss out. And that's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs for Gibraltar. As that's the 10th 4 in this innings. Yet to see a maximum. Prakash Mishra. He's really going to look to tighten it up again. As there's just a bit of a miscommunication in the field in terms of placements. Prakash Mishra to continue his over here. And well, that's not going to help. You can't put a field in for that, as that's going to run down the leg side, and that's going to trickle away. That's going to be 5 wides from Prakash Mishra. Didn't really give the keeper, Saeem Hussain, much of a chance there. Not the reply that Mishra would have wanted after being dispatched into the leg side for another 4. This is turning out to be a big over for Gibraltar here in the 8th. That's short and wide outside the off stump, and they're just going to put that into the offside for a single. It just leaves 1 ball remaining from the over. And these two now doing a good partnership here. With a bit of a helping hand from extras, as that's now 15. Well, that's a really good delivery from Prakash Mishra. Louis Bruce did well not to get anything on that. And that's a really good end to the over for Prakash Mishra as he goes for 11 off of his 2nd over, and that leaves Gibraltar 78 for no loss after 8 overs. Take a look here. You can see that Mark Gow's just dropping into that number 3 role. Louis Bruce got pushed up early on this morning. I'm sure that would have done his confidence some good after just struggling in the first 3 games for Gibraltar. For your skipper to turn around and go, look, let's put you at the top of the order. We know you can do it. And there's a young man that really would have just made him feel a little bit more relaxed and more comfortable. I mean, he's still got the backing of his skipper and the rest of his team. Again, really close-knit unit on the Gibraltar. Well, that's full and that's driven. And there is a man out there. As he's going to cut that off is Omar Razul. That's just going to be the 1 run. Brings that man again. Back on strike, Louis Bruce. As that's short. And Louis Bruce, he's not going to miss out on that one. Well, that's going to be the first maximum of day number 4 here in Malta. And Louis Bruce, he's not going to miss out when he's in like he is. That's too short from Slikuma. He just rocks back and attacks that short boundary. That's 6 runs for Gibraltar. So Louis Bruce races on to 43 now. Needs a reply here. That's short again. He just plays this into the offside. As it ends up just being a dot ball. It's a good comeback from Slikuma. Bulgaria's bowlers are struggling, aren't they? Might just be a bit of a knock of confidence after yesterday. As this is Fuller, and again just drops into the offside. He could be close here. There could be buzzers, and there is. There's no one backing up. And it's good running from Gibraltar. It was a good effort for a shot at the stumps, because it would have been close. Ends up conceding that extra run. I think that just shows that Bulgaria, they feel they really need to break this partnership. This is full outside the off and doesn't quite get all of this. This is going to squirt over the infield and it's to be chased by Kevin De Souza, and he does a good job and just keeps it to 2. Louis Bruce looks to attack because it was just pushed wide by Slikuma. Yeah, good chase by the man at backwards point, Kevin De Souza. And that's been just dropped into the leg side, just for a single. That's really good batting. Is this from the young man, Louis Bruce, as he moves on to 48. As that single brings us to the end of the 9th. And Gibraltar, then 90 for no loss. So just take a look there. Obviously, Chris Lakoff picking the bowlers at the start. And they're just going to hold him back for the death here, as he had to break this partnership. Derek Vinny, he really struggled, didn't he? Going for 21 off of his only over. Louis Bruce is back on strike and he's on 48 now. As he flicks this into the leg side. It's a lovely looking shot, and it's just going to be the 1 run again to the man out there. It's Omar Azul doing a good job on the leg side. That's just the single. It brings Avinash Pai. He's just been starved of the strike a little bit. And this is just going to be the single for Louis Bruce. Avinash Pai looking to go big through the offside. Doesn't quite get anything on it. And Sami Hussain just struggling a little bit with the gloves early on, snatching at it a little bit. It's going to be another wide down the leg side. It's a big chase on for Hassan Khan, but this time he does manage to get there and chase it off, as that's just going to be the 2 runs off the wide. So 3 wides. Prakash Mishra just dropping that one into the leg side. Not really giving Hussain much of a chance. And Avinash Pai just waits on this one and dabs that into the offside for a single. Louis Bruce, he just needs that 1 run. The 50 here. And he does it well. He plays this in to the offside, and that's going to be 50 runs up for the young man, the young 16-year-old Louis Bruce. And that's going to take a lot of pressure off of that young man, as he struggled early on in this tournament. He's looking really, really confident here. Just see here, just plays it sensibly. Just gets relaxed the nerves a little bit. He's really going to look to kick on now as we continue here with Prakash Mishra. Avinash Pai can't quite get him away outside that off stump, can he? And it's a good over so far from Prakash Mishra. Once again, really well batted from Louis Bruce. He gets promoted to the top of the order. That just seems to be where he looks more comfortable. This is full and straighter, and it's well played by Avinash Pai. It's just going to be the 1 run. There's a call or 2. There's a bit of a misfield, but ends up just being the single. And that's an end to what is a good over from Mishra. And that's going to take us to halfway through this first stage. We'll just take a look then, the overs after the power play. And we're going to cut away. Whilst we take a break here, we're going to cut away to what's going on over in Sweden.
The action of the wicketkeeper, Kadir Sadat. What a good series he's having.
Yeah, he really has. He's gotten into his work nicely across this week. Ever improving with the gloves, and he's finding form with the bat. Thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity to hit with the wind, which turned around yesterday. Yesterday and the day before, finding the boundary with regularity. He's got some power for a small man. Wide ball. I have to say, actually, as much as they have the Stars at 3 for 5 at the moment, there's been some good balls from Ariana, but you wouldn't say it has been bowling that is unplayable. They've just been solid, and unfortunately the Stars have just contrived to create some wickets. Absolute seed that got Panda, but apart from that, Shetty and Prabhu have actually taken good ball, only sort of semi-good balls to the fielders. Absolutely nothing special about them, as turned away to square leg. That's the end of the over, and the Helsingborg Stars have crept their way to 7 for 3 after 2.
Yeah, it's a perfect start for Ariana. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Look at the first wicket. That off Suresh Shetty. What a key one that was. You know, he's a man in very good form with the bat. And he goes of his very first delivery. I think his eyes probably just lit up and he thought, okay, this is the one. Good way to get it.
And welcome back as we go back to live action here in Malta. And really good work from the crew at Spring Productions as we were able to cut away to what is our second bit of coverage up in Sweden. Rico and Rhino bringing you the commentary up there. And I hope they're doing well and enjoying what is their first quarter-final up in Sweden. As we're going to see spin finally brought into the attack. The leg spin up. Ahmad Azul. Well, he got a bit of treatment yesterday, didn't he, by the check? See if he can bring it back here for Bulgaria. Was wide, and Avinash Pai just struggling there. Lakov going for a bit of one hand, one bounce of an appeal. It's a loosener from the leggy. Well, it's another loosener, and he does well to not get dispatched here, but it's going to be given a no ball. And it's not going to be a good start this from Nazul, as he's now got a free hit. Avinash Pai is going to really look to make the most of this opportunity. He looks to go big, and there is a man out there, and he's not going to take the catch, and that's the worst possible outcome for Bulgaria off the free hit. As you do just have to wonder, doesn't need to go for the catch due to the free hit. He could have just protected the boundary. He ends up going for the catch and gets it all wrong, doesn't the man out there? Karthik Sukuma. That's going to be 4 runs for Avinash Pai. It's a good comeback from Ahmad Azul. This is just fended into the offside. Does really well there. Good comeback from Nasul. It's that boundary. Well, that brought up the 100 for Gibraltar in the 11th over. And Avinash Pai just is it down to the man up there. What he's been swapped out. Transfer to Kuma from that long off position. Chris Lakov just goes out there. As we get to see Louis Bruce again. There's a really, really good start from the openers here. It's another, once again, another unbeaten, unbroken opening partnership worth of 100 here. So we had the massive one from the Czech Republic, and then also in reply, Bulgaria, Chris Lakov and Ishan De Silva. Louis Bruce back on strike. As that one spins away, and here's eventually given a wide. He's getting a bit of grip. Here's the wrist spinner. He's starting outside off, and it just spins. It drags away from the right-hander. Well, that's an absolute peach of a delivery there. And Louis Bruce almost just saying, well, it's almost such a good delivery. I didn't really know what to do there. That's really where Ahmad Azul, as we take another look here, that's where he's going to want to be landing it, the leg spinner. He's getting so much grip. That's pitched outside leg. That's come away all the way across the 3 stumps. Ends up being just a dot ball though. And that squirts into the offside. Louis Bruce just gets that man Avinash Pai. Louis Bruce just struggling there a little bit against the spin of Ahmad Azul. As that brings us to the end of the 11th. It's the 8 coming off of Azul's first over at Gibraltar. Find themselves on 105 to no loss. We'll just go to the YouTube chat. Taranjeet Singh's in there. Well, Taranjeet, hope you're okay. Hope you're doing well. As we're going to see you in just a couple of hours in match number 11 of the Valletta Cup. As Romania, they take on Czech Republic. Romania not having the start that they wanted, and lost their first 2 games. They're going to look to push the Czech Republic after an incredible outing again from the Czech Republic batting unit. And Prakash Mishra to continue here to finish off his spell, just 24 off his first 3. That's full, and Louis Bruce looks to go big into the leg side. And there's a man out there, Ishan De Silva, and it's just going to be the 1 run. That's down the leg side, but this time Hussein does well and gets something on it, prevents any more leakage of runs down that leg side. It's a good bit of work from Hussein there. That's a good comeback from Mishra as he gets this one right in that good area. As Pai can see, he's just eyeing up that leg side boundary. You've seen him go so many times. And he looks for it there, and he drags out into the leg side, and that's going to split the fielders. And that's going to be another 4 runs for Avinash Pai as he moves on to 38. And you could just see him, he was eyeing up the leg side there. And this one just back of a length. He gives himself enough time, Avinash Pai, he rocks back. That's 4 runs for Gibraltar. This is, again, just outside the off stump. And Avinash Pai, it's really good cricket. Good, sensible cricket from these two. As he gets the boundary and then just rotates the strike. And when you've got both batsmen in and set, you don't mind who's on strike at this point. And Louis Bruce puts this one into the offside for a single. Good work by Asad Ali. As that's now 21 runs in the extras column so far. Already in the 12th over already. That's a good end to his spell there. Prakash Mishra, captain versus captain there. Good contest as he finishes his 4 overs. And Gibraltar, after 12, they're 113 for no loss. We just get to have a look again at the standings. Well, Malta, they're on top, aren't they? 4 from 4. It's going to be really hard to stop them. Hungary, well, they're the unranked team, aren't they, by the ICC. They're going really well. They're 3 wins from their 4 games, just the 1 loss. The Czech Republic after yesterday, they had a good day yesterday. Romania just struggling, aren't they? Obviously, they're the highest ranked team in this tournament. Haven't been able to get going. Just, you would argue, just possibly relying on that man, Taranjit Singh, just a little bit too much. The talisman for Romania. Zamar Razul's back in. Just a little bit too full, as Louis Bruce just puts that into the leg side. And that's just going to be the single. It brings Avinash Pai back on strike, you would say. Probably a little bit more comfortable against the spin of Amar Razul, as he's getting a really, really good bit of grip. Here's the wrist spin up. As that's short, wow. Not the delivery that Avinash Pai was probably expecting from Amar Razul. That's just going to be the wide down the offside. As he looks to advance and he splits the field, but it should just be cut off for the single from Chris Lagkov, as he just struggles a little bit down there. Bit of a wayward throw, ends up coming in, and it's just going to be the 1 run. And Marzul, I think he's thinking if there's going to be a chance of getting a wicket, it's going to be off Louis Bruce, as we saw incredible delivery in his last over. And well, that's well played by Louis Bruce. They're doing well here. Not getting too bogged down by the spinner, the Gibraltar batsman, as they just rotate the strike and brings it through for a single. Does that bring Avinash Pai back on strike as he's moved on into the 40s? And that's a full toss into the leg side. And I think that's going to go all the way, and it does. That's 4 runs for Avinash Pai. And we thought that he was going to be the one to look a little bit more comfortable against the leg spin of Emar Razul. And, well, can't really do much if there's not spin on it, if it's not going to pitch it on the pitch. And that's 4 runs into the leg side. Avinash Pai now, 44 runs, just 1 hit away from that 50. That's short outside the offside, and that's going to go through. And that looks like it's going to be another boundary, and it is. That's another 4 runs for Gibraltar. Just too short from Rasul. And again, leg spin, one of those difficult skills, and if you can't master it, it really does get punished. It's another 4 runs for Gibraltar. Avinash Pai moving on to 48 now. 2 boundaries in this over so far, with just the 1 ball remaining for Rasul. It's a quicker one, and he just dabs this down into the 45, and that's just going to be the single for the end of the over. Really good cricket again from these 2 batsmen. It brings us to the end of the 13th. Gibraltar 126 for no wicket. I think at the moment, if these 2, if they can stay around, they really are going to be pushing for that 200 and anywhere around that. It's Gibraltar, as we heard from Joe Marples yesterday, really feel that if they can get a victory here against Bulgaria, keeps them in the competition, and if they can just get something that just goes their way, then they'll be happy. As we see, that man, Jacob Albin, coming in here at this near end, the commentator's end. And Jacob hasn't yet bowled in this innings, so Jacob Albin coming into the attack. And Avinash Pai just run needed now for his 50. And this could be played into the leg side, and it goes through, and they're should come back for 2 here. And that's again really good bit of batting from Avinash Pai, and once again in the runs for Gibraltar. And again, we almost come to expect it now. As Avinash Pai, really good innings here from him, as that's just the 8 fours in his innings. Yet to go big over the rope for 6 runs. He's more than capable. And there's just a bit of chat about Hungary. And Mark Uja, the skipper, he's in the chat, just explaining why they're unranked due to, obviously, the pandemic. Weren't able to play any games, were hungry, so ICC didn't give them a ranking. But I'm sure after this year, they're going to be in there, right in the rankings for the European teams in international T20s. And that's a good reply from Jacob Albin. He just digs that one in. And it should just be the one as they come back for 2. Well, that's really good running from these 2. Pushing that first one hard. He timed it almost just well enough, but then ends up just being squirted into that leg side for 2 runs. It's good running. As Avinash Pai is almost caught up again with young 16-year-old Louis Bruce. Avinash Pai, 53 now. And it's almost a similar delivery, and it could be a similar result here. I don't think they're going to push as Kevin De Souza comes in from deep mid-wicket and then collects this one as it brings Louis Bruce back on strike. Really good innings from these 2 so far. They've bounced off each other well, and they're obviously very comfortable with each other. Opening for Gibraltar. This is Fuller, and Lubrist as well, to keep this one out. And it should just be the single. Is Ishanda Silva, the man out there, as they come back for two. Well, that's really good running, and it's a little bit lazy from the Bulgarian fielder. Ishanda Silva down there just almost took it for granted that they were just going to come through for the single. And you can see here, Avinash Pai just says, well, do you know what? I'm happy to go. And Louis Brees just, well, okay, if you're going, I'll go. That's good running from these two. Well, that's in the slot. It's a bit of a full toss. It's out to the man. Kevin De Souza doing a really good job of running that boundary out there. It's just the one run for Louis Bruce. This has been a decent over from Albin. No boundary so far. Avinash Pai looking to go big. Doesn't get anything on it. And that's going to be a dot ball to finish the over with just the 8 coming from it. At the end of the 14th Gibraltar, they're 134 for no loss. And obviously, as we're getting closer and closer towards Sunday, that finals day, just a bit of chat in the YouTube chat about who can make the final. Well, Malta, they're pretty much certain to be in that final, aren't they? 4 from 4 so far. And then it's going to be a tight competition. Well, if you just feel if some teams can get a couple of results today and tomorrow, it could be a bit of a switcheroo in that group table. As these two, there's a opening partnership of 134 at the moment. Haven't really given anything away. There's not really been too many chances, I don't think, from my memory. It's Hassad Ali coming in. Louis Bruce looking to go big, but they sneak through for a single. And again, really good running from Gibraltar. They're going to go again. But once again, the hinge is just falling off here for Bulgaria. Just struggling a little bit out there early on here today. The wicketkeeper there, Hussein, just a little bit upset with himself, as he fumbles it for the single, the one by, and then in frustration just threw the ball down, and they ended up coming through for another single. So just the 2 off of that, going against the keeper as buys. Louis Bruce into the leg side, doesn't quite get all of this. It should just be a single as it's collected by that man again. Omar Rasool, really good outfielder, isn't he? Hassad Ali continuing here. It's full, and Avinash Pai goes over the top. That's a really, really nice shot from Avinash Pai, and it takes one bounce just before the boundary rope. And it's 4 runs. As it's wide outside the off stump from Hassad Ali. And Avinash Pai is not going to miss out there as he moves on to 58. And Louis Bruce at the other end on 59. Well, these two, they're looking really comfortable now, aren't they? Going to take a really good ball to get one of these two. Really good temperament from the 2 openers. Disrespecting the straight ones, and anything loose, well, they gets punished, doesn't it? Hassad Ali, can he have a reply? Well, that's a full toss. Let's be another huge maximum for Avinash Pai. And it just gets worse for Bulgaria, doesn't it? As it's given a no ball by the umpire as he raises his arms for 6 runs. Avinash Pai into the 60s now. Steps across. It's a full toss. Well above the waist. It's going to be a no ball. So it's going to be a free hit. Ramanash Pai, well, he made the most of it last time with that 4. Can he go again? And he hits that into the offside. I think it's going to be a boundary. It's going to be a bit of work from Kevin DeSales right there, and it's just going to be the 1 run off the free hit. So it's good work again by the boundary runners. And it brings the young 16-year-old Louis Bruce on strike. Hasn't really faced many deliveries since he reached his 50. Ramanash Pai now moving on to 65 off of 45 deliveries. This is full toss again. It's going to be a no ball this time, as it's just sort of knee height for Louis Bruce, and that's just going to come through for the single. And that brings up the 150. It's a really good partnership from these two. And that move, bringing Louis Bruce up to the top order. It's paying off at the moment, isn't it, for Gibraltar? Louis Bruce, well, he'll be happy, won't he? Struggled early on. Got a peach of a delivery in that first game against Malta. Doing really well here. Ramanash Pai, will he get an edge on this one? And it's going to run away. And it's going to go all the way. And things just go from bad to worse for Bulgaria. And that's going to be another boundary in the over. Asad Ali. Wasn't a terrible delivery. Ramanash Pai, he flashed, and he flashed hard. And that's going to run away for 4 runs, as it brings us to the end of the 15th. Gibraltar, 154 for no loss. You just see, as we take a look at the scorecard, no one troubling the score in the wickets column so far for Bulgaria. It's going to be Jacob Albin to continue here. And we've seen these two do really, really good things at the top of the order previously for Gibraltar, and they're doing it once again here against the Bulgarians. They just put that into the leg side for a single. And as I said, I've seen these two do it time and time again. And Frankie in the chat, they put on 172, same time last year on the same ground. So, it's really, really well. That's going to be down the leg side, and it's going to have to bowl that one again. Is Jacob Albin. It's a wide delivery. Ramanash Pai, well, he's just in the chat there saying from Frankie that he had to go off with a retired due to his leg. And he has got it. He is carrying just a bit of an injury. It doesn't seem to be affecting his batting, doesn't it? As he's moved on to 69 here against Bulgaria. Well, that's a slower ball. It's a full toss. But he finds a man out in the deep. Chris Lakov doing the work. And it's just going to be kept to a single. It's good work from him. Could be buzzers. I don't think there will be. That's how the lead backs up. And Louis Bruce, 61 runs. You've seen him do it time and time again here on the European Cricket Network. It's full when he goes for it. There is a man here. I don't think it's going to carry. And Amar Rasul just cuts this off. It should just, wow, they're coming back for the 2. That's really good running from Gibraltar. Again, really, really good intent, turning that 1 into a 2. Amar Rasul down here did well. Just keeping it to the 2. And Louis Bruce, he's looking to go big now as we get into the final 5 overs here. And doesn't quite get enough on that one. As you do feel that he's just sort of been starved of the strike, isn't he, Louis Bruce? Ramanash Pai taking up the majority of balls since Louis Bruce got to his 50. So he's just going to have to try and get his himself in again. And again, well, just looking to try and hit it a little bit too hard, I think, is Louis Bruce. And Ramanash Pai, you can just see saying to him, just saying, look, there's so many gaps in that offside, and you've got the shots to do it. Back yourself. It doesn't have to be hooked into the leg side every time. There's still a bit of time here. They're on 159. They'll be looking towards that 180, 190, aren't they? And if they can get 200, well, that's going to be really good. Good at batting. As this one is poked into the leg side. And again, Chris Lakov. And Louis Bruce, it's really good calling, but it could be close here. But it's really good running again. He nearly takes him out. And Chris Lakov, well, you don't want to take his arm on. Duracell Bunny 2.0 out in the deep. Good shot from Louis Bruce. It just ends up being the 2 runs for Gibraltar. As that brings us to the end of the 16th. Gibraltar, they're 161 for no loss. And you can just see that, just going just above 10 and over. So this is one of the first times, apart from at Czech innings, where these batsmen, after the power play, they've not struggled, have they? They've kept rotating the strike, and they've done really, really well. There's been an array of bowlers used for Bulgaria, as you just got a glimpse of on your screen. You see it again here. Prakash Mishra, he was the pick at the moment, wasn't he? Just going for 8 and over off of his 4 overs. No one troubling the wickets column. So the scorer, he's having a pretty easy time of it at the moment. And so is our digital scorer, Samir Nayak, doing a really good job the last couple of days, along with Maxi for European Cricket Network here, and myself. Charlie Hunt really, really enjoyed bringing some incredible cricket around the world here on our YouTube channel, the European Cricket Network, or on fan code if you're watching in India, as we enter the final 4 overs of this first innings here in match 10 of the Valletta Cup 2022. If you are in the YouTube chat, if you're lurking, let us know where you're watching from. Give us your thoughts. Any questions, again, I'll try my best to answer them as well as I can. As it's Chris Lakov coming back onto bowl to finish his spell. Ash Pai steps across and puts this into the leg side. That's a really good bit of work by the man. It's square leg. He does really, really well. As we take another look here, gets down. He might have been troubling the boundary there, as he timed that pretty well, but it's good work. As well, the man who just did a really good bit of work. Delrick Vinu, he goes out into the deep now, and the man comes across down to the leg side. There's a bit of confusion as to what's happening here. Yeah, just hearing that they might be struggling a bit with the over rate. I think they're okay. Not the slowest that we've had this week. As Louis Bruce is on to face Chris Lakov. Looks to go big. Doesn't quite time this. There's a man out there. It takes some catching. Well, doesn't get round there. And I think that might have gone. Otherwise, we take another look here. It's given 4 runs. So it doesn't quite catch this as it takes just before. It might have gone all the way. I'm not too sure. It's given us 4 by the umpire. And Louis Bruce, he motors on. Doesn't quite get all of that. Well, the only issue there, that maybe the reason it wasn't given, was because obviously the fielder was too focused on trying to catch the ball. Wasn't able to see where it went. It's given us 4. Good shot from Louis Bruce. It's short. Louis Bruce looks to go big. And he's hit this into leg side. Well, he's got all of this, I think. Wow. And this one, going to be given 4 runs again. Well, it doesn't quite catch all of this. And Mal Rasul, it's right in the sunlight. He just struggles to collect that one. And that's going to be another boundary for Louis Bruce. It's 2 consecutive boundaries now for the young 16-year-old as he moves on to 73. Goes deep in his crease. And this is just going to be the 1 run into the leg side. Really good batting from the young man. Again, doesn't quite catch all of that. So it's just going to be the single into the leg side as Marsa comes in to collect that. He really struggled there, didn't he, with that one? It was right in the sun early on, in the early hours, as it's clock past 20 to 10. local time. That's short. And Avinash Pai, that's going to be nurdled round the corner. And I don't think it's got the legs to go all the way, and the man's going to do well as he comes round and collects that one. And it's just going to be the 2 runs. Does really good work up there. Does Delric Vinny once again. He's done really well in the field. Struggled with the ball a little bit. He's making it up in the field as he saves some runs. Brings that man again, Avinash Pai on strike. Finish the over. Here's Lakov. It's full into the leg side, and they're just going to cut that one off. I think that's Jacob Albin there. Does a good job. And that's going to be 1 run to finish the over. The big over again for Gibraltar as they concede 13 off of the 17th. As that moves Gibraltar on to 174 for no loss after 17. Projected score from the supercomputer. That's saying they're going to reach that target of 200. They just need 9 and over, just under, to reach that target now. So they require 26 off of the last 3 to get there. And it's this man again, Jacob Albin, to continue here at the commentator's end. There's a good over from Gibraltar. 13 coming from it. Still no wicket falling yet. These two, both batsmen now, set on 74. That's full. And he's hit that well into the leg side. I think it should just be the one. There's that man up there again, Kevin D'Souza. He's been busy, hasn't he? Just cuts it off for 1 run. Goes back and goes big. That's going to go all the way. That's a lovely shot from Louis Bruce, and that's 6 runs, 6 of the best from the 16-year-old. Just rocks back deep in the crease. Just hits that ball, makes it to a slot delivery, and that's going to go the distance. 6 runs for Gibraltar. And the Gibraltar dugout, they're going to be happy with this, aren't they? What a move it was to bring the young man opening. Goes deep again. And it looks to go again, but he hasn't got all of this, and I think it's just going to fall safe. When it goes your way, everything goes. And Amar Razul eventually gets that in. It's just going to be the 2 runs. But again, Louis Bruce, he's got the license, hasn't he, as he moves on. And Gibraltar, well, they're ticking along nicely. This has been a really, really enjoyable innings to watch. Just feel for the Bulgarian bowlers as they look like they're going to get hit for 200 plus once again. That's short, and he hits that well, but there's a man out there, Delric Vinny. He does well, gets something behind it. It's just going to be the 1 run. Just take another look here. Deep in his crease, short. And just plays that into the offside as it brings Avinash Pai on strike. And that's well played by Avinash Pai. The chase is on. He's going to go off, and they're going to come back for 2. And it's really good running again from these 2, doing really, really well. And a bit of appreciation from Louis Bruce, the young man. As Avinash Pai comes through for the second as he moves now on to 77 off of just 52 deliveries. It's really, really good batting from these 2. And, well, that's going over the top. That's going to run away. Doesn't quite get all of this as Avinash Pai, but he'll take them however they come, and that's going to be 4 runs to finish the over. And we finish the 18th. And Gibraltar, they're 190 again for no loss as this moves ever so slightly nearer to that 200 opening partnership. As we're just struggling a little bit here. Get the worm up. It's not going to happen. Worm's hiding underground. As these two, both of them now sat in the 80s. As Chris Lakov continued. He's going to continue at that far end to finish his spell. He's gone for 24 off of his first 3 overs, which in the context of this game is not terrible. But again, no wickets for any of the bowlers so far. Well, with 2 of these batsmen in on 80, you have to think, is one of them going to go and convert it? And they've done really well, haven't they? They haven't relied on just one batsman, these two. They've both gone big, and they've both taken turns, haven't they? Louis Bruce went big early on, and then, well, he's 50. Ramraj Pai, he went, well, okay, anything you can do, I can do better. He went ahead and did the same. And now these two just switching between the twos. It's Chris Lackle to continue. And Louis Bruce just, again, he likes that little MS Dhoni-esque helicopter shot into the leg side. It's going to be the 1 run. It's well fielded by Asad Ali down, but long on. There's a big shout, and it's not going to be given. There's a shot at the stumps, and they should now come back. Well, you just think, was there really necessary? They're really, really desperate for this wicket, as that's a really good call for the umpire, as that's pitching. It's going to be impact well outside the off stump, move right across. Good call from the umpire, as they ended up coming through for 2 runs. And again, Asad Ali, he's a bit busy down there at long on. It's going to be another single to him. So, 4 runs coming off of this over so far. He goes back, looks to go big, hasn't quite got all of this, a man under it. Well, I don't know if, I don't see if he's done well. By the looks of it, he's done enough. And I think it's just going to be given as, they're just asking him now. It's a bit of a delay here. As there's going to be a conversation between the umpire and the captain. As we're just trying to work out what's going on. And I think at the end of it, they're not going to be given a boundary, so it's just going to be the 1 run. That brings Avinash Pai back on strike. And he's going to have to go again. Dead ball. Bit of confusion as to what was going on there, but I think got it right. It was good work from Asad Ali. He took the catch. And good awareness just to lob this one back in. There's a bit of a delay. Lakov, he's getting the skills out. There we go. I'm just trying to do my best to interpret what's going on here. Not really too sure. And we'll accept to continue here. There's Chris Lakov. 2 balls remaining in his spell. We go back to the action. All right, it's a good comeback from Lakov after a bit of an interval. And Avinash Pai is just thinking, how have I not hit that? How have I not got something on that just to run that down? He's still there. I think he might, I don't know if he's going to move. I think he might just be right, just looking to play that once again. And that's a good shot from Avinash Pai. He just drives that down the ground. That ends up being a good over from Chris Lakov as he finishes his spell. That's a good bit of bowling from him as he ends up on 28 for no wicket off of his 4 overs. And at the end of the 19th, Gibraltar, they're 196 for no loss. And the umpires, I think they've done a good job the last few days. It's been consistent. And obviously they don't have the use of the footage that we see on our replays. So they only have to go what they see in real time. As it's going to be Jacob Albin to bowl the final over here in this innings. Well, Louis Bruce, he only needs 15. Avinash Pai, 17. Avinash Pai goes into the leg side again, doesn't really time this. And they're going to come through for 2, and he's going to do really well. That's a good bit of running again from these two as they get closer to that 200. Avinash Pai now moves in on to 85. Really, really good opening partnership, this. Good to see trust in the young Louis Bruce, and that trust has really paid off. Avinash Pai drives this into the offside. It should be cut off by Shidakuma for 1, and it is. So it brings this man on again. 16 years of age, Louis Bruce. We've seen him do it time and time again here on the European Cricket Network. It's 3 hits away. Here's the young man. That's a good start as he clips this into leg side, and that's going to run away. That's going to be 4 runs as that brings up the 200 for Gibraltar. Louis Bruce just tucking this round the corner, and it runs away for 4 runs for Louis Bruce. As he now moves on to 89, just 11 needed. Still just 2 hits for him. A lot of support for the young man in the chat. Here in the community is really, really good to see. 2 balls remaining. Well, that's going to help the cause. That's going to be 1 bounce. And it's going to be another 4 for Louis Bruce as he now moves into the 90s. It's a really, really good shot. We've seen him play it time and time again. And again, times this one really, really well into the leg side. And that's another 4 for Gibraltar. Well, Louis Bruce now, he's got 2 balls. He needs 7 to get to that milestone. Sure, it's going to be in the back of his mind. Show some maturity here. Just play the ball on its merit. Jacob Albin. Well, that's gone high. It's going to take, it'll be really good catch if he can take this. Gone so high, and he just doesn't set himself. And they're going to come back through for the 2. And it's another 2 runs for the total. It just goes from bad for worse, doesn't it, for Bulgaria. It really, really high. It's a tough catch. It just didn't look set, did he? That leg just going round. Ended up trying to take it on 1 leg. Louis Bruce now moves on to 93. 95, correction. So, last ball with 6 required for the century from Louis Bruce. Can he do it? The young man, 16 years of age, Jacob Albin. He's not going to get the 100, but he's going to get to the 99, not out. And you do have to say that's an incredible innings from the young man. And he'll be really disappointed. He just wants that 1 more delivery, doesn't he? But considering he's had a really, really tough start to this tournament, he'll be really happy to go ahead and really contribute with the bat. As does Avinash Pai, as he finishes on 86, not out, off of 59 deliveries. Louis Bruce, again, what an innings from the young man. As we take a look at the highlights, really, really good stuff from the opening pair. Not falling throughout this entire 20 overs. And there was just boundaries after boundary after boundary. As 22 boundaries hit along the ground for Avinash Pai and Louis Bruce, as they have 11 fours a pair. Louis Bruce just edging out on the 2 6s with Avinash Pai's 1. Really, really good bit of batting from Gibraltar. And as, again, you just have to feel that 1 on the boundary. Well, you never know if that one goes, and he does reach that. It means he got dropped on the free hit, and then it went all the way through for 4 runs for Avinash Pai. Some really classy cricket shots. And Blue Brews, there was a couple of chances to win in the air, but it just fell short, and there's applause all round for the young man, because he does really, really well. And some really big shots. If we take a look here, well, I think he's done well there outside Ali, and I think it ends up being the right call. You just think, well, if they run that first one harder, that could have been that century for him, couldn't it? But it's really good work, and you do feel for the Bulgarian bowlers, as they've gone 200 plus once again. As Gibraltar, they finished their 20 overs for 213. It's a big chase for Bulgaria. As we just take a look here, 99 off of just 63 deliveries. And Avinash Pai, not to be forgotten about, the skipper, at the top of the order, 86 off of just 59 for him. So, again, you just see there, extras 28 contributing to the total. And as you see, well, we're going to take a short break, but we're going to return in just a couple of minutes, as we're going to be able to see this reply from Bulgaria. And you're watching the Valletta Cup on the European Cricket Network. And a very warm welcome back to sunny Malta, where you find us here at the Marsa Sports Ground here in Malta, and you join us for the second innings of game number 10 here on the Valletta Cup 2022 on the European Cricket Network. As well, we saw some incredible hitting from young Louis Bruce and Avinash Pai. You see your man, number 11, in the slips, the skipper, Avinash Pai, with 86 off of 59 deliveries. But young 16-year-old Louis Bruce going for 99 not out off of just 63 deliveries, with 11 fours and 2 sixes in Bruce's innings. As we're just about ready to get underway, as it's Mark Gowes to open the bowling for Gibraltar. Well, I think he's got a little bit of a nick on this one. As Chris Lakov, as he opens up with Prakash Mishra. Well, it's interesting to see that Ishan De Silva, well, after doing really, really well yesterday against the Czech Republic, up at the top of the order, he's going to drop down, which I'm assuming to possibly number 3 or number 4. There's a big drive from Chris Lakov. And you can really get a sense that the Gibraltans here, well, they're really up for this, aren't they? Mark Gowes, haven't seen him bowl just yet in the tournament, as he was demoted to number 3. And I'm sure he'll be happy enough to go down to number 3 to see young Louis Bruce come in there. What a start this is from Gibraltar. And Chris Lakov just struggling a little bit here. As it's another edge, but Avinash Pai does really well. Oh, there's going to be a mix-up here, and it could be oh, and he's gone! Avinash Pai, there's nothing that this man can't do. And you can just see as he lost his arm, and you can see the elation in the Gibraltar team. Look at this. Absolute quality scenes here early on. There's a really big mix-up. Avinash Pai, there's no one at the stumps to do anything. And you can just see when it hits, and he's gone, and he was absolutely miles away. Wow. Prakash Mishra, you do have to feel for the man. He has to go without facing a single delivery. He was out, he was well gone, wasn't he? And you can see, look, straight away, everyone was in, celebrating. It's a really good start for Gibraltar as they look to defend 213. Well, Bulgaria goes from bad to worse to even worse, as they've lost their first wicket without even getting a run on the board. I think if there's ever something to show just how Bulgaria's tournament's going, it's that little bit of spell there. Just Lakov just struggling out wide outside off, gets a nick on it, doesn't go to hand. Avinash Pai does really well, and then does even better to get up, and as there's a mix-up in the middle, it ends up being a run out by Avinash Pai. So Prakash Mishra, he has to go without facing, as it brings Hussain in on the non-striker's end. This is short, and Lakov eventually gets off the mark as he just places this into the leg side, and it's collected by that man there, Andrew Reyes. We didn't get to see him with the bat, but when you've got your openers going like that, there's no need to worry. As Andrew Reyes, well, he did really well yesterday against the Czech Republic, as he scored 42 off of just 41 deliveries, 44, correction. As it brings the number 3 batsman, Saim Hussain. He got a 50 against Hungary. Got out at the wrong time, didn't he? As he saw his team lose that. That's really well played round the corner. And there he is. Well, we missed him last time that Gibraltar were playing, but he's back. Is the Duracell Bunny, Zachary Simpson, doing really well on the 45. And welcome back to all of our viewers who are watching in the YouTube chat on our YouTube channel, the European Cricket Network. And if you're watching on fan code in India, good afternoon to you. Hope you're enjoying. It was a really exhilarating cricket so far. That's just a bit too full. It's going to be that man there, Matthew Whelan, does really well. Hits round and cuts it off. It's just going to be the single. As that brings an end to the first over. And Bulgaria, they find themselves 3. A loss of 1 wicket after the first. I just took a moment in that break just to go and congratulate Louis Bruce, and there was almost a sense of delight, but then almost a bit of frustration on the young man's face as he was, says, well, what else do I have to do? Well, just one away, just running out of time. But he was more than happy, and he said to me that he was just really, really excited to be back in the runs. As it looks like we have another that we haven't seen quite yet. There's Andrew Reyes coming onto the bowl, the Gibraltar national. We've seen him with the bat a couple of times. As obviously, I'm sure, eagle-eyed viewers out there would have seen Kenroy Nestor not in the squad. Well, he's had to fly back to Gibraltar, so work commitments for him. Andrew Reyes, I haven't seen him yet with the ball, but he's more than capable. Is he? We've seen him take wickets in the Gibraltar series earlier on this year when he was playing for Bavaria. He starts here. That's hooped, hasn't it? It's started going away and then just moved. And it's ended up being a wide, but it's almost not really Reyes' fault. It's on a good line. Got hooped through the air. A lateral movement. Just the 3 off that first over. Reyes just starts with a wide. A good delivery. Promising signs for Reyes. And again, it's hooping through the air. It could be close. Good bit of running as that man's back in the squad. Richard Hatchman in at mid-on. Just brings the left-handed Hussein on strike. Just the 1 run for him off his 1 ball so far. And obviously we spoke to Joe Marples yesterday, and you can see him there with the gloves on. He was just saying that Gibraltar, they really do feel if they're going to get their first victory on board that this is the game that they need to go ahead and do it in. And well, they've set themselves up here, haven't they? 213 in the first innings, and then taking an incredible run out in the first over of the Bulgarian reply. Hussein goes big. Well, that's going to run away towards the boundary. 1 bounce, 4 runs. So the first boundary for Bulgaria in their reply. And Reyes just a bit too full in the slot. And Hussein's not going to miss out there. Just needs to get it over the infield, and it runs away as the outfield's dried out now. And that's the first 4 for Hussein. Reyes just changing his angle, coming around the wicket to the left-hander now. That's full again. And the man out here, well, Mark Gow's being kept busy. Does really, really well. It's really good fielding from the man out in the deep. You just get a feeling, don't you, that Gibraltar, they're really up for this, aren't they? As it's just the 2 runs into the leg side for Hussein. Has just pushed this into the offside. You see that? Well, the man making history, Christian Rocker. I don't know if it's actually he's going to want. Well, it's the 2nd oldest debutant in international T20 history. So congratulations to Rocker, and he's going to be looking forward to this, I'm sure. That's a really, really good ball from Reyes. Great delivery. And it hoops away from the left-handed Hussein. He just says, well, fair play. It's that one go. He veers into the leg side, and Vardy can't get down on the lair, and that's going to run away for another boundary. So, good second over for Bulgaria as Reyes, he gets a bit of the treatment, doesn't he? He's not quite troubling the batsman, and he's going to just drop back and hit that through for 4 runs. As we get another look here, these 2 at the bottom. If Bulgaria, if they don't take this, they're going to be 3 losses from their 3 games, as Gibraltar are already. So they're really, really needing this victory, aren't they? The team from the Rock And if you're in the YouTube chat, please say hello. If you've got any questions, get them in and I'll be sure to make an effort to answer them as best I can, as it's going to be Mark Gals to continue at the far end. As it's going to be clipped off the pad, it's going to end up being a dot ball. And well, we asked Joe yesterday, we asked him who they thought were the batsmen that they needed to get early. And the man on strike at the moment, Chris Lakov. Well, they know he's more than capable of building an innings, as we saw yesterday against the Czech Republic, as he was 61 off of 51 deliveries. And he also has Mark Gals. That's a big drive, but it's goes to the man, Rocker. And he, well, he's not been out in the field yet. Just struggles to adjust to the spin as they come through for a single. Well, hopefully we're not going to get any more wildlife here on the pitch, as yesterday we saw a snake just slither across about 10 metres from myself here on the commentary box. Luckily no one else saw it. No one was attacked by the snake, as it brings Hussein on strike. He's moved on to 11 now. This is on the leg side, and it's a young man, Louis Bruce, up there. He's not going to quite get round. It's a good shot from Hussein. It's Mark Gals just dropping into the slot. And Hussein's not going to miss out on his legs, as that's another boundary for Bulgaria. So a good reply from Mark Gals, as this one's just going to be dropped in to the man at mid-off. Samarth Boda. And they'll be going to him for some bowling, won't they? As Lakov looks to get the drive in, and Whelan, well, once again gets round and does really well and cuts that one. And it's just going to remain at a single there. And then it's Hussein on strike. This is Fuller, and it's just going to be squirted into the leg side, and the young man, Louis Bruce, it's just going to be the one run to finish the over, and at the end of the third, Bulgaria, 23 for 1. Well, the temperature now very quickly ran on to 25. Here in Marsa in Malta, and we're going to see that man now, Jerez, just coming off after the first over. We're going to see the man of the hour. Nothing this man can't do. Hamadash Pai coming on for a bowl. It's a decent over from Mark Gals there. Again, we've not seen Bolt in this tournament so far, but with a few injuries, obviously Kieran Ferrari. We're not going to see him again this tournament, which is a real shame, because he was doing a really good job for Gibraltar with the ball. Just keeping those batsmen down in the middle overs with his right arm off spin. We're going to see Gibraltar use the rest of their options, which is going to be really good to see. And you can really see that offside is packed in the covers. Hamadash Pai doing a really good bit of bowling from him throughout this tournament, as he looks to do it again here against Bulgaria. That's short. And it's good work from the man there. That's Hatchman in the covers. He comes back into the squad. Hussein looks a bit big, and as he drives it again to Louis Bruce, and he does really well as he keeps that to the one. It's really good work from the fielders out in the outfield, doing a really good job here as it brings the right-handed Chris Lakoff back on strike. There's just a few adjustments for the left-hand, right-hand change. You're going to see a really, really good chase hit as the run rate sat at just under 11.5 and over. That's wide by Pai. Attachment, and they're going to come back for 2. It's a good bit of running from Bulgaria, and they're going to need some more of this if they're going to get close to this total. They're going to have to really push those ones into 2s and really make the most of the power play here early on. So you see Avinash Pai in again. And it's once again into the leg side. Don't think there should be 2. Wow, there's a misfield. But Hatchman does well this time. And it's just going to be a 1 run. And it's good to see Liam Day in the chat, just showing his support for Saeem Hussein. And let us know who you are supporting today, whether it's in this game or in the 2 games that we've got coming up after this one as well. Do let us know in the YouTube chat. Hussein, big drive through the covers, and that's a lovely shot. Lou Bruce on that side, he's going to do well to get there, and he just doesn't quite get enough. As Hussein, that's a really nice shot through the covers, and that's a 4 for Bulgaria. Just see here, Louis Bruce did the hard stuff. He just got there, just couldn't get that dive in. Wow, good shot from Hussein. Right, it's going to be the same place again, but this time Louis Bruce gets it in. Well, they're going to go. It could be close here. Avinash Pai. Louis Bruce as well. Keeps it to just the 2. Like he's saying, it's really good batting from the left-hander, as we just see here. Maybe could have had a go. I don't think there was much an opportunity. He's saying he races away to 24 now. As Bulgaria at the end of the 4th, they're 33 for 1. It's scorching weather here today. Sunscreen's being applied, I can let you know. There's just some talk in the chat, just as expected. And, well, Liam Day saying De Silva, Rasul and De Salza, and then these 2 as well. They're going to have to get the bulk of these runs. 214 the target for Bulgaria. As both these teams are looking to get their first victory on the board. Reyes back into the attack from the other end. He's getting good shape, isn't he? And it's just pace off the ball, having to generate the power yourself. It's a bit of a tough ask, as Lakov is just playing second fiddle here to Hussein, who's 24 off of just 13 deliveries now. As Maiden Waters joins us in the chat. Hope you're doing well. And obviously really appreciating your contributions over the last couple of days in the chat. It's been really enjoyable to read what everyone's got to say as we continue with Reyes. Hussein just puts this into the leg side. There's an early call of 2, and there's Matthew Whelan there. Well, they're going to have to go. And it's good running from these 2. It's a really, really long boundary out there. 75 plus, near enough to 80 metres. And Hussein, that's an early call of 2. And these 2 are very quick between the wickets, so they'll back themselves. They come back for the 2, and they end up being pretty comfortable in the end. Lakov just clips the stumps himself, but it's all good. He's saying through. Wow, it's just gone through that man there, Rocco. It ends up just being the 1, so I don't think it's going to cost him too much. It's good work from Samath Bodda out in the deep. As it brings Chris Lakov, the right-handed batsman, back on strike. Lakov advances, clips this into the leg side just for another 2. As that's that man again, Avinash Pai doing the work out there. And again, good bit of a rebuild here after losing the first wicket for no run on the board. That's wider, and Reyes, it's really good bowling. That's just going to be the dot ball. And Reyes to continue here. Wow. Really good bit of loopy air, and Lakov is just struggling there, isn't he? As he's 11 off of 15 deliveries now as it comes to the end of the 5th. Bulgaria 39 for 1. If we just have a look in comparisons to where Gibraltar were. Looks like the young man, the man who can do everything, Louis Bruce, is into the attack. Coming on here at the commentator's end. After 5 overs, Gibraltar, they were 54 for no loss. So they're looking just a little bit ahead here as Bulgaria just falling behind the rate ever so slightly, but they'll feel that they've got the batting to come, and if they can really set a base here and make the most of the final over of the power play, as young man Louis Bruce is coming in to bowl now, and they'll feel they can really push on as he clips this into the leg side. It's going to be that man again, Avinash Pai. As they come back for the 2. It's a really good arm from Avinash. And it would have been close, I think, but I think he's going to end up coming home pretty safely. It's Chris Lakov. It's good work from Avinash Pai out in the deep once again. Hussain back on strike. He doesn't quite get this one, and it's just going to be cut off by that man there, Mark Gowles. He does really well there. It's just going to be the dot ball. As it brings Hussain again, back on strike. It's short and out wider, but it's going to be cut off by Rocco there. He does well. Gets this one in. It's just going to be the single. That brings Chris Lakov on strike. You see, man there, Rocco. Doing a good job, isn't he, on his official international debut? And we heard earlier from Ian Latin that he used to captain Gibraltar back in the 90s and the early 2000s, but they weren't obviously recognised by the ICC, so this is his actual official debut. Lakov looks to go big, and there's a man there. Wow, he did the hard work, he got there, did the hatchment, doesn't quite stick, and they come through for the single. And we know that Chris Lakov, well, he can go big, can't he? And that could be a really big missed opportunity. But again, good bowling from the young Louis Bruce. Which brings Hussain back on strike. Up to 30 now. And that's short. Well, there's no man there. And I think that is just going to run away for 4 runs, and it does. So Louis Bruce just trying to test him with the short ball and doesn't quite execute it right. It's a bit of a hit-me ball, and Hussain just rocks back as he's done plenty of times before on the European Cricket Network, and that runs away for 4 runs for Bulgaria. As he goes again, and this time it's it right a little bit more. And Mark Gowles just cuts this one off. It's just going to be the 1 run for Hussain as he moves to 35 off of just 20 deliveries. And that brings us to the end of the power play. And after 6 overs, Bulgaria 48 for 1. And just going back to your comment there, Luke, about just the difference between domestic and international cricket. Just let us know a little bit more what you think about that one. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are. There's some really good contributions in the chat, which I'm really enjoying reading. As you join me here, Charlie Hunt, here at the Marsa Sports Club in Malta. And at the end of the power play, well, Gibraltar, he was 60 without loss. And obviously didn't lose a wicket throughout the entire innings. So Bulgaria just behind a little bit. As that run rate required is sat 11.6 and over as Reyes. He's going to continue here. The 18 coming off his first 2 overs. And Hussein looks to go big. Doesn't quite get it. And it should just be the one. It is going to be one as that man there. Hatchman does really well. And you can see there Marples dealing well there. And it's good to see. There's a lot of support for Bulgaria in the chat, which is really good to see. And plenty of support for the neutrals, who I'm sure are really enjoying this cricket in Malta today. And the last couple of days as well, don't forget. So some really close contests. Well, that's a good shot from Lakov, and it should just be the one. As I think that's Bruce up there. It is the young man doing a really, really good job today. Again. And that's a lovely shot from Hussein. He stands and delivers and doesn't bother running. And that gets him into the 40s with a lovely shot. Reyes just getting a bit of punishment here as Hussein taking a bit of liking to him as he just pierces the infield and that runs away. 4 runs for Bulgaria. So we won't see Gibraltar again today, but Bulgaria, they will return in the final game as they take on Romania in match number 12 of the Valletta Cup. Game 3 here today. We have a reply, Reyes. It's a bit of a full task, but the man out there, Matthew Whelan, who does really, really well. It's just going to be the 2 runs. For Hussein as he moves on to 42 now. Reyes, 2 deliveries remaining. Hussein, once again, well that man out there, isn't he? He's been busy, as Whelan, as Hussein comes through for the single. And that brings Chris Lakov, well he's struggling a little bit out there. 13 off of just 17 deliveries, but we've seen this plenty of times this week already. And we've seen batsmen just give themselves a bit of time to get in and then really, really explode and accelerate on. As Reyes has 1 more delivery in this over. He's gone for 27 so far. It's 2.5. Oh. There's just a bit of an issue as I think it looks like Advani just forgot that there was a right-hander on strike, not the left-hander. And we're back to live action to finish this over. As he advances, it should just be the one. Wow, oh no. It's just going to be a bit of poor fielding from these two, a bit of a lack of communication. Didn't need to go for that, did Louis Bruce, as Whelan looked like he had it pretty much under control as Bulgaria come through for the second. And at the end of the 7th, Bulgaria 59 for 1. And at this stage, Gibraltar, well, they were at 67 for no loss. And don't forget, following this game, game number 2 today, match 11. Well, we've got the Czech Republic as they go ahead, and they're going to be up against the Romanians. And Romania struggling, aren't they? Haven't quite got off yet. Off the mark on the wins. And as soon as we get some toss information for you on that game, well, we'll let you know. As well, that man, he's been busy down there. Matthew Whelan, he's coming on to bowl. And Mahid Patel just hinting at the third game of today, obviously saying that it could be good for these batsmen to find some form. And I don't think the batsmen are struggling for form necessarily, as we saw both Chris Lakov and Ishan De Silva and Hussein have all made 50s this tournament so far. I think it's the bowling department for Bulgaria just leaking a few too many extras and just not being tight enough, in my opinion. But we know that they can make a comeback, and I'm sure they're going to be looking to do so as they continue on here. Whelan coming into the attack. That's short, and that's out there. Well, there's a man out there, but he doesn't quite get round there, and he gets in a bit of a muddle. As Hussein with the first maximum of the reply here from Bulgaria. And Whelan just dropping a bit short and towards the leg side as Hussein. Well, he moves on to 49 now. He's batted really well for his run so far. And that's going to be another wide from Whelan. He bowled well the other day. But he's going to be really keen to have a reply after he's gone for 7 off of what is essentially just a single delivery. It's a better reply, as that's going to be Advani. Does well there. And they're going to come through for the single. As that brings up Hussein's second 50 of the tournament. Well, first time he hit the 50, couldn't get his team over the line, could he? As he fell just at the wrong time. Well, plenty of overs left in this game, as they require 148 off of 77 deliveries now. And with 6 fours and the 1 maximum for Hussein. As it's just again a little bit confusing for that man. The Advanator, well, he's now in position. He's obviously been doing some more shadow batting, I'm sure. Matthew Whelan up against Chris Lakov. That's going to be another wide as Lakov doesn't quite adjust for the right hand up. Would have been a really good delivery if he was up against Hussein again. Lakov just strikes a sweep. Doesn't quite get anything on it. It's going to be a wide delivery. It's going to have to bowl that one again. He does. It's on a better line, but the man out there, Zachary Simpson, wow, the Duracell bunny. He's come alive, isn't he, out there? Really good bit of fielding from him. As it brings that man back on strike. Same Hussein, 50 off of just 26, striking just under 200, 192 to be exact. As he looks to advance, he goes big, he's not going to quite go all the way. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. Great shot from Hussein.
Guys, if you don't mind,
as we just take a look here, just advances, gets it on the full, and 1 bounce 4 straight. 4 runs for Bulgaria. And Hussein really going along well. They really need a breakthrough, don't they? This partnership now is 73. That's short. Well, that's not going to help, and that's going to be another maximum as that goes all the way. 6 runs for Hussein. As he just tries to correct himself, does Whelan, drops it too short, and Hussein just rocks back, and that goes all the way. 6 runs. Hussein moves ever quickly on to 60 now, off of not many balls, off of just 28. Wow, that's going to be a wide ball. Matthew Whelan, he's struggling here, isn't he? It's not the over that he would have wanted to start his spell with, as he's already gone for 21 now. And you just imagine how much we're going to see again of him. As I can see Hatchman, well, he looks like he's getting loose. Obviously, somehow bod up they've got as well. As this is just short again. And he's going to punch this into the leg side. And they're going to come back for 2. As Mark Gals does really good work there. And it's 2 runs to finish the over. Well, 23 coming off the 8th in Bulgaria. 82 for 1. As you see there, well, the skipper, Prakash Mishra, he went without facing. And Saheem Hussain, who's come in, he's faced the majority of the deliveries, isn't he? As Reyes looks like he's going to finish his spell here, which is an interesting call, but I think obviously Gibraltar are just struggling in terms of bowling options. And there's obviously Kenroy Nestor. He drops out, and that's a bowler that they've lost. And then Kieran Ferrari as well. Unfortunately, with that injury, doesn't look like he's going to be taking part anymore in this tournament, which is a real shame, as he was doing really well with both bat and ball and in the field. But I'm sure he'll be looking to make a speedy recovery, and we wish him a speedy recovery as well. There's plenty of cricket to be played out in Gibraltar this year. Reyes to continue. That's going to be wide. There's an appeal. I think the only thing that was concerning was the foot being in the air. As we just take another look here. Reyes just going wide. I think he's okay. Foot was down in time. As we just take a look at, yeah, more than okay. Good work from Marples, obviously, with the gloves on. We learned a little bit more about him yesterday as we continue here with Reyes. As he advances, does Lakov, and it's just going to be 1, 2. Matthew Whelan. Done a really good job out there in the deep, just struggling with the ball a little bit as he went big in his over for 23 off of his 1 over so far. Reyes to continue here. It's a good take from Marples, but once again, the Gibraltar bowlers just struggling with their line, aren't they? And you have to say it might just be down to the rotation of the left-hand, right-hand combination. So Reyes, in his final over of his spell, struggling a little bit here. That's better, and it should just be cut off as Whelan watches well, and they turn and go for the second. That's really good bit of running from these two. Again, just really good intense running, just pushing that first one hard, coming back nice and easily for the second. He looks to go big, and he squirts this as 1. And it's a big, big opportunity, and he's taken it. Has the Advanator. Well, Nikhil Advani does really well as he watches one, and I'm sure this was spinning. And Reyes gets that wicket, and he's wanted. And once again, Saheem Hussain has to go, and Advanator does really well, does Advani. As Hussain has to go, he did really well, didn't he, for his 64 off of 31 deliveries. As that man comes in on your screen, Ishan De Silva. He's going to have to go now, isn't he, these two? Chris Lakov. He's the in batsman. He's set off 17 off of just 20. But we know that he can go big. And Ishan De Silva, well, he batted really well yesterday for his 59 off of 45 deliveries off of the check bowling. And Ajay Reyes, he's going to be looking to really accelerate now. And again, really just a good example of just how close these teams are in terms of talent and skill. A little bit of separation in terms of all of the rankings. With Romania higher up, but they're struggling this tournament so far. Reyes continues. That's a good first ball, but Da Silva let's push this into the offside and they come back comfortably for 2. That's well done by Louis Bruce down there in the deep. So Reyes, he's got the wicket, the big, big wicket. Hussein really gonna put on the tight squeeze now. Now Gibraltar. It's well played by Da Silva. He just pushes that into the offside for a single. So he moves on to 3. And it brings the man who's, well, he's been in now for nearly 9 overs, Chris Lakov, just a 17 for him. Got a push now, hasn't he? The Bulgarian. As he pushes this into the leg side, and if he's timed this well enough, it could go for 4. I don't think Whelan's going to do really well as he cuts this off. This could be 2 runs. Whelan's done a really, really good job out in the deep. Let's just take a look at the bowling options here. Mark Gowles, he only went for the 11 runs off his 2 overs. Good economy from him. You see Matthew Whelan, well, he struggled this time around. Off of his for only over. Maybe Bruce is going for the 9 as well. There is plenty of bowling options for Gibraltar, and we're going to see another one now. Samath bowled that. Well, he's going to come into the attack, and he bowled really, really well, didn't he? Up against Hungary. 3 for 26. And he made a game of it, did. That man, Bodda, for Gibraltar. He was taking key wickets. As you saw Matthew Whelan out in the deep and that far end. Well, he's just joined me over here on the other side now. As Matthew Whelan getting those 10,000 steps in a day. Shan Da Silva just having a look here as Bodda starts well. The beginning of his spell. Right on the mark straight away is Bodda. And this game can just be changed with a matter of 1 over, can't it, from the batting perspective. Oh, he's taken him. Oh, that's an outstanding catch from Bodda for his 2nd delivery in the over. And the big man, Ishan Da Silva, has to go. It's a really, really good bit of bowling from Bodda as he comes on and takes a wicket straight away. Angling in, and Da Silva just gets all tangled up, doesn't he? Gets in the right mess. And Bodda, you can see how much that means. And that's another for the man there. And it brings a new man in. Mr. Salza coming in. As I think we're going to go to a drinks break here as the wicket falls in the 9th. Chris Lakov on your screen there. I'm sure there'll be a bit of a conversation as we're going to take this moment to go ahead and take a look at what's going on over in Sweden. Just a bit of the delay. Decided not to go to Malta. It was there just in between innings, which is all good. Is the drinks break as it's quickly over. As we continue on here, it brings a new man in. Gosh, Da Silva. Kevin Da Silva, correction. And he's on strike now as we continue here in the 10th over. And the GSL bunny, look at him, he was really, really well. Again, really good to see, really good conversations going on in the chat just about international tournaments and so forth. As Lakov, well, he's going to have to go big now, isn't he? It's a really good ball from Valletta as he just squirts this one into the leg side. And it's just going to be a single as it's cut off by that man, Louis Bruce. Really, really good job. And again, Valletta right on the mark. He does really, really well. And somehow Valletta, wow, what a first over this has been for the man. And it's a really good one. There's a chance for another one here. And he takes it. And Mark Gow's safe hands his buckets out in the covers. And Samath Valletta takes 2 from his first over. And the other set batsman goes. And Gow's just hands the ball over. What a catch that was from that man there. And he just felt, well, Lakov had to go, didn't he? Had to try and go big. And Valletta, again, that man who comes in and takes the wickets for Gibraltar. What a way for that first. So what a way to get back into the game for Valletta. As that brings us to the end of his over. And what an over that was for Gibraltar. It was at the end of 10. Bulgaria, they're 95 for 4. There's loads. These wickets now becoming a bit of an issue for Bulgaria as Gibraltar. Well, their tails are up now, aren't they, as they look to make it their first victory here in match number 10. And we're going to see that man again, Avinash Pai, coming into the attack. And Maya Patel just in the chat, just saying years ago, when I've had these players playing or know that they were playing, now getting streamed on YouTube and accessible to the whole world. Well, that's what we like to do here on the European Cricket Network, and it's been an absolute pleasure bringing this coverage here as Avinash Pai continues here in the 11th. And De Souza, more than a capable batsman, just taps this into the leg side as he moves on to 3. And again, there's just a couple of questions about Hungary and their reason for a lack of ICC ranking. Well, due to the pandemic, they weren't able to get any games scheduled at all, so the ICC didn't rank them the following year. As Asad Ali, it's a really nice way to get off the mark for Ali Rahmatullah. Mark Gow's that man again with a really good arm, and it's just going to be the 2 runs for Asad Ali as he gets off the mark. And at this stage, Gibraltar it's a good shot again from Asad Ali. He's looking confident on that back foot as he plays a similar shot this time in front of square. And just at this stage, after 10.5 overs, Gibraltar were 105, so Bulgaria not too far behind in terms of the run rate, keeping up with it on there. Just the wickets column being an issue now. There's that one. Well, that's a lovely shot from De Souza as it's chased away from Hatchman and the deep, and I think he's going to get there, and he does really well. does the hard work and gets it in, and it's just going to be the 2 runs. So it's a good job from the men out there in the deep. Now Ash Pye, just a bit wide at this point. Again, wide, and Mark Gales, he gets down well and collects it well. It could be close here. I think he's all good. I think it is Asad Ali as he comes in safely. But again, really good work from Mark Gales on the 45. And Avinash Pye just straying a bit wide. Sounds like really timed that well. He's in well within his crease. Slides his bat in well. Does the basics right. So Pye finishes over. Goes straight up. Zachary Simpson collects it. And with no one backing up, it keeps hold of it. And it brings us to the end of the 11th. In Bulgaria, 105 for 4. And just take a moment. Obviously, just to let you know, there's obviously more cricket going on the European Cricket Network this week. Rika and Rhino doing an excellent job up in Sweden. It's quarter-finals day up there. Plenty of exciting cricket, not only here in Malta, but up in Sweden. But it's really enjoying myself here. Charlie Hunter here for the European Cricket Network in Malta. And thoroughly enjoying myself, bringing you some really, really good cricket, some tight cricket as well. And this game really means a lot for both teams. There's a lot of pressure on the number 5 and 6 batsmen here.
Come in a little, mate. That way, that way.
This is just a couple of field placements. It's being adjusted. As Bowler continues, and gets it in a really good area. And there he is again. Simpson cuts it off for just the one. It's really good bit of fielding from Zachary Simpson. We'll see later on today. As Bodder continues. The Salza looks to go big, doesn't quite get this, and Matthew Whelan does really well, cuts this off. It's just going to be the one. Really good work from the man there. And obviously later on today, here on Friday the 13th of May, you've got the Czech Republic as they go up against Romania. Asad Ali finds the edge, does Bodder, and it's just going to be the one run as they come through. Well done by Advani down there. And yeah, Czech Republic, they're going to face Romania. Romania, they're just struggling. That's going to be a scheduled time of 12 o'clock local time. As the Salzers on strike. Hits that well down the ground. It should just be cut off by Louis Bruce. He does well. He looked to go, but I don't think they're going to go as it just kicks off the pitch. That man there, Joe Marples, does really, really well. The Salza looks to go big, and lucky for him, doesn't catch this well enough. And it's just going to be a single again to Louis Bruce here at long on. Good noise in the field. And the Salza, if it's going to be up there in the block, he's going to look to go straight. It is. It squirts out into the leg side, and Louis Bruce comes around to cut it off and does really well again. Keeps it to the one. This is again a really, really good over from Samath Bodat, and he does really well. As at the end of the 12th, Bulgaria, they're 109 for 4. Just off that over, ended up being the 6th from it as we get to take a look at the standings. And these two at the bottom, you just see there, obviously we've got Czech Republic and Romania. Well, they're up next. Romania 2 losses from 2 games. Well, they're just going to look to get that first one on the board. As it looks like it's going to be the man who took the catch of the, again, a really important wicket of Chris Lakov. Mark Gow's coming back into the attack. Bodat just 2 for 9 off of his 2 overs. Really, really good spell from him. Once again, doing an splendid job for Gibraltar. And Mark Gow's a good start. It's just put it into the leg side. It's going to come back for 2. And it's a good arm. You'd argue maybe just the wrong end. But it's good fielding again from that man, Samath Bodat, out there in the deep. He looks to go big. Samath Bodat, well, he's overrun it. And he's gone under it. And he's going to go for 4 runs. Well, Samath Bodat just struggling to see it there as he came in and he had to readjust but didn't quite do enough. De Souza not getting all of this. You just see there he was coming in. If he stayed still, wouldn't really have had to move a muscle. Well, De Souza, that's another 4 for Bulgaria here in the chase. And again, just not far off the run rate as to where Gibraltar were at this point as Gowns is in again for the reply. It's a really good reply. And Zachary Simpson, the man, does really, really well. That brings Asad Ali, who's just sat on 7 off of his 6 deliveries. That's a good shot. As well, he got there and he went with the feet and couldn't quite get there. It's a bit of a full toss from Mark Giles and just pierced through the hands of the man there. And Hatchman, you can see he was going and he went with the feet with a slide tackle. Tackle 2-footed, but couldn't get there. That's another boundary as they're now just 1 behind where Gibraltar were at this point, but with 4 wickets down. So we could be on for another really tense finish here. Asad Ali with a really nice shot into the covers is Matthew Whelan. This man's been everywhere on the ground at this point. So it brings Souza back on strike. And again, same angle again, but there's that man there. Duracell Bunny does really well. Oh no, he's clinging on to his thigh there. You don't want to see another injury, especially from the Duracell Bunny. He's hobbling along as at the end of the 13th over. Bulgaria, they find themselves 123 for 4. And at this stage, Gibraltar, well, they were 126 after 13 for no loss. And this over coming up for Gibraltar, well, they didn't score a boundary. And there were 2 boundaries in that over with the 14 coming off it. It's a good over again for Bulgaria as these two just looking to settle down again. As it's this man again, Samath Bodat. He's gone for just the 2 for 9 off his 2 overs. It's Asad Ali on strike. That's well bowled from Valletta. So he just plays this one back. As there's just a bit of a swapping of fielders. Let us know what your thoughts are at the moment, as it could be set for another tense finish here in Malta. Vallatta's back in. Follows him. And that's the man there. Andy Ray has just been swapped to go there. Does a good job. And keeps it to a 1. As we just see here, just flicks it into the leg side. Bit of an inside edge, doesn't quite middle it. De Souza goes hard on the ground. It's going to take some cutting off, but Louis Bruce does really well. And he could take them here. And he does well to get back to Zassad Ali. But again, really good work from Louis Bruce down here at long on. If we get another look here. Hits it well, does Kevin De Souza. And Louis Bruce doing really well to come around and cut that off. He's having a really good game. He's back in the game, isn't he? So we just look here. And again, does the basics well, does Zassad Ali as we come back with De Souza on strike. It's Fuller. It's played into... Somebody's done really well from Christian Rocco. Not bad for the second oldest international debut in T20s. I'm sure he's not going to enjoy me mentioning that. This is really good from the young 19-year-old Samath Valletta. Just really constant on that line of length. Just really gets a wicket when you need it as he comes around the wicket now to Zassad Ali. It's full toss and into the leg side. Oh, and it just goes through Reyes, but I think he's got enough on it, and he does really well. Manages, again, just to keep it to the single. And Gibraltar lads have been really, really good in the field at the moment, and you have to say they've held high standards of themselves. They've done well here. Vallatta's in to finish his second over. But it goes up, and De Souza, when he's got all of that, that's going to take 1, 2 bounce, and that's going to go for 4. Good shot from Kevin De Souza, as it's almost a bit of a slot delivery, wide of the crease. Gives him the license, he goes over the top, and it runs away for 4 runs. Not the way that Samath Valletta would have wanted to finish that over, as he ends up going for 9 off that over. As you take this time, say once again, thanks to those with putting your input into the chat. The usuals in there: Luke Belgium, James Stewart, Maiden Waters, and Mayur Patel. Really, really good to see all of you and everyone watching as well. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from us here in Malta. Had a really good time here, as it's going to be Avinash Pai to continue once again. Well, Mark Gow's doing really well in his over. So Avinash Pai, he's going to continue here in the 15th. As the equation at the moment in the chase, Bulgaria just falling a little bit behind now. 82 required off of 36. And Zassad Ali looks to accelerate. This is going to squirt over the infield, and that man again, he looks all right now, doesn't he, Zachary Simpson? He gets it in, and he does well. And it's just going to be the 2 runs. Good from the Duracell Bunny. So, Avinash Pai just struggling to get it to dart it in and keep these batsmen down, as they've done really well to rotate the strike, have these 2. And boundary, a little bit of a dry spell, but 3 in the last 2 overs. And I think he's got him, and that's a really good bit of work from Joseph Marples. And Zassad Ali just lifting that back foot. He has to go, and Avinash Pai gets the wicket. It's really good work from the man with the gloves as we take another look here. just floated a little bit up, and he's no way near. Is there anything new? As soon as those stumps were taken out, let's just get another look. He steps forward, doesn't he? From out the crease. He's miles away. It's really good work, good hands from Joseph Marples, and he knew as soon as he took the stumps there that they were gone. So another wicket down. Bulgaria 134 for 5. And again, really good work from Joe Marples as it brings in number 4 on the shirt, Amar Razul. He's going to come in now at number 7. More than a capable batsman of hitting runs, but he's got a lot to do here, hasn't he? 80 off of 34 now for Bulgaria. They're now 134 for 5. So Avinash Pai getting the wicket there. So brings Rasool on now. Well, got a bit of treatment, didn't he, the leg spinner? Couldn't quite land it on the right spot. What can he do here? He's now with the bat in hand. Avinash Pai darts this one in. A good start from Avinash Pai. As he just gives him a little quicker one, just to keep him awake. Good shot from Rasool as he just clips this over Avinash Pai. And he just goes through for the one. A bit of words between the two. Sure, it's all friendly. As everything here has been played in the right spirits of the game here this week. This is going to be a bit of a change of field as they want to pack that leg side boundary. What does Salza? He's more than capable, isn't he? As he's now sat on 24 off of just 15 deliveries. He's just quietly gone about his business, isn't he? Again, a more than capable batsman. He's got plenty of runs for Bulgaria. Just the 2 boundaries for him. He's striking at 160 at the moment. And looks to go big, but doesn't get this. It's going to be dragged into the leg side. Good captaincy from Avinash Pai. And just going to be the 1 run. Brings Rasool back on strike. Pai finishes over. Wow, Rasool looks to go big. Whelan, is he going to get under there? I don't think he is. And it's going to end up. It's being, well, eventually being brought in for just a single. And Rasool, he's got to go, isn't he? He knows that there's quite a lot of, he's going to have to go at 15s and over now. So that brings us to the end of the 15th over. Bulgaria 137 for 5. As we just see here, Prakash Mishra going without facing, and then Saheem Hussain, well, he went really, really well, didn't he? 64 off of 31, but holding out to the man at cover and just couldn't get going again, have they, Bulgaria? Just struggled here, but De Souza, he's moved on to 25 now. And Rasool, once again, he's a more than capable batsman. And we're going to see the young man again. Louis Bruce is returning into the attack. And there's a really, really good bit of fielding. There's high energy in the field for Gibraltar at the moment. There's Louis Bruce with just 9 runs off his first over. A good start from Louis Bruce. Just can't quite cut that one off. And Marsa just doing a good job, just getting Kevin back on strike. Kevin De Souza here. Good noise out in the field from Gibraltar as Kevin Souza on strike. He's going to have to go big here. It's a full toss. Well, there's a man out there. Oh, Hatchman. It's the second one that he's put down now. This time in the deep, and if you feel they could have taken that one, then just think that could have been the game there. Just didn't really set himself, did he? Did Hatchman. Louis Bruce coming well here with the ball again. Just see now they've just fallen behind as Jib accelerated onto 157 at this point. Bulgaria just trailing behind now. That's going to be a dot ball. And Kevin De Souza, well, he just looks there and just thinks, well, okay, that's where we're going to go with this. And I think he did a good call there, did umpireship. And again, umpiring's been consistent this week, which is pretty much all you can ask for from the officials. This is Fuller. And Louis Bruce just lets this one go through. It should just be a single. Now they're turning and going. Wow, wayward throw from Gals, and Marples comes round. And just saying, come on lads, let's lift it again. And you just think Louis Bruce could have maybe just got something on that as it went past them, but they're going to come back for the two. Good running from Bulgaria. 72 off 26 now. He hits this well down the ground, and Whelan again comes round to collect this and does a really good job, picks it up cleanly, and they're going to come back for the two. It's really good work from Whelan today out in the deep. Testing that arm. As the Souza facing up now, he moves on to 31. Looks to go big, and he could pick out Whelan here. Oh, he doesn't just get enough on it, but Whelan again comes around and does really well. Keeps this to just the one. It's really good work from Matthew Whelan here at long off, as that brings us to the end of the 16th. Bulgaria 145 for 5. You see here, well, Samath Bodat once again the pick of the bowlers. 2 wickets for him. And going for just 18 off of his 3 overs. You just feel they're just going to hold him back now. Just going to hold him back and wait for him until that last over. Well, once again, I think I might be proven wrong here. Samath Bodat looks like he's about to come on to bowl his final over at the far end. Don't get it right all the time. No. Bit of a mix-up. And it's going to be Avinash Pai to finish his spell. So I was right. They are going to hold that man back. Samath Bodat. So Avinash Pai on for just the 23 1. 23 runs for him in his 3 overs with the 1 wicket. It was a really good wicket, was that, getting to remove Asad Ali, Matula. Matula, as he was stumped by the wicketkeeper, Joseph Marples. It was really, again, really good to get a bit of an insight into the player from this tournament yesterday. With the Souza, looks to go big, and I think he's got all of this, and he's got all of this one. As the Souza goes big into the leg side, that's going to be 6 runs for Bulgaria. They're going to need a few more of those if they're going to get close to this mammoth total of 214, the target. We're just going to lose this ball into the palm trees by the looks of it. And it's fair to say that Bulgaria, they haven't given up, have they? Just slowly starting to fall behind now as at this stage. At this stage, obviously Gibraltar, well, they were 161 at this point. A big over in the 15th, dear Gibraltar, with 20 coming from it. Can never apply it. Avinash Pai. DeSalza looks to go big, and it's Louis Bruce under it. Well, he's fallen. Well, he just slipped, and he's a bit unlucky there. And it's going to go for another boundary. If we just take a look at the replay here, it doesn't quite get all of this. It's a big hit down to the deep there, and you just see there, look, just slips, loses his footing, and just eventually goes over him. And you have to say it's really unlucky. Not much that Louis Bruce could do is DeSalza. He moves into the 40s now. And if Bulgaria are going to get close, it's going to fall on this man's shoulders, isn't it? Kevin DeSalza. Good reply. Well, it's not going to be a good reply. It's going to be another 4. Well, this could be the over that changes things. DeSalza, that's 3 consecutive boundaries for him now. Avinash Pai just getting taken to the cleaners a bit here. He just splits the fielders, hang in the middle of them, and even though Matthew Whelan, well, he's done really well, isn't he? As we're going to have to go into a second new ball, third ball of this over, as it gets lost in the bushes in there. We're going to need another over of like this, as Avinash Pai is going to come around the wicket now. 17 coming off. 14 coming off of this over already. Oh, and he goes big again. And there's a man out there. And he takes it on the second attempt. And it's that man. Hatchman does really well. He takes us on the second attempt, and third time's a charm as the man, DeSalza, he goes for 46. And you just have to feel that that might be the game now. Really, really good fighting innings from Kevin DeSalza. 46 off of 25 deliveries for him, with 4 fours and that 1 maximum. It's a good innings again. Just can't keep going. And again, it's another batsman who gets a start. And it's good from Avinash Pai, who went for 6-4-4 off his first 3 deliveries. Well, now manages to grab a wicket. And Hatchman, he'll be happy with that. Dropped 2 earlier on in the game. Manages to take the 3rd chance. As that brings in Jacob Albin. And I think, well, Kevin DeSalza, I think he had to go for it. The run rate creeping up. It's now at 16.5 and over. And he really did have to go. Really need a big over. Possibly needed 2 or 3 more big overs. As that now brings Amar Rasool on strike. Looks to go big. Oh, and Marples. It's a wide delivery, and Marples, well, he did really well earlier to get the stumping off of Avinash Pai. Just misses out here. Just snatching at this one a little bit was Joseph Marples. We get to have another look. He would have been well miles away from his crease, but yeah, just snatching at it. Big appeal. It's not going to be given by the umpire. This is a really good comeback from Avinash Pai, with the wicket coming from this, but being dispatched 3 times in the over already. Oh, and that's the second one. It's a second missed stumping opportunity for Marples, and you just think that first one might have held a bit of, as he went. And you can just see Marples just going too early, just trying to get that stumping before he's even collected the ball. As that brings us to the end of the 17th, and Bulgaria up 160 for 6. They're struggling now, aren't they? 54 needed off of the last 3. Louis Bruce is going to continue here. 17 coming off of his first 2 overs. brings the new man, Jacob Albin, on strike. He's got to go big from the off, hasn't he? I don't think they're going to fall without trying. It's going to be a leg side wide to start the over.
No pressure, Luke.
Can Louis Bruce find that spot again? And he does. It's a really good reply. A bit of an appeal, but I think it's just going to be that bat touching the ground. It's a really, really good reply from Louis Bruce. Just back of a length, just dropped into the offside to Christian Rocker. It's going to be 1 run into the offside. And it brings Rasul on strike. Man, we've seen can hit a long ball. And this is going to go down the track, down. It's going to be 2 runs. Samath Bodat does a really good job. And it's going to be 2 runs to the total as they move on to 165 to Bulgaria. And again, the energy throughout this entire innings from Bulgaria in the field has been really, really good. He hits this well, does Rasul. It should just be the one. Turn and go. It goes to the keeper's end. I think he's going to be okay. It's good running by these two in the middle. There's that equation now. He's getting up at above 20 and over. Just struggling a little bit. Every ball that doesn't go the distance, that run rate creeps up. Advances, looks to go big, and I think he's got all of that. Has he got all of that? It's going to be, I think that's going to go for 4 runs, and he doesn't quite get all of it. Hatchman just completely misjudging this, doesn't he? As he's just 1 bounce before the rope. He actually times it really well. Does Rasul, and again, just proving, oh, why am I so low down the order? Done it time and time again in ECS competitions as we've seen him. And he's an international recognised 50 against Malta before, back in 2021. Comes down the track and squeezes this into the offside. Should just be 1 as Avinash Pai collects. And brings Albin. That brings us to the end of the 18th over. And once again, Bulgaria, it's a good innings from them in context of this game. Just isn't going to quite be enough. I could be wrong. 43 now off the last 2. It's a very, very big ask, and it's 21 and a half and over. But Rasul, he's on strike, as it's going to be Mark Gals to come on and complete his spell. And Rasul, well, we have seen him in ECS tournaments for MU Sofia, and also in international T20s for Bulgaria before this tournament. I mentioned he has hit a 50 against Malta last year, so he is capable for the man batting at number 6. As he looks to advance down the track, and he misses out on this one. Mark Gauger says, right, give me the ball back, let's go again. He's a really, really good batsman, is Omar. And he may feel he's just a little bit wasted down the bottom, as he likes to give himself a bit of time and then move on. As this one, it's going to be hit around the corner. Samath Bodat picks it up really well. And it's a good bit of fielding from him as they trickle through for the single. going to be off the pads, and it's again just going to be a leg by into the leg side for a single. Again to that man there, somehow ball that. And just a bit of information for the next game. Romania, they won the toss, and they're going to have another bat. So we're going to see that man, Taranjit Singh, with the bat in hand again. They do come back for that after this game. Rasul goes big, and I think he's got all of this, and he has. That's going to go all the way. It's going to clear the rope. That's 6 runs for Rasul, and again, proving where he should be. I do have to agree with some of the comments in the chat, saying 6 is a little bit too low, and we've seen him. He is, again, a really talented batsman. Shows really good temperament. And I think if he could be pushed up to the top of the order, I think it could be a really good option, as he can show that he can advance and hit that long ball. So, Mark Guy's going to need a reply here in his final over. And that's going to, again, just be squirted into the leg side for a single. He's giving his runs for Rasul. He moves on to 20 off of just 14. And I think, you know, Prakash Mishra up the top of the order. He's in there. He's one of those, he's either just going to go big or go home, isn't he? So, Mark Giles finishes this one, as it's just going to end up being a single. It's, again, a good spell from Mark Giles. It's the first time we've seen him with the ball in hand. He goes for 34 off of his 4 overs, as it takes us into the final game. Final over of this innings and of this match. Match number 10 here in the Valletta Cup 2022 here in Malta. And it's going to be that young man. He did so well with the bat. And he's going to finish it off now with the ball. Louis Bruce to finish his over here. That's a good start from Louis Bruce. Really, really good start from him. Just sort of does Jacob Albin here. Can't get anything on it. So, at this point now, I think it's completely out of the equation mathematically. As long as there's no wides or no balls, Gibraltar should do this with no extras. Well, that's going to fly over the keeper's head. I don't know if he's going to have the wheels. Varney gives chase. It does well. Cuts that one off. It's going to be 3 runs. Good running again by Omar Rasul and Jacob Albin. Louis Bruce, a little bit hard done by. It wasn't a terrible ball. Just clipped over. Bulgaria now 184 for 6. And Rasul, well, that's a lovely shot. That's going to go for 4 runs. And Omar Rasul in vain with an absolutely thrashing drive over the top as he advances down the track, as we've seen him do many times, with a really, really good shot. A lovely shot for Omar Rasul as he moves on now to 24. 26 required off these last 3, so mathematically it's not going to happen. Rasul drags this into the leg side, and Andrew Ray is going to give chase out there. He's going to cut this one off and does well. So they come back for the 2. And 2 balls remaining now. Rasul goes big. He's not quite got all of this. I think it's just going to be the 1 run as Samath Boda just collects this one and gives a strike to Albin. So Rasul, well, he's done well, isn't he? Coming in at number 6, just facing a handful of deliveries, and ends up on 27 off of 17. So it's a good innings from him, just sort of maybe putting his name in that, just saying, look, I feel like I'm wasted down here. But Louis Bruce, final ball of the innings here. It's going to be pushed into the leg side, and they're probably just going to run. They're going to look for the 2, but it's just going to end up being the 1 run. So Gibraltar They finally get on the board with a win, and you can see just how much that means to them. And it's a really, really good performance from all of them. And you can just see that even though they've done the job on the pitch, there's a good amount of sportsmanship as they shake hands. And really, really convincing win from Gibraltar here. So we take a look at the highlights. Well, first up, Avinash Pai. Prakash Mishra didn't even get to face the delivery, didn't you see that? And see how much that meant, look. There was absolute scenes on the pitch, and then Osman Hussain came in, didn't he, at number 3? And he got going, he did really, really well. As he ended up on 64. Ended up just falling as Andrew Reyes, with his pace, ended up, as you can see here, just fell to the man, Nikhil Advani. He'll be happy that he took that. And then Samat Bodat, well, he came on, he won really, really well, as he ended up with figures of 2 for 18 off of his 3 overs. He'll be really, really happy once again coming on and taking wickets for the Gibraltar team. And ever since then, struggled there, didn't he, Samat Bodat. Kevin Souza, along with Omar Rasul, showing a bit of resistance as Kevin D'Souza ending up on 46 off of 25. And Rasul ended up not out, 27 off of 17. So, brings an end to match number 10 here. And Gibraltar, they beat Bulgaria by 21 runs. Good work from Marples. Missed a couple later on. It was a good one. Yeah, that's how Ali in this one. This went the distance in it. Just dropped in the outfield. But really good overall from Gibraltar. A couple missed chances, a couple unlucky drops. But they'll be happy that they've managed to get their first win on the board. And obviously we heard from Joseph Marples yesterday. This was a game that they felt that they really, really could go ahead and get their first victory. So that allows us to take a little bit of a break here as we continue in about 20 minutes or so with match number 11, game 2 here on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Valletta Cup as we return with the next game of the Czech Republic versus Romania. Romania, well, they'll be batting. My name's been Charlie Hunt. Thank you ever so much for joining me here for the first game of the day. And we'll be back in 20 minutes. You're watching the Valletta Cup here on the European Cricket Network. And a very good afternoon and a warm welcome back to the lovely Malta, the Marsa Sports Complex here. And you join us for match number 2 here today. Match number 11 here in the Valletta Cup 2022 edition here on the European Cricket Network. My name's Charlie Allen. It's been a pleasure to bring you the previous 10 games as we move on to the 11th now. And if you're watching on the YouTube chat, on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel, good afternoon to you as we just tick over into the afternoon. Or if you're watching in India on Fancode, a very good afternoon to you, and I hope you're all okay. And I hope we're really, really looking forward to it. What can only be described as another interesting contest here today as Romania, well, they look to get their first victory on the board as they're yet to trouble the points board as they win the toss and they're going to go ahead and have a bat first. Well, I think if you're Romania, you do feel that they may have just been thinking about what happened yesterday where Czech Republic, they went on to score 258 off of their innings. So Romania going to open up here, and it's going to be the same pair that we've seen over the last couple of games for Romania. It's going to be Sathisan and Taranjit Singh to open up. Sathisan, the skipper, alongside Taranjit Singh, who carries a lot of hype around his name. And we're just about to get ready, underway here. Start of match number 11 here, as he just picks this one into the leg side for a single. And a battle here, and a win here for the Czech Republic. Well, that would mean that there's going to be a really tight battle on for that second position between themselves and Hungary, who obviously meet tomorrow. As Sazi Bhuyan is opening up here from the commentator's end. And Taranjit Singh, and he gets off, should get off the mark here with a really well-timed drive, but a shotgun. Doing really well in the covers to just keep that to a single. It's a good start from him after he had a bit of a tough day in the field yesterday. But Romania, they're going to be looking to get their first points on the board here. As Bhuyan continues. Sathisan on the cut, that's going to go through the infield, and it's just going to be a single as there is a man covering the offside boundary. Here in the power play of game number 2 today. See 3 games a day here, and obviously loads more cricket on the European Cricket Network with games up in Sweden and the ECS up there as well. And a bit of an appeal from Bhuyan, umpire doesn't seem interested, so it's going to be a dot ball. Taranjit Singh just looks to cut this through the offside, doesn't get anything on it, goes a little bit too close, not really much foot movement there either. And Romania, well, they're the highest ranked team this week, not getting off to the start that they would have liked. As Taranjit Singh gets this one through the covers, it's just going to end up being a 1 run as it's the good bit of field placement by the skipper for Czech Republic, Aruna Shokan. As you see Bhuyan on your screen, he's going to be keen to carry on as he's bowled really well. That's a couple of days. This is short, and Sathisan, he's going to go big. Well, that's going to be the first boundary of this game, and it's going to be a maximum from Ramesh Sathisan. Just rocks back. This one just drops his length, doesn't he? Bhuyan, and goes towards deep square leg. It goes all the way. 6 runs for the Romanian. It's a really good way to end that over. 10 coming off it. 10 for none off the first over. Obviously, 3 games today, 3 games tomorrow, and then we move on to Sunday, which is going to be finals day. So, and tomorrow we're going to be looking at some really tight games again as we start tomorrow with Hungary versus the Czech Republic. Gibraltar, well, they come back against Romania, and who knows, Romania could still be looking for their first victory in that game. And then we finish with Malta as they take on Bulgaria. And then we have the 5th and the 6th playoff early on Sunday morning. And at midday, we have the 3rd and 4th. And then we finish with the final hit of the Valletta Cup 2022. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you the coverage here in Malta. And once again, a huge thank you to those in the YouTube chat. Really, really have embraced your involvement throughout the last couple of days. I had some really lovely messages as well on my Instagram and from people watching all around the world. Really good to see European cricket being played internationally and being provided a platform as T20Is, the tank, is opening up for the far end. It just stays a little bit low. This pitch just shows a little bit of variance as Taranjit Singh yet to hit a boundary after that first over, only facing 3 deliveries before that one. Malta, well, they'll be pretty happy. 4 from 4, they're ready. And they're pretty much certain for the final on Sunday. As Singh just plays this into the offside. Should just be the one, as that man there just cuts it off. Good work from Sengupta, who we're certainly going to see with the ball later on in the innings, as it brings Ramesh Sathisan. Well, Sathisan's just struggled a little bit, hasn't he, this tournament? Well, the entire Romanian team has struggled really, apart from Taranjit Singh. And we're sure to know that they do feel if they're going to set a defendable total, Taranjit Singh is going to have to be the man. Come off, Sathisan lets this one come through. It's a good area from T20Is. Obviously, we're off the back of what was Gibraltar's first win in the tournament up against Bulgaria. Bit of a collapse and a few comments just about Bulgaria's lineup and in terms of who bats where. And I think there's definitely somewhere that they can reevaluate as we see the T20Is coming in. Well, he looked as if he was getting a bit excited, but it's just given a wide by the umpire there. Well, Sathisan goes over the top, hasn't quite got all of this, could be out. Well, Divisi does well, and he comes around, and they run the 2 hit. There's a good bit of running for Romania. Sathisan looking to go over the top, but doesn't get all of it. Let's just see here. Just short of the slot, I would say, as he goes after it. And Divisi, well, he's interested, and then does well just to pick it up cleanly. And it's only going to be the 2 runs. And Sathisan cuts that through, and he's played that really well, and he's got all of that. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Really, really good shot as he just rocked back, played this through the angle, and just runs away over the boundary. It's 4 runs for Sathisan. It's his 2nd boundary in this innings, first 4. So Romania, they're really going to be looking to trouble the points column on the table. As he plays a similar shot. And it's just going to be the single. As that brings us to the end of the 2nd. And Romania, they move on to 19 for no loss. And we're going to be able to take a look here at this table. Well, that win for Gibraltar puts them into 4th position at the moment. And they're going to be quite happy with that, as Romania, they still are yet to get, as we just take a look here, Romania yet to get a win on the board, are they? Malta pretty comfortable at the top, 4 from 4. Hungary, the unranked team this week, they're 3 wins from their 4 games. Czech Republic, 2 from their 3. Again, with that astounding run rate after taking Bulgaria's bowlers all around the park. As we return to live action, it's going to be Buyan to continue. And Sathisan looks to go big. Doesn't get all of this. It's going to run over the infield. It's going to run away for 4 runs. Sathisan on the charge. looks to make the most of this power play. As Buyan, not a terrible ball, and it's just one. He swings hard, doesn't get all of it, but goes over the infield, and then this outfield is absolutely electric. If he can get it over the top, and it runs away. 4 runs for Romania. That's a good shot from Sathisan. He's timed this well, and the fielder gives chase, but he's not. It's going to be in vain as that goes all the way. Another 4 runs for Romania, and Sathisan, well, he's on fire. Sathisan going really well here early on in this innings. Buyan, wow, he's going to need a response here, isn't he? Sathisan, wow, that's a lovely shot again. That's going to be 1 bounce 4, 2 bounce possibly, and it trickles over. Sathisan really looking promising here for Romania. Just struggled early on in this week. He looks like he's found his rhythm. As Romania, they run on to 31 for no loss. Can he have a response? He goes again, and that's going to be the same result. As that's going to, well, it does plug a little bit actually. It's just plugging over here, and it's not going to go. There could be a bit of a mix-up here. I don't know if they've actually ended up getting any runs off that. I think that might be a dot ball. I think it is going to be a dot ball. That has just plugged as it's got down here, and it's not going to be, it's going to end up being a dot ball. Well, well, well. You have to say that Sathisan, he's missed out there, hasn't he? Just seems to, everything just seems to be plugging as it comes down to this region near me. Here, long on, long off. Oh, and he goes for a big shot there. Doesn't quite come off, does it, for the Romanian skipper? Just take a look here. Again, in the corridor. Again, probably in the slots. It's Sathisan. Well, he'll feel that he's missed out there. Last ball of the over. Oh, and this goes into the leg side. Again, it's going to plug. And it's going to just end up being the 2 runs. So they have to run everything here now, aren't they, up? And they're going to learn that the hard way. As that's going to be another 2 runs towards the total. As we finish the 3rd, Romania 33 for 3. Off of 3 overs for no loss of a wicket. And there's just a question in the chat. Well, Romania's leading wicket taker. He's up there in the records. Pavel Florin. He's not here this week, and I've also read similar things to those in the chat. He's just stepping down from international cricket to allow players like players along the lines of Marian Gerasim, who's 15 years of age, and he's here this week with the Romanian squad. So, but Pavel Florin will be sorely missed by viewers and by the Romanian team for sure. Now, Ramesh Sathisan is finding areas of the ground that's just plugging, and maybe the outfield hasn't been cut over the last few hours this morning. I know the infield certainly was. Oh, and Taranjeet Singh just misses out there, as you can see his partner at the other end going big and wants to get in a bit of the action. Doesn't quite get this one, as Sathisan now goes down to have a chat. Well, Sathisan, he struggled this week. It looks like he's going to be coming off here. So he's 29 off of just the 13 deliveries. Well, that's a lovely shot from Taranjeet Singh, but there's a man out there. So it's just going to end up being the single. So skipper out there, Ashokant, doing a good job. Brings that man on strike. Ramesh Sathisan. And Sathisan just gets a bit of bat on this and comes through for the single. Clavel Florin obviously being sorely missed here. But what he did for European cricket in the inaugural ECL back in 2019 in La Manga. He went viral, didn't he? He had members of players such as Ian Botham and the late Shane Warne tweeting about him, saying, well, this is what it means, the love of the game. And Pavel, I'm sure he's going to be watching here as his Romanian teammates. So I hope you're doing well as we go back to the Tiktomad. And Tanajit Singh, well, he hits that well. He's hit that. That's going to crunch all the way through for 4 runs. That's Taranjit's first boundary. Times this really well. No one's going to stop that. It races away to the boundary. 4 runs. Romania looking to make the most of this power play. Can the Tank Tamar have a reply? Well, it's short, and Taranjit Singh is going to rock back. I don't know if this has got the legs. It's just going to trickle over the boundary. It's 4 runs again for Taranjit Singh as he gets in on the action. Tank Tamar looking to correct himself, just a little bit too short. Singh not going to miss out on that. Rocks back, 4 runs for Romania. So the Tiktomad just ever so slightly struggling here. And it's short again, and Taranjit Singh again doesn't quite get all of this. He's going to give chase, but it's going to go for another boundary. At the end of that over, Romania, they find themselves on 47 for no loss, and that's a big over from the Tiktomad. 14 runs coming off of that over. 3 consecutive boundaries for Taranjit Singh, who gets in on the action now as he moves on to 16 off of 10 deliveries. As it's going to be change of bowling. Puyan comes out of the attack. Satyajit Sengupta. And he's going to come into the attack for the Czech Republic. So Gupta's gone really well. As we just acknowledge the officials for this game, as we have Tim Wheeler here at this close end, and we've got Sandeep Parnals at the other end. So Sathisan's on strike. Is this going to be down to the next side? Taranjit calls it well. There could be a bit of a mix-up. Taranjit just sort of almost gets in the way of Sengupta. Bit of a mix-up early on. Taranjit Singh, he wanted to go, didn't he? He wanted it to go. So Thisan, we said no. And then Taranjit Singh was put his arms out and just said, well, I'm here now. Might as well go for it. And they end up coming through safely for the single. Singh just plays this late under his nose and lets this one go through for a single into the offside. As that brings up the 50 for Romania. Just one shy of the 50. Correction, not just yet.
Where's John? John G. Johnny boy!
That's well adjusted from Sathisan as he looked to go big into the leg side, but just wasn't quite there and ends up just pushing this one back to the bowler. Ends up being a dot ball for the Czech Republic. Doesn't get that. Should just be the one, and I think it is. As it's that man there. Naveed Ahmed does really well out in the deep, and it just keeps it to a 1. Sengupta, it's a good first over from him here. Well, that's an absolute peach of a delivery. And does Taranjeet Singh, all ends up. Does Satyajit Sengupta. And Singh did really well not to get a nick on that. Great response from Sengupta. It's a really good first over, this is. Just the 3 coming off it so far. And he finishes strong, and it's going to end up being a dot ball. It's a really, really good first over from Sengupta. And it's just going to be the 3 off it, as at the end of the 5th, Romania are 54. There should be 50 for no loss. And once again, really good to have some insightful inputs in the chat. There's Phil G's in there, Craig Hampson, and Sadabjit Card. Really good to see you in there. Once again, really appreciative of everyone in the chat and everyone being so welcome as we continue here in the Valletta Cup. I really enjoyed my first 3 days as we're halfway through the week now. I really enjoyed myself, and I hope that I've been up to the standards that expected here now on the European Cricket Network. As Vinny, well, he landed safely last night up in Sweden as he looks ready to return to his commentary duties in Stockholm next week. And obviously Rico and Rhino bringing you great coverage up in Sweden at the moment in Landskrona. Quarterfinals day. As we continue here with some international T20 cricket. Romania in a 50 for none after 5. And they're just going to put this in. And it's going to be Devisi, the man who couldn't do anything wrong yesterday, couldn't put a foot wrong, could he? And got a really lovely century along with Stain. Both obviously still in this lineup, as that's just going to be put into the leg side for a single. You see that, the Romanians, they're looking a little bit beat, aren't they? No runs, no points on the board for them yet here in this tournament. And there was a lot of pressure on them, wasn't there? Coming in as favourites. As Singh goes big into the offside, and that's going to be a lovely shot. It's a great back foot cut shot from Taranjeet. It's going to be 4 runs for Romania. Back of a length from Devisi, gets punished. Taranjeet Singh, textbook stuff, 4 runs. A really good comeback from the Devisi as Taranjeet just plays this one back and gives it the respect that it deserves. This is a good start from Romania, going at more than 10 and over at this point. It's a slower ball, and Taranjeet Singh doesn't miss out on this one. And that's gone all the way. 6 runs for Taranjeet Singh. It's a slower ball, and he reads and he picks it. It's in the slot, and it goes the distance. Into the palm trees, into the jungle. 6 runs for Taranjeet Singh. And that's the Singh that we're used to seeing here on the European Cricket now, because he races away to 27 off of just 16 deliveries now. It's quicker, and Singh goes again. It's not going to go all the way, but it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs again into the jungle. Taranjeet Singh getting in on the action once again. Consecutive boundaries for him now. Devisi just trying to change it up and give it a reply. Overcompensates. Goes for 4 runs over the top again. This is going to be, I think it's going to be another 4, and it is. That's a lovely drive from Taranjeet Singh. He just waits on this and just punches this through the covers. And not a really good start for Devisi in that over, as he ends up going for 19 off it. Romania at the end of the power play, well, there's 69 for none. Really, really good start from these 2 openers here. As we've seen in the last couple of games, Taranjit Singh's been able to get off to a good start, but he's just not had the support, has he, from his opener, Ramesh Sathisan. But this time, Sathisan has gone really well, as he's 33 off of just 18 deliveries as well. It's really, really good batting from these two. Vizzy, they started well yesterday, did really well throughout the day, but this time, not the start that he would have wanted. Gives us an opportunity at the end of the power play. That's by Tim Wheeler, the umpire there. If you're in the chat, let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting. There's a regulars in there, know who you're going to be supporting. Do let us know. Some really good conversations in the chat, which I really, really enjoy seeing here. And Sathisan just trying to pull this one. I don't think it was really there to be pulled. Looking to the leg side. See, man out in the deep. No one as you can see there, no one on the infield on the leg side. And interesting, just as I say that, and moves over to the leg side. Oh, that's a really, really good delivery from Sengupta. He's bowling really, really well here. It's a really, really good delivery from Sengupta there. Steps across, hits this well. And is it just going to, just slows up as he gets down it? Well, that's a real shame for the fielder there. I think that's Smit Patel in front of me. Does the hard work of getting there, but can't quite cut it off, can he? The man, it is Smit Patel, gets through his legs. He did really well to get there, but he'll be disappointed that he can't quite cut that off. As Sathisan, well, he moves on to 37. Sathisan, well, he drives that well, and there's a man out there and should cut it off, and does really well. It's just going to end up being the singles. Good work from the man out there. And you see Underground Bodega, saying he's from Cali. Well, California, he says he chose Romania because he likes the yellow jerseys. Good array of colours on show throughout the week. As Taranjit Singh's on strike now. And this is going to be crunched into the offside again, and it's just going to be a single. The man doing the work out there. Ramakrishnan doing really good. Bit of fielding out there. As Vishak Yagana Visan, well, he was dropped out today. As had Shubhranshu Chowdhury. Chowdhury taking a few wickets, but just struggling to keep his economy rate down as he struggles with wides. Sathisan goes big into the offside. I think that's got the legs. Oh, well, that's a really good bit of work from Ramakrishnan out there. And it's going to end up being 2 runs, and that's really, really good from Shadan Ramakrishnan out there as we get to take another look at this. Sathisan looks to go big. And again, they're just caught ball watching, but they do end up coming back for the second. As this now sees the end of the over. Take another look at this. Really, really good work. He just judges this well. Does well to keep this in play. See, at the end of the 7th, Romania there 77 for no loss. Drinks being brought on, as it looks like we're going to see one of the main bowlers for the Czech Republic, Naveed Ahmed, into the attack. Right arm off spin. Sathisan, he's moved on to 40 off of just 23 deliveries. Good to see him coming off and in the runs again. And as you just see here, beautiful setting at the Marsa Sports Club here in Malta on the Mediterranean island. Just in between these 2 games that we had, we've in the second game now, went and just stood out in the middle. Really, really warm when you're out there. Not really much of a breeze earlier on, but there's just a little bit of a breeze coming across now. Sort of coming down towards us, towards the camera. Romania, well, you feel that they've come into this as the highest ranked team. Yeah, that they're going to get a victory at some point. As Naveed Ahmed starts here, and that's just going to be pushed out for the single. Naveed Ahmed's been picking the bowlers for this Czech Republic bowling unit. Thisan, he's going to look to go big. Wow, that would have been a really good catch if he could have taken it, but it's just going to go past him, and he runs away for just the single. So again, good areas from Naveed Ahmed. Naveed Ahmed is a man we've seen go really, really well. Taranjeet Singh just rocks back, and that just splits the field, and that's going to run away. 4 runs for Taranjeet Singh. Really, really good bit of batting here from Taranjeet Singh as he now moves into the 30s. It's a great shot from Singh. And once again, we're seeing him get close to that 50. He's done really, really well. He's been the main batsman for Romania in this tournament so far. That's a good reply from Ahmed as he darts this one, and it should just be the single, and it is going to be the one. But yeah, interesting to see Yagani Ivasan missing out. Just struggled with the bat, hasn't he, coming in at number 3 for the Czech Republic. And you do feel that if these two, if they can go big, be on for a tight game here. So he advances to Thisan. Oh, just bobbles. Just goes over. That's Sazim Bouyan as they come back for the 2. It's good running from Romanian. Yes, clever running from Romania. Steps across, that's well adjusted from Naveed Ahmed, really, really well. Ends up just being just the 9 off his over with the 1 boundary. And once again, we see the opening partnership nearly reaching 100 partnership and being unbroken. As we saw some really good hitting by Avinash Pai and young 16-year-old Louis Bruce earlier on today for Gibraltar, getting them their first victory against Bulgaria. Just struggling in this tournament. Batsmen not really being the issue, more so bowlers just getting a bit of treatment. And Taranjeet Singh's on the sweep, and that's going to go all the way. It's squeezed through the man there. It's going to be 4 runs for Taranjeet Singh. The Romanian out. Move on to 90 for no loss. Taranjeet Singh moves on to 46 now. Again, really good partnership up at the top of the order for Romania. So Thisan just not coming off this tournament, but this time performing really well. Can he have a reply, Sengupta? Just back of a length, and Singh just drops and runs this into the offside. Well, Sathisan goes big, and that's going to go all the way. That's 6 runs for Sathisan. And again, a maximum. As again, he just hits this one over the top, and it keeps on going, and that's his 2nd maximum in this innings for Glama Sathisan. And he moves just 1 away from at 50 now. As we just take a look at the ball and given back to Gupta. 11 off this over so far. And 10. Sathisan goes into the leg side and do well. He does really well. Does the deep Tomal out there, but that does allow Sathisan to come through for his 50. And that's his first one in this tournament. And it's good to see the man we've seen perform for Romania so many times here on the European Cricket Network. Good to see him finally come off, and he brings up his 50 off of just 28 deliveries. 5 fours and 2 sixes, going at just over 181 strike rate. Comes across. Oh, it's just comes away from Sathisan off the seam. Good bit of bowling from Sengupta. So he looks to finish this over strong. He's lost his run up there. I think he's going to have to go again as he looks to finish his third hit. He's given a bit of the treatment here as he's gone for 13 so far. Sathisan, well, he's deserved this 50. He's batted really well here against the Czech Republic. So he's full up, Sengupta, and Sathisan's just going to drag this into the leg side. And Tanji, he runs in through for 2, and Avisi just fumbles it. The Czech Republic, they look a little bit rattled here in the field, don't they? Early on in this game, as that brings us to the end of the 9th. Romania, 101 for no loss. See there, Davisi, well, he went for 19 off his first over. And Buyan, just 24 from his 2. Sengupta, well, he's been the pick at the moment, economy-wise, but just can't break this partnership, but it's worth over 100 now. Again, another partnership that we see. I think that's 4 in the last 5 games of the opening partnerships that have gone on to be worth more than just the 100. As it's the end of the over, and it's 101 for none, off of 9, and we're going to see Naveed Ahmed come in again from that far end. Well, Taranjit Singh brings up his 50 in style as he flashes that over the covers, and that's 4 runs and 50 for Taranjit Singh. And 2 full from Naveed Ahmed. He's really getting punished, isn't he? If he just veers off that line of length, it goes all the way for 4 runs. At the moment, they look like they're going to be going big here, aren't they, Romania? So these two, they're really looking really comfortable. So, Naveed Ahmed, we're just going to wait as we need to get another ball on. So he's just going to take a look at this. And he's just going to say, well, okay, fine. I'm still going to try and dispatch it over the trees. Well, there's a bit of delay. He's just trying to work out where we need to be in the field. I think we're ready to continue here. I'm entirely seeing 51 off of just 25 deliveries. Cuts this through, and he gets a stop on it. It should just be the one. And that's the 12th man, Yanganav Isan. And Taranjit Singh, 52 off of 26 now, with 9 fours and the 1 6 in his innings so far. There's just a delay at the moment. And I think it might, I'm not too sure as to why. There is a delay here. I think it might be due to this condition of the ball. Might just be a little too nice at this current stage. As we're going to take drinks by the looks of things, as there's a break in play here. Yeah, looks like they're going to take drinks early here. As we take a look to what's going on in Sweden at the moment, where it looks like it's going to be a tense finish. I'm going to leave you here with Rico and Rhino.
Oh, well, the European Cricket Network, it's all about making players' dreams come true. It's been all about dreams here today in these quarterfinals. And are we going to see an incredible chase? 148 is required. And that means 16 required or 6 balls. It could go right down to the golden ball. Wouldn't that be something? Andrew Ryan, have we ever seen 2 matches like this? The first quarterfinal was a low-scoring thriller. The second one ends up being a high-scoring thriller.
Have we got replacements coming in for the second 2 games, Rico? I don't know if I can take much more of it. This is extraordinary stuff. Dheeraj Malhotra has played a magnificent over there. The 2 fours off the last 2 balls, he sat calmly. He knew where he wanted to hit, and he had the last ball from Hussain. It was telegraphed as a slower ball. He just waited for it to sit into his leg stump, swung it away for a boundary. This is incredible. They require 16 off the last 6 balls.
Well, hang on a minute. Forget that for a moment. Big news coming in. This is why there's been a lot of discussion going on, a lot of shaking of heads. 5 penalty runs for slow over rate. 5 penalty runs. So we're going to go down. That takes it down to 11 required for victory. This is incredible. Can't believe it. There's a lot of discussions going on. The captain getting involved in it. He's saying he's not happy about it. But look, if that's a decision that's made, you've got to go with it. Oh, well, what a turn-up for the...
Well, as we return back to action here, thrilling stuff going on up in Sweden. As it's all happening, penalty runs, golden ball opportunities, and a really good work from Rico and Rhino up there. But do stay here, as we're seeing some magnificent international T20 cricket here, and some incredible batting displays from Romania. Sathisan and Taranjit Singh on 53 and 52 respectively. And you do just think, could these 2 go the distance once again? As the Czech Republic, well, they're going to be thinking they're going to need a couple of wickets just to bring them back in here. What a bit of cricket that was going on up in Sweden, hey? As we return, Naveed Ahmed to continue for... Well, Sathisan looks to go big. He's not got all of this, and he's going to go. Well, the early drinks break, not too sure as to why that was, but it brings a wicket. They always say a wicket after drinks, and Sathisan, he holds out to the man in the deep. Romania, they're 106 for 1. And it's that man up there. Does a really, really good job. I think that's Shmeet Patel. And he has to go, does Ramesh Sathisan, but he'll be happy with the way that he's gone here. Finally in the runs for Romania, and they've set up a really, really good platform, as they're now 109 for 1 off of 9.3 overs. Well, it's all happening up in Sweden. It's all happening down here. Excitement wherever you are on the European Cricket Network. It's been really, really exciting stuff here, and I hope you're looking forward to what looks like it's going to be another tense finish. As we know, the Czech Republic, well, they're capable of hitting long, long balls. 258 they scored off their innings against Hungary, as the new man comes in. And there's still discussions about the ball here. So I believe that was what the issue was as to why we took the early drinks break, was we lost the original ball in the jungle. We just went on ahead. And Sathisan, the skipper, and Taranjit Singh, respectively, were not happy at the fact that the ball looked like it was in better condition than what the original one was. It's a big wicket. And the Czech Republic, they really needed that, didn't they? They're going to feel now if they can take another one here and remove Taranjit Singh. They could be right back in this, aren't they? Good bowling from Naveed Ahmed. That's a big shout. And he's not going to be given, he's appealing. And it looked close to me from my angle as we take another look here. Bit of drift. I think he's quite far down the pitch. Could have been going over. The impact with the drift might have ended up being just outside the off stump. Naveed Ahmed continues. And Taranjit Singh just plays this into the leg side. It's going to be 1 run as it brings that man, Basu Saini. Well, he's been promoted, isn't he? He's in now at number 3. What an innings he played earlier in yesterday's game. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough as Hungary took the win against Romania. What an innings that was from Satish. Just a 53 runs off 31 deliveries. 5 fours and 6 maximums in that. Naveed Ahmed to continue. Saini just plays this to the man in the covers. And that's going to be the end of the 10th over. And at the halfway stage, Romania, they find themselves 107 for 1. As we take a look here, and Romania, well, they're not doing what's been usually happening here throughout this week, and they've managed to keep the scoreboard ticking over just after the power play. Again, similar to how Gibraltar did it earlier on this morning up against Bulgaria. As we see, the skipper's going to be coming on for a bowl now. And a shock out. There's going to be some pressure on him now, isn't there? As he needs to look to just bag these batsmen down. And Taranjit Singh at that opposite end. He's on strike. He's on 53 off of just 28 at the moment. A bit of a false start. There's just a bit of issue between the umpires. But it's already now Tim Wheeler here at this end. Singh rocks back. Just drops this into the offside for a single. Brings the new man again, Saini on strike. Yet to get off the mark. Saini just takes his mark. Shokan really particular with his field, as you can see. So a bit of an inside edge and is into the vacant fine leg region. He could come back for 3 here. Taranjit Singh turns and goes, and that's really good running from the Romanian batsman there. And the 3 was on early, as there was just no one there. You see the vacant area down there. Really good bit of running from these Romanian batsmen as it brings the danger man, Taranjit Singh, back on strike. And he goes big over the offside. There's a man there. It just falls short. And that's just going to end up being 1 run. It's a really good arm for the man in the deep. And the keeper does well to take that cleanly. Does Divyendra Singh. Saini's pushed this into the leg side, and Ashokan, he'll chase this off his own bowling. Just for the single for Saini. That's a really good delivery from Arun Ashokan there. Taranjit Singh looked like he was going to wind up and try and go big. Didn't quite get it, did he? And really good bit of fielding again in close up in the infield there. As that brings us to the end of the 11th over. And remaining there 113 for one. And a bit of information just on what happened up in Sweden. Well, Malmöhus ended up doing it, did they? As they required just 6 off the last over. And there was penalty runs up there. There was a threat of a golden over, a golden ball. So end to a really, really tense finish. And, well, there's been plenty of them, hasn't there, on the European Cricket Network recently. We've had plenty over here, and I'm sure there's been a couple up in Sweden. So if you're joining us here in Malta, well, my name's Charlie Hunt, and you're watching on the European Cricket Network. If you're on the YouTube channel or fan code in India, as we return to Naveed Ahmed. So that one just lifts off the crease a little bit there. And Saini just knocks that into the leg side for a dot ball. If you're watching in India, good afternoon to you, and I hope you're all okay. If you're in the YouTube chat, do say hello if you've just come over from Sweden. That's down the leg side, and Saini, well, he really wanted to go big there, didn't he? You can see he just wants to get that first boundary under his belt. Just couldn't quite get that, skimming a wide down the leg side. Saini, that's another edge. That's going to go through the offside. So that's a good bit of work by the Beast. It's the first time we've seen him in this game. Sudesh Wickramasakara. Brings that in just for the 2. Well, that's in the area, and Saini looks to go big. That's a really good bit of fielding from the man in the deep there. That's Dylan Stain, the Centurion again from yesterday. Good bit of work from him in the deep there. It ends up just being the 1 run. Saini, you could see he was eyeing that area up. Couldn't quite get enough for it to go all the way. So it's just the 1 run. Tanji Singh looks to go big. Don't know if he's got all of that. It's gone high. Oh, and he's parried it, and it's going to end up going all the way, I think. I think he's parried that over for 6 runs. That's Azib Bhuiyan as we take another look here. He sets himself. Doesn't take it the first time, but he parries it almost too much. I think there was obviously a lot of velocity coming down from that height. It's 6 runs for Taranjeet Singh. As again, I think we might have a bit of an injury here. As Bhuiyan, the man who dropped that catch out in the deep, just going to receive some medical attention. There's just a question about the umpires for Romania and Hungary yesterday, as that was on that Thursday. I believe that was Ruban and Sandeep, but that's the information I've got here. Don't quote me on that. That might not be 100% correct, as I think there is just an injury there for Bhuiyan as after he took that. I'll do my best. I'll find that one out for you in the chat. I'll let you know on that one. As we're nearly ready to continue here, as the substitute fielder comes in for Bhuiyan. Ahmed continues. Taranjeet Singh on strike. Looks to go again. Cuts this into the offside. Don't think it's going to go all the way, but should just end up coming back for the 2. And they do eventually. And there's just a few issues going on. A couple of things I think he's just saying, you're going to run. Just Run on one side, makes it easier. On Ahmed, looking to finish his over strong hit. Taranjit Singh on strike. And he just plays this with soft hands and drops this into the offside for a single. As that brings us to the end of the 12th. Romania, they're 126 for 1. We get to take a look at the table here. Well, a victory here for the Czech Republic puts them level on points with Hungary. And as they will jump in second spot with a better net run rate. As we get another look there. Gibraltar, they're happy now. One victory on the board, and Romania batting at the moment. Well, they're going well on looking for their first victory in Bulgaria. Well, they're still struggling, aren't they? 3 losses from their 3 games. As they return in game number 3. As Ashokan continues. Good bowling from Ashokan. As Bulgaria, as we said, they will return after this game. Romania, they take on Bulgaria. Could be some big scores there. Hits that into the offside. Should just be a single. It's good work from Stein out there. He's a really, really good fielder. It's a great arm on him there. Really strong young man out there. Here's Stein. Obviously, great century from him yesterday. Alina Shokan. Sahini's on strike. He plays this into the offside and they run through for a single. This is really good running. We've seen this a few times. Just dabbling and running. It's really good, especially in the longer format of T20 cricket here. You don't have to go big all the time, and there are singles around. And if the fielders are on their heels and not tight on the single, and they're there to be taken, and they're doing well. Taranjit Singh back on strike. It's going to be given a wide. And, well, to be fair, wides haven't been too much of an issue, as that's just the third. The Singh goes big over the offside, picks the gap well, and that's going to be 1 bounce. 1 bounce, 4 runs for Taranjit Singh. Great shot. Just opens up. Goes in, 2 out. And it's going to take 1 bounce and 4 runs for Taranjit Singh. So that wide proving costly for Ashokan. He moves on to 69 now, does Taranjit Singh. This is Fuller. Hit well. And the man out in the deep. Ritik Tamar does well and keeps it to just a single. It's well fielded from Ramakrishnan in the covers. And keeps that to a dot ball as we finish the 13th. Romania 134 for 1. All right, gives us a good time to just say, if you're lurking in the group, in the YouTube chat, let us know where you watch it from. As it is just myself, Charlie Hunt here in the commentary box. Here in Malta, having an absolute great time. Thoroughly enjoying myself out in Malta. Myself and the crew, me, Maxi, project manager, and then we've also got Samir on the scorers. And then also the crew at Spring Productions doing an incredible job, as always, providing you with great pictures and with some incredible replays. We've got Elvira, Cadills and Martins here with us this week in Malta. We're being very well looked after from the Maltese Federation, as we continue here with Naveed Ahmed, as he's gone for 1 for 28 off his first 3. Singh just drops this into the offside. And it's, again, good rotation of striker Singh now. Moves on to 71 from just 40 deliveries. Really good striking. Tiny into the leg side, doesn't quite get all of this, so it should just be collected for the one, and it is. It's, again, really good work from Dylan Stain. And if you see Stain on a scorecard, you normally think it's going to be 5 wickets. Stain, he went for a massive century yesterday against Bulgaria along with Divisi. It's incredible hitting from him. And Singh, he wants to get in on the hitting. Doesn't quite get all of this and cuts this into the offside. They should come back for 2. It's going to be close here. Oh, Tim Wheeler turns it down, but it's really, really good work from the skipper. Aruna shotgun out in the deep. And we'll get another look at that one. Again, from a good, incredible crew. Spring Productions as he turns and he's pretty confident on the 2. Well, Tim Wheeler, he might have got that one wrong as we just roll it back through the frames. Incredible arm from a shotgun. I think he's gone. So Taranjeet Singh, he does well to stay there. Well, that could be a really big moment in the game, couldn't it? Taranjeet Singh, he's now on 73. And Tim Wheeler just getting that one wrong. But, again, they don't have the luxury of getting a look at the camera. What we do as we continue here, as he's on the sweep, doesn't, again, get all of this. It should just be a 1. But what a moment in the game that could be as he's really set now on 74. And, well, again, the umpiring has been really good this week, and they obviously don't have the luxury, so they make their decision off real time. And it was obviously very tight, very close. So as we continue on, Saini on strike. And he's on the sweep. Well, he's just top edged this one. And Ahmed's going to take another wicket with him. Simple catch for Yuvendra Singh behind the stumps. Saini, well, he can't do the same as he did yesterday. He's been eyeing up that slog sweep. He just can't get it, so he has to go. So the Czech Republic, they get a wicket eventually in that over. As Romania, they fall for 139 for 2. Brings in the new man. It's just a bit of pressure. Relief now from the Czech Republic. Has one ball remaining in Ahmed's spell. He's bowled really well for his 2 wickets. And the Czech Republic just having a bit of a huddle at that point after that wicket. I think they feel that brings them back in the game. As Saini, well, we saw yesterday, he went really big, didn't he? So we're going to see him go well. As Ahmed has 1 delivery left in his spell. And there's the new man. Ijaz Hussain comes in, strolls into the crease, just takes his guard. He has to just face this one delivery from Navid Ahmed. And he's going to get off the mark straight away as it just squeezes through. And they're going to come through for a single to end the over. So a good spell from Naveed Ahmed as he finishes with figures for 2 for 34 off of his 4 overs. So that brings us to the end of the 14th. Romania 140 for 2. Taranjeet Singh still at the crease. 74 off of 42 deliveries. Now it's going to be Aruna shot count to continue at this commentator's end. Hussain along on the ground to the man at long on. And that is Ritik Tamar doing a good job manning the long on boundary. Well, doing the job as Hussain as he just rotates a strike. Brings a danger man. Taranjeet Singh on strike now. Well, that's a really good delivery from Ashokan. Taranjeet Singh, not often we see him. He just gets caught in two minds and rocks back. Squares him up a little bit, does that. And once again, see, trying to get him through the covers, just struggling ever so slightly. Facing here, Ashokan. Wide of the crease, and this one, he gets this one this time as it slaps through in between point and gully, and it runs away for another 4 for Taranjeet Singh as he moves now on to 78. And this one, he just gets this one right, doesn't he? Splits the two fielders, and that's going to go all the way. 4 runs for Romania. Looks for a response from Ashokan, but I don't think he's going to get it. And Taranjeet Singh gets all of this one, and this is going to go all the way. 6 runs for Taranjeet Singh. Back of a length from Ashokan. And he just rocks back and hits this one well. 6 runs for Romania. Well, Ashokan, he started over well, didn't he? Just struggling now as he's been dispatched by Singh. And Singh has a bit of a full toss, just plays this one. It's good cricket from Singh. And Taranjeet, well, he now moves on to 85 off of just 47 deliveries at the moment. There's 11 fours in there and 3 maximums as he's going at a strike rate of 180 at this point. Which, as I was saying, just the 2 balls face for him. And he's now going to face up as Taranjeet Singh keeps on strike after that single. And after 15, Romania there 152 for 2. As we continue, back on with pace from this end. And it looks like that might be our main man for the Czech Republic. We've not seen the Beast come on to bowl yet. Just kept quite quiet as the Beast. This is back of a length. He finds the Beast there, and he does well just to stop this one. As there is Sengupta at the other end. Taranjeet Singh doesn't get a lot of this, just edges it slightly. As you say, just does what I think his job is going to be at this point, just to rotate the strike. And get that man on your screen, number 30, Taranjeet Singh. Well, he's 86 off of just 48 deliveries at the moment. And it just doesn't seem like it's going to be easy to stop him. As he just plays this one into the offside. And it's a good bit of running from the Romanians again. You just see here, good bit of work again. Ramakrishna has been really good in the field this innings so far for the Czech Republic. As he's saying, once again, just dropping it out to the man deep in the offside again to get Singh back on strike. Is it Sengupta to continue it? finishing off his spell. Been a pretty tidy spell so far. And just as I say that, well, Taranjeet Singh rocks back and hits that onto the top of the net. So that's going to be another maximum for Taranjeet Singh as he now moves into the 90s. And that's a really, really big shot from Taranjeet Singh. Just back of a length from Sengupta. And he's not going to miss out on that. He rocks back, and it's a really lovely shot from Taranjeet as he now moves onto 93 off just 50 deliveries. Well, we saw young Louis Bruce just go one short, 99 all out early today. Taranjeet Singh with just 7 needed now. And considerable bit the amount of time left. Can he get onto that personal milestone? We've seen him plenty of times on the European Cricket Network. And he's not actually had an international century for Romania. 91 against Malta back in 2021. Oh, that one just sneaks low, and he does well to dig this one out as he just squirts this one into the leg side, and he's now just within 1 hit. So, at the end of the 16th, Romania are 163 for 2, and you just see there, Sabo Indivizi, we've not seen him return. Buyan's done well, and Naveed Ahmed spin in the attack. Spin seems to be what's going to be getting them here as he's picked up 2 wickets in his 4 overs. A good spell from him. And once again, no sign of the beast. But Taranjeet Singh, he's yet to hit a century for Romania. He got close back last year against Malta. Well, and here up against Czech Republic. He's going to look. We're going to see the return of Sazib Buyan. Taranjeet Singh, and he's got so many fans around the world that tune in here on the European Cricket Network. And Singh just into the leg side as Buyan returns into the attack, and it's just going to be a single. So Singh moves on to 95 now. And Adam Kumar in the chat saying, we don't want commentator curse. Well, it is always the case, doesn't matter where you are, in what sport, there's always been a commentator's curse. As it brings Hussain back on strike now. That's a really good delivery from Buyan. It's a bit of an appeal, but I don't think there's going to be anything coming from that. Tim Wheeler just turns it down. Buyan, well, he's gone for 24 off of his first 2 overs. It's Phil again, and Hussain looks to go big. I don't know if he's got all of this, and it's well taken confidently by the man, Hrithik Tomar, at long on. But more importantly, it gets that man, Taranjeet Singh, on strike. And Buyan gets the wicket that he wants there. And again, Hrithik Tomar, the tank, does really, really well and holds on to that one as there's another wicket for Romania. They move on to 164 for 3. As we see the new batsman strolling to the crease to join. The big man Taranjeet Singh, he's sat on 95. It's been an incredible inning so far from him. Again, not reached that century, has he? For Romania yet in his career. He's going to be looking to do so now. He's just 5 away. It's the offside for no run. Good bowling to his field here from Buyan as the new batsman coming in. Sivakuma Periyalwa. He's just got to play the support role now, hasn't he? For Taranjeet Singh. Wow, that's a really good delivery from Bhuyan as it just stays low and skids on a little bit. And Taranjeet Singh just as well. How's this not got up? And one final delivery remaining. And you have to say, Czech Republic have done really well here. They've dragged them back. Singh squirts this one away, and this is going to go all the way for 4 runs. And it's a really, really good shot from Taranjeet Singh, and not the way that Sazi Bhuyan would have wanted to end his over, as that brings up the end of the over, the end of the 17th. Romania are 168 for 3. Oh, that man there, Taranjeet Singh, now just 1 away from his 50, from his 100. Really, really seeing some incredible hitting from Taranjeet Singh. And once again, a man sitting on 99. Louis Bruce earlier on today for Gibraltar. He couldn't get off it, could he? That's just off that final delivery as he ended up on 99. Not out. And again, a really, really good innings from the young 16-year-old on a massive platform here. Streamed around the world, watched by plenty of viewers on our YouTube chat, on our YouTube channel, and on fan code in India. There's Petty Alwa. He's yet to face. And Petty Alwa, this is short from the man who just took that catch in the deep, Ritik Tamad, as he returns into the attack. Petty Alwa just struggling to get that one away. It's his first delivery that he's faced. We do say that in part at the moment it's looking around to be that 160, 170 mark. So they're at 168 at the moment. I think they're going to be looking to push on to try and reach that 200 mark. Petty Alwa just plays around this one again. You can see Taranjeet Singh just saying, mate, come on, just get me on strike and I'm going to try and do as much as I can. I'm 99 not out at the moment. It's good bowling from the tank, Tomar. Can Petty Alwa just do what he needs to do, what Hussein was doing before he went big. And once again, Petty Alwa not playing a very sensible innings at the moment. And again, you can just see now Taranjeet Singh saying, just get bat on ball. Settle the nerves a little bit. Well, he doesn't do that, but he's just going to get a little bit on this and then just going to wander through for the 1. And as we see now, bringing that man on strike, Taranjeet Singh. Going really well, isn't he? 99 not out so far. Off of just the 55 balls. 6 maximums in his innings with the 12 fours. And here we go. Ritik Tomar's the bowler. Taranjeet Singh on strike, 1 needed. And he pulls this into the leg side. It's a really, really good innings from Taranjeet Singh. It's his maiden century for Romanian international T20s. And you can see how much that means to him as he lofts his bat and the support from the dugout. Some incredible hitting from Taranjeet Singh. You have to say it's been coming, isn't he? He's been in the runs already this tournament, and he's just been able to go on and motor on here and convert the start that he's got. And you can see that 100 off of just 56 deliveries. Petty Alwa looks to go big, and Petty Alwa, he's really struggling here, isn't he? But once again, as we come to the end of the 18th, Romania 170 for 3. Taranjeet Singh. What an innings that was. And it still continues to be. He's not out so far. 12 fours and 4 sixes for Taranjeet Singh. Been there since the start. He's striking 178. Petty Alwa just at the other end, just struggling ever so slightly. And you just see pictures here of the Marsa Sports Club here in Malta. As Taranjeet Singh remains on strike. And you just wonder now if he's just going to go for a hit. Plenty of wickets in hand as we enter the final 12 balls of this innings. It's going to be that man on your screen. Sazi Bhuiyan to continue. This is spell. Singh, he is going to look to go big here straight away as he steps across. Doesn't get any of this. As he's going to look to target that leg side boundary. And Singh, he doesn't quite get all of this, but it's going to take some cutting off, and he's round there is Ratit Tamar. He does well, and Pediawa comes back for the second comfortably. Wow, Bhuiyan, he's not happy that there's 2 from that. But when the boundaries are this, when the boundary's straight are this long, it's more than likely always going to be 2 there. Well, he goes high, there's no one there, so it's going to fall free. They're going to turn and go. Well, they're going to go at the opposite end, and, well, Bhuiyan is not happy, the bowler, as Taranjeet Singh does really, really well. Comes back for the second as he now moves on to 104. Looks to go big over the offside. Doesn't look like he's middled that, but I think that's going to go all the way, and it does. 6 runs for Taranjeet Singh. And when it's your day, it really is your day. He's not middled that whatsoever. Right off the toe end of the bat. But it flies away to that short square boundary. It's another 6 for Taranjeet Singh. That's his 5th now in his innings. 110 for him now. Well, he goes big, goes high. He's not got all of this, and it's a really good catch from Ramakrishnan. Well, it's a real shame as Taranjeet Singh has to go. But applauds all round, and you can see there Ramakrishnan, the man that takes the catch, goes over and shakes his hand. It's a really, really good innings from Taranjeet Singh as he looked to go big, and he had the licence to, didn't he? Ramakrishnan, he's been really good in the field, takes that comfortably. So Taranjeet Singh has to go for 110. Romania, 180 for 4. Taranjeet Singh, what an innings that was. 110 off of just 61 deliveries. 12 fours, 5 maximums in his innings. Strike rate of 180.3. Really incredible batting. Once again, you see openers going on to score big, big runs here in the Valletta Cup. And it's a good end to the over for Bhuiyan as he finishes with a wicket and a dot ball. And at the end of the 19th over in Romania, well, they find themselves at 180 for 4. So, just 6 balls remaining now. Going off the supercomputer, well, they reckon that they're going to get around that 190 mark. And I think they'll be pretty happy with that. They started really, really well. Made big use of that power play, and after six overs, they were 69 for no loss. They just lost a couple of wickets in those middle overs, but they've done really, really well. Been a constant flow of boundaries, and it's going to be Raj Kumar on strike for the last over here. It's going to be Ratik Tamar to finish his spell. He's only gone for 25 off of his 3 overs already. Well, he's just about ready. Field's ready, bowler's ready, batsmen are ready. Last over of the Romanian innings. It starts with a dot as Raj Kumar looks to go big from the off. Doesn't connect with this at all. Swinging from the hip. Really throwing the kitchen sink at this one. Well, he gets a lot of this, but there's a man there, and I think it's going to go over him. And it's gone them all the way, flat and hard. 6 runs for Raj Kumar. Just what they would have wanted from this last over. It's back of a length, and he just gets that front leg out of the way and swings and hits the rope on the full. 6 runs for Romania. There's Romania now, 186 off of 19.24 balls remaining. Ritik Tamad, can he have a response? It's a big swing from Kumar. Doesn't get anything of it. Again, probably just trying to hit that one too hard. Here's Raj Kumar, as we see here. Almost loses his bat. And we're halfway through this last over now. Just 6. Just that big 6 coming off it from Raj Kumar. Ritik Tamad. Wow, he doesn't get. Oh, I think the misfielder. Wow, is that going to go? It's going to go for 4. He's had an absolute nightmare. Has Smith Patel down there. And he's been really solid in the field all day. And these last 2-3 deliveries, well, he's come in too far. He's had to readjust, doesn't quite adjust enough, drops the catch, and then slides over the boundary. That's 4 runs to the total. That's the 190 up now for Romania. Good hitting from Kumar here. And Kumar, when he hits this well, they're going to push for 2 as Pediawa. He's going to turn and go, I think. And I think he might fall short. Oh, it's not taken cleanly, but and even with the fumble, he gets back in. So it's another 2 vital runs to the total for Romania. You just see here, ideally, he's hit that well enough, and they turn and go. He just doesn't get that, does he? Smith. Oh, there's just a bit of an issue with the stumps. Last ball. And Kumar doesn't middle this at all, does he? And it should just be the 1. And they're just going to stick to the single. So at the end of Romania's 20 overs, Romania find themselves 193 for 4. And wow, what an innings we saw in that setting innings from Romania. Well, it started off really well. As we take a look at the highlights here, Ramesh Athisan, well, he struggled early on in this tournament. He's found some form as he went big early on. 2 6s in his innings and 5 4s as he ended up going 53 off of just 31 deliveries. But the main man, the other opener at the other end, Taranjeet Singh, well, what an innings he brought on here for Romania. Been in the runs early on in this tournament, hadn't been able to kick on, but he was able to make the use of a platform. We saw some beautiful fielding from Shawan Ramakrishnan throughout this innings. But that man on your screen, Taranjeet Singh, everything he touches turns to gold dust at the moment. And that one, so again, see here, good catch from the man out in the deep, Patel. And again, this one here, when he just parried it over, didn't he, Sazi Bhuyan? Just Hussaini looking to go big onto that leg side, but Naveen Ahmed, well, he was really good with the ball, as he ended up with stats of 2 wickets for 34 of his 4 overs. Taranjeet Singh just went big and even bigger, and did really well as he ended up on a mammoth century of 110 off of just 61 deliveries. You see there, it's his maiden international century for Romania, and has done really well. You saw there, so well, he's normally really good in the field, but just struggled down there in the end. As Romania, they ended up on their overs. After 20, Romania ended up on 193 for 4 setting, 194 for Czech Republic to chase. Well, they're going to back themselves, aren't they? They check, they put a 258 on the board. They're going to back themselves. So we're going to return here in about 15 minutes as we take a look at the scorecard there. 110, just 61 deliveries. Really good innings. And we're going to come back in about 15 minutes. My name's been Charlie Hunt, and you're watching the Valletta Cup here on the European Cricket Network. A very warm welcome back to Malta here at the Marsa Sports Ground, where we've just witnessed another huge century from Taranjit Singh for Romania. Well, 110 off of just 61 deliveries, which was absolutely some incredible hitting, backed up by his opening partner, Ramesh Sathisan, 53 off of just 31 deliveries. And we're going to see what is sure to be an incredible reply from the Czech Republic. I see more than capable of hitting big runs. 253 they scored against Bulgaria. Well, they're going to be returning later on today as they take on Romania in the final game of this day. And I think we're just about ready here, as it's that man there, Sabaun Divisi. Well, he's facing up. Well, there's an edge, and it goes down to the young man there, and he does really well as he watches that, and it's almost just spun away as it reached him. Garrison there, doing really, really well out in the field this week. And unfortunately, he's dropped a couple of catches, but his fielding, his ground fielding and out in the deep has been really, really good. It's exceptional work from the young man. As it brings, well, the other Centurion, Dylan Stain, he's back on strike. Very rare that you get to say that both your openers in their last game scored a century in an international T20. Mishra's in. It's Fuller, it's a really good shout. Umpire just not really interested at all. Walks away straight away. We get to have another look here. It's pitched outside. Pitched outside leg. In Romania. Well, they're going to be up for this, aren't they? They've got a really good total to defend, have the bowlers. They're still searching for their first victory here in the Valletta Cup 2022. So this is Fuller from Mishra. It's just going to end up being a dot ball. Good start from Gaurav Mishra. He did really well yesterday. Unfortunately, Romania came out on the losing side against a really good Hungarian outfit. Well, they haven't been ranked this year by the ICC. They're doing a good job here. Well, Stain goes big early on, and that's going to be one bounce, 4 runs, and that's the first boundary in this Czech Republic reply. And Mishra just veering off his line there. That's what happens when he's going to continue over the wicket against the left-hander. It's a really good way to get off the mark for Stain as he sweeps this one. 4 runs for the Czech Republic. Can we have a reply now from Gaurav Mishra? Stain just looks to play this a little bit late. He just plays it in. It's going to be close here. And he does well. It's well backed up by the skipper, Sathisan. As it brings Sabaun Divisi back on strike. It's Fuller, and he's driven this through the covers, and that's going to run away. 4 runs for Sabaun Divisi. It's his second boundary in the first over here for the Czech Republic in reply. And at the end of the first, the Czech Republic, they're 10 for no loss. Really good over from the Czech Republic. Mishra. He got punished, and he veered just down the leg side, and he went for 4 runs and then tried to overcorrect it. Ended up being in the slot. Divisi, well, he's not going to miss out, is he? It's a good start for the Czech Republic. Need to be going at just under 10 and over. If they're going to get close here, let's see the total, 194. It's going to bring the man who got some vital runs at the end, Raj Kumar. He went big in the final over for Romania in their innings. As Dylan Staines going to be on strike now. And that's a good start from Raj Kumar. As it's just going to end up being pushed into the offside for a single. And I get this chance to say a good afternoon to everyone watching in on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network. And if you're in the live chat, say hello. Really enjoying your contributions. And a good afternoon if you're watching on Fancode in India. As Navizi takes strike against Kumar. As this is going to be the first wide of the innings. And it's a really interesting start from Raj Kumar. He's going to have to bowl that one again. You have to say that in Romania's innings there were only 3 extras, so you do feel that if Romania are going to defend this total, they really have got to keep extras to a minimum, as they just push that into the offside and they run through for a single. So Romania bowling well. They're going to really need to push on now, as the batting unit have come off now. They've done really well. As he swings this across, and it could be close if he hits. It would have been gone if he hit that. We have to say, wouldn't have been far away if he hit, but it's good work from Raj Kumar. And these two, well, they've played each other twice before, each winning one of those contests. So that's just chipped up. Oh, he did well. He got a hand on it, but it was a tough one. That's a good arm there, and that's just going to end up being a single there. It just popped up, didn't he? You see how much that meant to Satisan in your right-hand corner, top right. He's comfortably home for that one there. Well, Sabo Indivisi living life on the edge, wasn't he? That's a chance. It's a half chance. Beautiful if Romania are going to get their first victory on the board. They're going to need to be taking some of those half chances. For Romania, well, I'm sure we'll see coming up later on, Ijaz Hussain. He's been a really good bowler so far for Romania. Saini going to have to be doing a really good job, really economical bowler. As that's going to be down the leg side. It's a good take from Abdul Shakur. That's going to be another wide. So already these wides are catching up with the amount that were given away by the Czech Republic. Two balls remaining in this over. Staying on strike. But he looks to go big, and he does. He goes over the infield, and that's going to run away. 4 runs for Dylan Stain. As this one, 2 full from Raj Kumar. That just goes over the top. It's a lovely shot from Dylan Stain as he continues where he left off from yesterday. 4 runs for the Czech Republic. Raj Kumar, 2 full in the slot. He gets punished. Really, really good shot from Stain as he now moves on to 10 with just 7 deliveries. This is Stain's debut for Czech Republic in this tournament, and he's done really well so far this week. As Raj Kumar, that's going to be another leg side wide. So Kumar really struggling in this first over. He's been hit for Couple boundaries. Just the one in this over. And he just needs to sort his line and length out and get that consistency back in his game. One remaining in the over. Well, he timed that really well with Stain. He's only just punched that into the offside, into the space, and it's just going to be one run to finish the over. So after the second over, the Czech Republic, they find themselves 22 for no loss. Already, as we have a look there, Czech Republic, they're really pushing for that second spot, aren't they? And as I'm joined here in the commentary box by Samir Naik, as he offers me a nice beverage, very kind of him. Thank you, Samir. Just not take another look there. Romania, well, they're yet to get off the mark. They're really going to be looking to build here, as the batsman, Taranjit Singh's done a really, really good job. And it's going to be Mishra to continue. He bowled really well yesterday, even though they couldn't quite get it over the line. And Stain pushed this into the offside. It should just be one. So the man comes around up there on the boundary. Start from Mishra. He just veers a little bit too straight onto Devizi's pass. He just clips this into the leg side. Good work from Raj Kumar out there, and it's just going to be one run for Devizi. Stain just pushes this into the offside, and he times it well. And that man there, the Centurion, Taranjit Singh, gives chase, cuts it off, and it's just going to be the one for the total. And that it's going to bring Devizi back on strike. Both these men, well, they've done really, really well in this tournament so far. Didn't Stain looking more comfortable at the two. It's gone really high, and the young man's under it. And the young man takes it. Gerasim, the 15-year-old. That's a really, really good catch. That's his first take of the tournament. You can see how much that means to the Romanian team. And it's a really, really big wicket of Sabaun Devizi. And he's going to have to go. Czech Republic, they find themselves 24 for one. Oh, and that was spinning in the air, and Gerasim just... You can see how much that really means to him there. As that brings the new man into the crease. Arun Ashokan, the skipper for the Czech Republic. That's a really, really big wicket for Romania, and they feel if they're going to defend this total, they're going to have to take early wickets here in the power play, and they've done so there. So, Stain, he's lost his partner. He's on strike. Clips this into the leg side. It's well fielded by that man. He's really, really well. That's the 12th man off to Kayani in on the leg side there. And that's a good shot from Stain. It's going to be clipped into the leg side. And Raj Kumar does the job, and it's just going to be the one. And that's going to bring us to the end of the over. And after 3 overs, the wicket falling in Mishra's over. Romania 27 for 1. And Mahir Patel in the chat just saying that they heard us and they promote Ashokhan. Well, Ashokhan, he's had a couple of really good innings so far for the Czech Republic, as he's done really well in building an innings. We've seen him a couple of times just go under a run of balls. He's had to play a bit of an anchor role as his partner's gone big, as he's had to come in later on in the game, but it's promoted to 3 here. He's going to get a chance just to take a bit of time and then go on and really hopefully go big for his country. It's going to be Raj going to continue. Well, Steyn looks to go big, and this has gone high, but I think it's going to fall safe, and it does. And they did really, really well just to keep it to the 2 out there. And, well, Czech Republic having life on the edge, giving away a few chances here. As we're just having a bit of an issue with the on-screen graphic, so I can tell you that the Czech Republic, they are 28 at the moment, 28 for 1. As that's short, and that's cut, and that's going to go all the way. That's a lovely shot from Steyn, and that's going to be 4 runs for the Czech Republic batsman. As he just rocks back, gives himself time, times that to perfection. 4 runs for the Czech Republic. And that now moves their total onto 32. Dylan Steyn moves on to 20. And you feel Steyn could be a really, really vital part of this innings for the Czech Republic. Well, it's a good reply, but it's going to go over the top, and it might plug. When it does, this is going to run away. 4 runs again for Steyn. Raj Kumar, as he just puts this one into the slot. And Steyn says, thank you very, very much. And it goes all the way, 4 runs. Well, he's going to need a response now. Here's Kumar. And he gets the good response in there, as that's just going to be squared into the offside for a dot ball. It's really good work from the man in the covers there. Wearing a nice floppy hat. Something you love to see. Steyn goes big again. He hasn't quite timed this one. Don't think it's going to go as the 12-man chases after it here. And he's going to do really well. And it's going to be 3 runs to Steyn. Just saves that one there. Does the man. He does a really good job of chasing it down. Aftab Katyani. Big chase again. Steyn going big over the top. Just isn't quite able to time it well enough. As that brings us to the end of the 4th over in Romania. And they're going to be happy with this as the Czech Republic. After 4 overs, they find themselves on 42 for 1. Correction. There's 1 more to come in the over. Ashokhan he's facing. That's a really good way to end the over, eventually by Raj Kumar. And I can still say that it's going to end up being 39 for 1 after 4. And just a few in the chat talking about the game and having a really, really good discussion, which is really one of the aspects of the European Cricket Network. Obviously, really good community built around the streaming platform and being broadcasted to everyone around the world. And it's good to see really good contributions from everyone in the chat. As Dylan Steyn very quickly moved on to 27, off just 17 now. Going to be Mishra to continue as this one. Really well bowled. And then to Desand as well, and just cuts us off. So it's going to be a dot ball. And again, it's one of the unique aspects is this YouTube live chat, and the fact that commentators like myself are able to interact with viewers is a really, really unique aspect of the European Cricket Network. As Mishra is a little bit too straight, and Steyn just flicks this into the leg side. It's going to end up being a single, so it's really good work by Raj Kuhn up down here, and he keeps it to just the one. He keeps the shotgun on strike, yet to get off the mark. But once again, as we were saying earlier, he just has normally taken his time to get going, but once he does, he's really capable of hitting the long ball. That's good work by the young 15-year-old there. And he comes through and just keeps it to the 2 runs. We just see the replay here. Just veering again onto the leg side, just struggling a bit with the line. Length's not an issue for Mishra. Just the length. And well, Garrison, he's going to be happy with the way that he's going already in this innings, with one really good catch to remove the main man. Shokan just pushed this in. He's going to come around for the signal. It's a really good bit of running again. He brings the man in. Steyn. He's 28 off of just 19. As he cuts this one short, wow, the fielder there, Saini does really well. He wears this one. And again, we just see all these players putting their body on the line for their country. And we just see a replay here. He hits this well, does Steyn. He likes the cut shot. And he does really well. Definitely prevents 4 runs there. He's going to do well to cut this one off as he middled this one again. And Steyn proving textbook shots do the job. It's be 4 runs for Steyn and the Czech Republic. It's a really lovely shot as he brings up the end of the 5th over. The Czech Republic are 47 for 1. As we're going to see Matt Mann, who just did a really outstanding piece of fielding. He's going to come into the attack. That's Hussaini, and he's been really, really economical so far this week for Romania. And he's often the man that they go to. A little bit earlier than normal here, as he's going to come on for the last over of the power play. So the Shokan going to be looking to make the most of this, as he's currently sat on 3 from just 3 deliveries. And a couple of comments in there about the beast. Well, we saw him go big against Bulgaria. And he's going to look, if he does come in, he's going to really look to give his team a chance. Saini into the attack. Shokan, and he makes the most of it, and he's going to squeeze this one over the top, and that's going to run away for Shokan's first boundary. It's 4 runs to the Shokan. Skipper making the most of the power play, as I just said. It's this one over the top, and on this outfield, it's going to run away to the square boundary. Saini, not the start that he would have wanted. Again, coming on a little bit early here. And Saini just struggling ever so slightly. And that's going to be a wide ball. Going to have to bowl that one again. Oh, Saini, not the start that he's going to wanted in this defence. As he's just struggling with his line there. Just doesn't seem to be getting through his action for me. I think after getting hit for 4, first ball, just a little bit timid for Vasu Saini. It's a good comeback, a shotgun. Well, I don't think he was expecting the straight one, and he does well. Does Saini. Good comeback from him. This is going to be giving another wide. He really is struggling with his line, isn't he, here? His length isn't the issue. It's just that line. It keeps veering towards the offside. I'm sure he's going to be keen to really tighten this up for the rest of this over. It's short, but it's outside the off. And Shokan, I feel he's missed out there. As we've seen him, he's really, really good off the back foot. He's going to feel that he misses out there. Just needs to pierce the infield, doesn't he? There's plenty of gaps around. This is wide of the crease, and it's going to be a top burst. Really good work from Satu Ignati Gotla in the covers there. He's done really well, as we see a replay here. Really good bit of fielding. Again, you just have to say that these wides just hurting Romania. That's a better delivery from Saini. It's a bit of in-swing, and then it just nips away. It's a really, really good delivery from Vasu Saini, and that's what he's going to be expecting of himself. Not what we've seen early on here in this over, but more of that consistency. It's a better ball from Saini. And the shotgun goes for the wide one. Saini saying, I'm not too sure about that one, but we'll take another look here. Yeah, it's a good call from umpire Tim Wheeler. But Saini really struggling in this one, isn't he? It's been a long over so far. As a shotgun just lets this one go, and we eventually get to the end of the power play. Czech Republic after 6, they're 55 for 1. Well, that was a 10 ball over at the end of that. And see at the end of the power play, well, the Czech Republic just behind, but they'll be backing themselves that they're going to be able to go ahead and chase this total. It gives us another chance. If you are in the YouTube chat, let us know where you're watching from. And I'm really, really enjoying myself here as we are carrying on. And Stain, well, he's looking comfortable, isn't he? 32 off of just 21 deliveries. A shot count. He's just 7 off 9, but once again, I'm sure he'll look to really accelerate. So, we're going to see Taranjit Singh come into the attack straight away after the power play. He's going to come around the wicket to left-handed Stain. And that one's just pushed in to the leg side for a single. And I can give you a little bit of news on the final game of today. Well, Bulgaria, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat first, so Romania, they're going to be fielding twice on the bounce here. 40 overs in the field for them. Might take a little bit of a toll on them. And a shotgun just tickles this round the corner. The big chase on. And it's going to be the young 15-year-old. He does really well. A really good arm there from young Marian Gerasim. Does really, really well. So, Shokan still on strike. Looks to go big into the leg side and doesn't quite get all of it, but he muscles this into the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs for Adu and Shokan. And he does really well. Pulls this into the leg side. And it's again 1 bounce over the boundary, 4 runs. That's a really good response from Taranjeet Singh. Gets taken over to the leg side, keeps that same line, does really, really well. And ends up with a dot ball after getting taken into the leg side. And that's a really nice shot from Ashokan as he just tickles this down to third man region. And Cosmin's avoid does really well. And it's just going to be the 2 runs. And that was Ashokan's second boundary. Shokan advances, and he hits this well, so it's only just going to be the well. There's a bit of misfield, and Stain's going to call him through, and that's really good running from the Czech Republic batsman. Stain saw early that was a misfield, and it brings him through for the second. You can just see here. He goes, yeah, oh, okay, right, let's go. He's running to the danger ends with Stain, so he's happy to come through, and at the end of the 7th, the Czech Republic is 66 for 1. You can just see there, the bottom of your screen at this stage, Romania, they were still 77 for no loss. So the Czech Republic just a little bit behind. These overs now, after the power play, well, they're vital for Romania to really bat them down now and to beat them into, pressure them into making a mistake. And they're going to really want to get this man out. On your screen now, Stain, he's done really, really well. It's going to be Master Hussaini to continue here. He's gone for 8 off his first over. There was a 10 ball over, so not really many runs coming off of the bat. Just an issue with his line. As this is a little bit off the legs, and it's going to be a chase from Garrison. He's going to do really well, and he's having a really good day out there, isn't he? The young 15-year-old. It's really good to see emerging talent for Romania. As this is just clipped off his legs. Garrison gives chase and does really well, and it's just going to be the 2 runs. And he veers on the legs again and Stain. Oh, that's a really good bit of fielding from Taranjeet Singh. And he gets it in and they end up coming back for 2. And that's a really, really good bit of fielding from the man out there. Can't do anything wrong at the moment. One-handed. Plucks it out of thin air. It's a really, really good shot. Hussaini comes around the wicket and gets this one to in the right spell, and he's just pushed that into the man. Satuk Natigotla. It's just going to be a dot ball, and these dot balls are really, really crucial for Romania now, as they really need to just dog these batsmen down, as we've seen so many times throughout this week. So slow ball and Stain when he goes out there, and the man out there. Oh, that's an absolute outstanding grab. And it was only ever going to be that one man, wasn't it? It has to be Taranjeet Singh as he takes an outstanding grab as Dylan Stain, he's going to have to go. He did really well to hold on to that one. Taranjeet Singh to get rid of the in man. Dylan Stain, he's got to go. Romania, 70 for 2. Czech Republic, find themselves now, after losing their second wicket, 70 for 2. It's a really, really good catch from Taranjeet Singh. It was only ever going to be that one man, wasn't it?
Johnny, who's the batting?
As we see now, cometh the hour, cometh the man. Sudesh Wikramasakara, the beast, comes in to the crease now. And a shotgun. And Wikramasakara. There's a lot of pressure on these two men now, isn't there? That was a really good innings from Saint. 37 off of just 26 deliveries with 5 fours. But yeah, do you feel that's just the start again? That's just not going to be converted. That could be a really, really big change in this innings, as it's a shotgun on strikers. He's sat there on 17 off of just 14 at the moment. Well, there's a nick on that, and I think is he celebrating? I'm not too sure. I don't think, yes, no, maybe. Just take a look here. I think he's done well. I think he's taken that well. I don't think it's going to be given. There's a bit of confusion at the moment. And that's really interesting. There's definitely a nick on it. Must have just dropped short. There's a shotgun, survives. Shotgun has got to make big on this opportunity now. As he just comes across and puts this into leg side. Should just be the one. And I think Wikramasakara was looking for that second, but ends up just being single as we end the over. And the Czech Republic are 71 for 2. Really, really big over that from Basu Saini as he gets the big wicket of Dylan Stain. And you just feel now, unless one of these two goes big, Czech Republic might just be struggling. There's a lot of pressure on these two now, isn't it? And just a couple in the chat just saying really good to see the keeper with some good sportsmanship. And I do have to say that all of these games, obviously in the 12th match now, match 11 of the Valletta Cup here in Malta, all 11 games have been played in really good spirit. There's been any controversy. It's been really nice to see. As the change of bowling. And that's going to run away. I think it might go. He's going to do really well. Oh, it's really good bit of fielding from the man out there. Oh, and that's number 13, Cosmin Zaboui. He does really, really well. As we see here, Ijaz Hussain is coming on. That finds the outside edge. It's played with soft hands and it runs away. And the ball looks like it's going to win, but it just slows up. And that man, Cosmin, does really well. Releases it just in time. Really good bit of fielding. And you just feel that Romania are up for this one. Just lifted their standards. As it brings the beast, Wikramasakara, on to face his first delivery. Looks to go big as it goes down the leg side. It's going to be a wide delivery from Ijaz Hussain. As Wikramasakara, he's timed this really well, and I think that's going to go all the way for 4, and it has. Well, that's a really good shot from the beast there, Wikramasakara. He just timed this really well, and maybe just showing that he's doing really, really well. And he just times it, and he just runs away. It's 4 runs. That's a good response from Hussain, as that was the effort ball. That's just going to be the one to the man out there, Taranjeet Singh. It's a really good arm, isn't it? The keeper, well, Abdul Shakur does really, really well. As a shotgun, just drops us in, it's straight to the man. So Thisan there, the skipper, captain versus captain. And it's going to end up being a dot ball. So good over this so far, really, from Hussein. And he just steps over, drops and runs, and he's going to rotate the strike as a shotgun, which is good batting from him. As he's saying, he's only gone for 10 off this over. He can look to keep it at that, as it's Wickramesakara on strike. He advances, and that's a very, very good over in the end from Hussein. Just the 10 coming off it. And at the end of the 9th over, Czech Republic are 81 for 2. Good over from Ijaz Hussein in the context of this game. Just the 10 coming off it. And the beast, Wickramesakara, with a really nice boundary in that. Didn't really seem to go big at it. And he just timed it really well off the middle of the bat. As was Hussein, he's going to continue. And a shotgun looks to go big. He's not quite middle of this. There's a man there. Oh, and it's going to go through his hands, and it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. A shotgun going to be given a life there, and it's the man, Aftab Kayani, the 12th man, at long on. Well, he had loads of time to set himself, didn't he? He almost just came in a bit too far. And he really disappointed with himself, and that could be a really costly drop, that. Saini deserved a 2nd wicket there. And the shotgun then just drives, doesn't really time this. Well, there could be buzzers here. There's a bit of yes, no, maybe, yes, no, maybe. Doesn't end up coming to anything, and it's a dot ball. As you just see here, the beast getting in the way. So I need to continue. A shotgun on strike. Just dabs this down to the young man. That's a really good arm. Just stopped by the keeper there. You see there on your screen, Romania, well, they were 106 at this point, so the Czech Republic is starting to fall back here. Saini. The beast looks to go big, and he's just going to drag this one into the leg side. It should just be...
How they played in this tournament.
1
3
run,
wins from the group
kept the
stages.
single. Saini, really good over this so far. Just drops this one short. And a shotgun's just going to run this into the leg side for a single. And you do think that if the Czech Republic are going to get near this target, they really are going to have to accelerate, and you feel the beast is going to be the man to do that. So I need to finish. Oh, and that's a really big wicket. That's a really good way to bring out drinks as Saini gets the huge wicket of Sudesh Wickramesakara, who goes without really troubling the scorers It's a great delivery from Saini, top of off. He clips the bail. That's a huge wicket in the context of this game, as that's going to bring us to a break here. After 10 overs, the Czech Republic are 88 for 3. And we're going to go to a drinks break here, which gives us a moment just to go into the YouTube chat. There's a bit of a European celebrity in there. There's Pavel Florin. Well, Pavel Florin's in the chat. He says, hello. Well, hi, Pavel. I hope you're okay. And you've just joined at a really good time, as the Beast, Shideshwar Kramasakara, well, he's gone really cheaply. And Romania, well, they're on top here against the Czech Republic. Kramasakara only going for 6 off of 5 deliveries, bringing Sharan Ramakrishnan in. Well, Pavel, I hope you're okay. Do let us know how you are. Kramasakara, well, he has to go. You just feel that someone was going to have to go for it, weren't they? And Kramasakara was the Beast, was always going to be the man to do so as a shock out. He's 28 off 23 at the moment, so he was always going to go, wasn't he? And Pavel in the chat saying we want to see native bowlers bowling. Absolutely. Well, there's 2 natives in here, Colin Zavoy and young Marianne Gadissim, doing really, really well in the field. We saw earlier Zavoy doing an incredible job as he saved the boundary and flicked it back into the field of play. And we saw Gadissim do that the other day as well. Astonishing chase down to fine leg and did an incredible job, saving 4 runs once again. And obviously, Gadissim, well, he took a catch early on, didn't he, to dismiss Sabawoon Divisi, which was a really big, vital wicket for Romania. A lot of pressure on the in batsman now. I'm doing a shock out. You just feel that this is just going to fall to some big hitters in the team now. If you do have any questions for Pavel, do get him in the chat. I'm sure he's more than willing to answer for your questions. As a shotgun just drops us into the offside. It should just be the one. And again, that man, Satwik Natigotla, doing a very, very good job. Kramasakara, well, he went big against Bulgaria, but hasn't really been able to build a big innings. Not really living up to his name, is he, the Beast? And there's just a field replacement just going on as the field just moves around. And I can see in front of me, you can't see on your screen, as Taranjeet Singh comes in, and this is just going to be a dot ball. And in front of me, on backwards point and a fly slip, the 2 Romanian-born players, Marian Gadissim and Cosmin Zavoy. Great example of development in cricket in Europe. This one is flashed into the offside. It should just be a single, and will be, which means Ramakrishnan gets off strike. And the target of 194, looking like a big ask now for the Czech Republic. Shotgun looking to go for a big shot. Doesn't get any of this, and it's just going to roll out to the man at deep mid-wicket. That's Gaudav Mishra with a good job out there. Collects that, it's just going to be the 1 run. Well, he's gone big here. That's a really, really good catch by the man in the deep. Ramakrishnan, and he comes and he goes for the really massive shot down the ground. It's a big hit to clear the rope there. He does really, really well. As that brings another wicket for Taranjit Singh. This is first in this innings. Czech Republic, after that, they are 91 for 4. Slowly fading now. Slowly fading the chances, as it looks like it's going to be Ritik Tomar, the tank, to come in to join the captain. Tomar, we've seen hit some serious bombs. So if Romania, they're going to have a chance of defending this, which they look like they're doing a really good job at the moment, as Taranjit Singh continues against Ashokan. It's a dot ball as it's put into the leg side, and Sathisan looking to get a bit spicy, but ends up just being a dot ball at the end of the over. So after 11 overs, the Czech Republic are 91 for 4. Pavel Florin just saying that there's a bit of discussion about the young Marian Keresim, who is a really talented bowler. And Pavel Florin saying he needs a chance to prove it. I think if it comes to it, if Romania feel that this game ends up getting too far away for the Czech Republic, I'm sure we could see the young man come on, and it'd be really nice to see. They're going to want to make sure, aren't they? Obviously, not yet got their first win here in the tournament, so I think they're really going to just try and get this win over the line, Romania. Tomar, well, he's on to face his first delivery. Sathisan into the attack, the skipper. Tomar, it's a lovely shot as that squeezes through the offside, but it's done really well by Taranjit Singh once again out in the deep, and it's just going to end up being the 2 runs. And once again, it is really good to see the young 15-year-old. We've got a real array of young talent here. Keresim for Romania. Louis Bruce going for 99, not out. Sathisan, that's going to be squeezed into the leg side by Tank Tomar for the single. Once again, Sathisan starting off well. He had a better innings with the bat, finally getting a bit of runs under his belt, as this is darted in, and it's going to be given wide by Tim Wheeler. We'll take another look here. He darted this one in. It's a good call. Let's try and move back. This is floated up, and the Ashokan's on the drive. And there's an early call of 2. Taranjit Singh does the work out there. Well, this man's everywhere at the moment. And ends up coming back for the 2 runs. Just a bit of a break here, as I think he's just going to get rid of one of his thigh pads. And in reality now, the Czech Republic, they have to go big, don't they? And you do feel like it could be Ritik Tomar. In actual fact, you've got the skipper on strike at the moment. He's 32 off of 27. Just the 3 boundaries for Oglu and Ashokan. Well, he's gone up. It should just be collected. And in fact, it is. By Aftab Kiani, the 12th man here. As it brings Tomar on strike. He cuts this away, He's not quite got all of this, but I think this is just going to run away, and it is. It's giving a good chase from the young Geddesin, the 15-year-old. He can't just quite get there. As you see, with an incredible arm as he throws it in off the boundary. As that 4 from T20Is really, in fact, is going to add another 4 onto the total as the Czech Republic is sitting on 102 for 4 now. You need a couple more of those. Tomad looks to go big, doesn't get anything of it. In fact, ends up being just over the 30-yard circle for a single. As that brings us to the end of the 12th over. The Czech Republic are 103 for 4. And we get to have another look at this table here. And in reality, if Romania can have any chance of getting as close up to that second spot, they really do need to take the victory here against the Czech Republic, truth be told. Bulgaria, well, they're truly struggling down at the bottom as they return later on today, where they'll face Romania in the last game of day 4 here in Malta of the Valletta Cup. He's just clipped this one over. So Thisan, he's just saying, just lost it, I think, as it went over him. As it's Taranjit Singh to continue. Ashokan just plays this into the offside. Shokan looking to go big into the onside. Cut off by the man in the deep, and they come back for 2 pretty comfortably in the end. Taranjit Singh, he's looking for that wicket, isn't he? In reality, you feel one more wicket of these 2. It could be Curtis, as that's hit really, really hard, and it's going to take some cutting off, and he doesn't quite get round there, and added in a Shokan. Well, he's hit that with some power. Flat bats that through Taranjit Singh, and it goes all the way for 4. Wide, and Taranjit Singh also just getting out of the way. So hit that really well for that to race away for 4. They're going to need a couple more of those if you're going to catch up with the Romanian total. This is short, as Ashokan just rotates the strike. And Geddesin comes around, collects that, and keeps it to just the 1 run. And T20Is turns this round the corner, and it's going to be that young man again, Geddesin. Just keeps it to 1 again. Really good work from him. Out in the deep, as that brings us to the end of the 13th. Czech Republic are 112 for 4. And there's just a bit of chat about the decision of Wickramasukala going straight away. And I think we've seen it loads of times now, haven't we? Where in reality, in T10, you do have the license just to go all the way straight away. Go from the offset. However, as a matter of fact, in T20, you can just give yourself a little bit of time. Czech Republic, if they're going to have any chance at T20Is and Ashokan, they're going to have to go big here. It's going to tip off the leg. And he's going to go for the... And I think there could be buzzers here, and there's going to be give away a single. And in the grand scheme of things, don't know if that was actually necessary from the bowler. That's Raj Kumar coming on to continue his spell. The rate creeping up. So nearly 12 and over now. That's a good ball from Kumar. And Tomar just looking to play that in, but just doesn't get on top of it. Almost too close to him, I think. And certainly needing to go big now. And Kumar undoubtedly will be happy with the way that he started this over. And this is Fuller, and he's hit that really well as Tomar. And that's going to go all the way. 4 runs from the tank. And in reality, they're going to need a couple more of those. The Czech Republic. Genuine, true strike of the ball from the tank. And that flies away. 4 runs for Tomar. Kumar needs a reply. Tomar looks to go big, and there's no one out there at square leg, and that's just going to trickle over the boundary. It's going to be another 4 runs for the Czech Republic. Undoubtedly, they're going to need a couple more. However, these are certainly going to help add towards the total. Tomar has gone the distance now. That's a very good comeback. And that's much better from Kumar, and the tank Tomar just can't get that one away. It ends up being a dot ball. Tomar, final ball of this over. Tomar, he looks to go big. He doesn't get any of this. It's just going to go to the 30-yard circle. Well, they come through for the 2. This could be suicidal. Oh, no. It just... Raj Kumar, you just feel if he had taken that one cleanly, as we're going to see again, he doesn't get all of this as Tomar. A shock out. He was really keen to go for the 2. It was turned blindly, and he was going to go. If he took this cleanly, he was gone, wasn't he? But Raj Kumar doesn't get anything on it, and that's going to end the over with 2 runs added to the total. The Czech Republic after the 14th, they find themselves 124 for 4. And again, we're going to see Taranjit Singh come away from the attack. And Ijaz Hussain to continue for Romania, as the Czech Republic, after that big over, they need 70 runs off of 36 deliveries. Ijaz Hussain to continue in the 15th. Shokan into the leg side, and that man Taranjit Singh just comes around, collects this one, and it's just the single as it brings Tomar back on strike. 20 off of just 12 deliveries now for Ritik Tomar, the tank. Wow, he's missed this one. The umpire thinks about it, and he has to go. And Tomar, I think he knew. And we just have a look at this one here. To seize him in the flight of this one. And he goes to swing this right into the leg side, but he just misses the straight one. Looks to be pretty plumb for me. As that one goes, Czech Republic are 125 for 5. if truth be told, you do feel that that wicket might just be the nail in the coffin now for the Czech Republic. Wickets being the issue for them here, and Romania are going to be more than happy with the way that this is going here. Certainly still a chance here for the Czech Republic. They need a couple of big overs, but the mountain's just getting a little bit steeper now to climb. There's a new batsman, Sazib Buyan. He's coming in now in a really mammoth task now for the Czech. And Ijaz Hussain just straining down the leg side for a wide delivery. Even the chat saying that they think this game's over. I wouldn't set your horses yet. This one, that's going to be out to the leg side. That's going to go. That's 4 runs. Good start from Buyan. Wide delivery from Hussain. Just overcorrecting from that previous delivery. Buyan makes full effects of that. And one bounce, 4 runs for the Czech Republic. Certainly not over is this contest. And that's just going to come into the offside for a single as they run through. And off the bat of Buyan. And in reality, you do feel that we've got to go big now. Nearly at 12 and over. There's 2 run the ball. Shokan, the in-batsman, he's got to go, hasn't he? He's got to really take the fight to Romania as he goes big into the leg side. Doesn't get enough of this, and it's that man, Taranjit Singh. He's going to get that. Well, Buyan, he was looking for the second. Shokan wasn't interested. Good shot, straight to the man. Satwik Natikotla has done had a really good job out in the covers as that brings us to the end of the 15th. The Czech Republic 132 for 5. Take a look here, only the 4 left to come for the Czech Republic as they now are requiring 62 needed off of just 30 balls. It's above 2 runs a ball now. This could be a really big ask of these two. Shokan, well, he's been promoted, isn't he, to number 3. He's been given the chance and he's not done awfully. He's just not had the partners, has he? We've seen the wickets tumble at the other end. So it's Saini to continue here as he's back into the attack. It's a full start. A lot of people in the chat sitting with the Romanians right now. And if anyone knows anything about European cricket, not over till the fat lady sings, ladies and gentlemen. And that's Hussaini. He's got a job here to do. Shokan goes big. And I think he's got enough on that. And he does. That's going to go the distance. That's 6 runs. Really massive shot from the Shokan as he moves on now to 48. And in reality, if the Czech Republic are going to get anywhere near this man's going to play a real vital role. And lots of airtime did that one. Just struggled to get over. Did enough though. Needs a reply to Saini. It's going to end up. It could be a mix-up here. And he's gone. Has Buiyan, he has to go. I think he was really wanting just to rotate the strike after the big six. So we take another look here. The shotgun, it's a nice drive, doesn't get all of it. We normally have been running these, but we just see here. And he is gone. It's a good call from the umpire. Well, Buiyan looked well, didn't he? Looked like he could strike a ball. He has to go 5 off 3. Shotgun, he's run him out there. And a shotgun. Still sitting on 48, not out. You do feel that after the 6th wicket falls, as the Czech Republic has sat on 138 for 6. Saini on to continue here. A shotgun on strike, just 2 needed now for his half century. That's a really good delivery from Saini. A shotgun, just trying to play this into the leg side. Doesn't really read the line or length at all. That's a good shot, and again, it's just going to be the 1 run as the umpire gets in the way. Probably not what you want to do when you're trying to get some calls here. Not a good way to thank him after giving a dismissal there. Should be all okay, as we just see here. I think he's well home, and he was. Just took the umpire wheeler by surprise. It brings a new man in. Devinder Singh on strike. Big ask for him now. Saini. This is short. It's well played. Yeah, he gets a good hand on that, and it's really well picked up by the young man. Really good bit of work by those two. You got the skipper there, Sathisan, backed up by the 15-year-old. We just get another look at this here. Really, really good to see. In reality, if it wasn't for that hand there from Sathisan, incredible arm from the young 15-year-old. Shotgun on 49. Really, really good delivery from Saini as that. Just lifted a little bit off the pitch. It brings again another dot ball. A great over as at the end of the 16th, Czech Republic are 140 for 6. Basu Saini once again, the pick of the bowlers for the Romanians so far. 28 off of his 4 overs for 2 wickets as he picked up. As the equation now is 54 off of 24 deliveries. 4 overs remaining in this chase. As it's going to be Ijaz Hussain to continue at the far end. Singh on strike. He really adjusts really well there. And he's just going to come through for the single and get that man back on strike as Shokan. You feel there's a lot of pressure on this man's shoulders now. Well, as Shokan, he's had to go big and he's got to go, and he falls 1 short of the 50. And in reality, you do feel that that might just be the nail in the coffins for the Czechs now. As he walks off, disappointed. Good delivery from Ijaz Hussain. And that really does feel Could be just the pendulum swinging more and more into the favour of the Romanians now, as they're still looking to get their first victory. The Czech Republic, as they fall for 141 for 7 now. He's still taking his time. I think he knows he may have just missed an opportunity there to be the man to do it for his country. For Romania, they bowled well, a couple of extras, but not too many. And they fielded really well. And you just feel that might just be the difference here as we get towards the nail-biting end here. There's an appeal for the new batsman. It's going to go down the leg as that's Sanjajit Sengupta coming in to face. It's a good shout. Just missing that leg stump, I reckon. Good bit of bowling this from Hussain. Sengupta still on strike. There's an appeal. It's all happening here in Malta. It's an appeal, then there's an attempt at a run out. Ends up just being a dot ball. Hussain continuing here. It's been a really good over so far. And just as I say that, he squirts that one wide. It's going to be given an offside wide. Hussain continues here. That's a big shot. And it's not going to carry. One bounce to the man out there. There's Basu Saini out there, I believe. Doing a good job. Not only with the ball, but also out in the field as well. And you just feel now that wicket of Ashokan and the Czechs just losing a bit of confidence as he times that pretty well. And it's well done again by the man out there, Aftab Kayani. And every run counts now. And you can see the Romanians, well, they're pumped. They're really, really up for this. And that brings us to the end of the 17th. Just 3 overs remaining. Czech Republic are 148 for 7. Well, that rate now. 16 runs required and over now. 50 off of 18. And I just said a couple of things in the chat just about the young man getting on for a bowl. The only issue here is Romania yet to get that win. And I don't really want something bad to happen to the young man's confidence. There's still plenty of games left in this tournament. Could be a close run out here. There's no one there to back up, so he holds on, does well. Come through for the single. Good from Singh. Just going back to that. And I think obviously there's a game coming up. In Romania, they really want to get that first win on the board. Going winless so far in the tournament. If they can get their first win, and then I think after that, they're going to look to get more involved. It's a nice shot. They're going to come through, and it's well, all over the place is Raj Kumar as he returns to finish his spell here. He's only gone for 36 so far with 4 deliveries remaining. And with Garrison, I just think, again, just having him in and around the squad is really good for a kid his age. Just as we're talking about him, he just puts one down. He took one earlier, but this one flew at him really quickly. And if anything comes from it, he has stopped the 4 runs. So not the outlet that he would have wanted, but from a team's perspective, it's just going to be the 1 run. It's a slower delivery into the offside. They're going to go look for the run out. There could be buzzers here. They're going to turn and go. It should just be the one. And it's just going to be the one extra, isn't it? Yeah. As Abdul Shakur brings that in from the throw. As you're saying. So bringing Sengupta on strike. It's well ball, but he's hit that well. And again, that man, well, he's been ever present in the covers, isn't he? Satwik Natigotla does extremely well. And it ends up just being the one run off of Sengupta. 45 needed. 44 off of 13 now, the equation for the Czech. So Romania, well, they look like they're set to put their first victory on the board. He hits this into the leg side. They turn and go for two. And that brings us to the end of the 18th. Just see that, never getting themselves up towards where the run rate required them to be. So at the end of the 18th, Czech Republic are 152 for 7. With Ijaz Hussain, he's 2 for 22 off of his 3 overs so far. As he's going to come in and finish his spell in the penultimate over here. 42 runs needed off 12 now, 21 and over. And he's got him. You see that celebration again from Hussain. Sengupta, well, he has to go. So another wicket falls for the Czech Republic. 152 for 8 now. As just going, clips off his pad. He's a little bit unlucky there. As we go into the final 2 wickets now, as 152 for 8 are the Czech Republic. Looking forward into the next game, obviously the action doesn't end here for us here on the European Cricket Network. Romania, they'll be making a return after what looks like is going to be a pretty comfortable win for them here. Now they are going up against Bulgaria, who are still, well, they were in a similar position to what Romania were, still are technically. Bulgaria, they're looking to get their first win after losing out to Gibraltar. As we go back to live action. It's a big shout, he's not going to give it. And that's the new batsman of Lead Ahmed. Bowled well. Bit of a tough situation to come in the last over and a half. And there's an edge on that, but it's a no ball. Well, he's overstepped by the looks of it. And he survives. If we look here, well, it's not for that, so we're wondering as to why it's a no ball. You just see here, don't think it is. It could be, no, looks fine to me there. I'm not sure as to why that's been given a no ball. Can't think, Fields looks fine to me. It's a free hit. It's a slow delivery, it's really well bowled, but the keeper, this is going to end up coming through for a bye. Brings Ahmed back on strike. Well, he's hit that pretty well into the leg side, and that might be a boundary, and it is. So a bit of consolidation for the Czech Republic. He just swipes across into the leg side. picks the bat, picks the boundary really well. It's 4 runs for the Czech Republic. He digs that out, and it's going to end up just coming through. Well, they're going to look for 2 here. They're going to do well, but I don't think so. And that's good work by the man out in the deep. Half tap, Kiani does well. Going to end up just being the 1 run. So do join us as Romania return to the field as they take on Bulgaria in match number 3 here today. Game 12 of the Valletta Cup here on the European Cricket Network. That's gone really high, and the young man's under it. It's going to take some catching. Well, and that's an absolute outstanding grab by the young man. And you have to feel that he's really deserved that. He took the early catch early on. Really well in the field throughout the entire tournament. And that's probably one of the hardest catches we've seen taken in this tournament. Had serious height on it, serious airtime. It's a great catch by the young man. And you can just see the smile on his face, 15 years of age. It's a really, really stunning catch by that young man out there. Marian Gerasim, 2 catches for him in this innings. And at the fall of the 9th wicket, the Czech Republic are 160 for 9. Brings us into the final over. Well, we are going to see a native come on to bowl. It's not going to be the young man after taking an outstanding catch, but we are going to see Cosmin Zabui come on for the final over. As you see him getting loose. This is what we've all wanted to see, haven't we? We've really wanted to see some homegrown talent. And here we go. We've got Cosmin Zabui coming on. What a catch that was by the young man. He's going to be replaying that one over and over again. Will Marian, that's really lovely to see. As we're going to continue on here into the final over. Czech Republic 160 for 9 going into the 20th over. Cosmin Zabui is into bowl. It's a good start from Cosmin, as that's just going to be hit into the leg side for a single. It's a good start from Cosmin. Just a bit of an issue with the on-screen graphics, so we do apologise. I'll keep you updated as it's now 161 with 5 left in the over. That's going to be a wide down the leg side. There's appeal for stumping. I don't think it's going to be given. Just a 1 wicket needed now to bowl them out. Just veering down the leg side was Cosmin. Can he take a wicket with him? Steps across. And it's clipped up. Just falls safely for the single as they move on to 163. And Cosmin, the growing talent from Romania in the final over. It's a really good bit of bowling is this from Cosmin. No pace on the ball, so it's really, really hard for the number 11 to get this away. It's a really good bit of bowling from Cosmin. Pretty much up to date now. As that is going to be given a wide. Cosmin just struggling here just to get his line. His length's pretty much bang on. Just struggling to get that line right. I'm sure he's going to try and fix it here. This is full, and there is a man out there who's been given a no ball. So it's going to be a free hit against Cosmin here. It's the number 11 on to face. Free hit coming up. It's actually a really good delivery. It's only going to be the 1 run as Ijaz Hussain collects that. It's just going to be the one run. Good over from Cosmin so far. A couple of extras, but when he got it on there, it's been tough. It's been tough to get away. A good bit of work behind the stumps. Again, just struggling to get him away. He's at that almost awkward position. It's a really tough pace to get away. Really got to generate the power yourself. In reality, when you do so, you almost swing too hard at it. It's protection out on the leg side. It's catching opportunities if it goes. And again, really, well, that's a lovely way to end this match. Romania, well, they finish here in match number 11. And they're victorious as they will defeat the Czech Republic by 26 runs. And Romania, for they deserve that. They played some good cricket today. And they ended up with the victories. We have a look at the highlights here. And Stain getting off to a really good start for the Czech Republic. And there's a good bit of fielding. But that young man there on screen, well, he's been brilliant today in the field. Some really good fielding. And he's taken 2 really good catches. Tajit Singh, well, that was a really great grab. And a shotgun. That was a bit of a controversial moment there, wasn't it? He's walked there. I think we all thought it was given. Again, Cosmin doing a very good job out in the field, and he managed to get it over for him at the end of the game. As we just see the highlights here. A shotgun where he showed a bit of fight, didn't he, for the Czech Republic, and you just felt when his wicket went, there wasn't going to be much. Well, the Beast didn't get going, did he? Wikrama Sakara. Swipe across the leg side early on in his innings, and that was the demise of the Beast. This was a really good catch out in the deep. You could just see how much that meant. Shotgun, he hit that hard. He hits a hard ball. If it's hit, it's going to stay hit. Vitik Tomar, he showed a bit of fight. Just missing the straight one. Got done by the flight. And ends up getting done by LBW. You see here, really good bit of work again from the young man. And that was the moment that changed the game. Hussein getting that wicket, top of off, he had to go, nearly a shotgun, and that's when you felt Romania really felt that they were in there. This one, again, a bit unlucky for the batsman, just clipping him on the pad as it won his way through. We see this, well, that's the moment of the match for me. Young Garrison with an absolute blinder of a take out in the deep, 15 years of age. Just again, something you really love to see here on the European Cricket Network. And then Cosmin Zaboy given the ball for the last over. So at the end of this, match 11, Romania, they beat the Czech Republic by 26 runs. But don't go anywhere, as we're going to be back in just 15 minutes for the final game of today, as we have Romania. Well, they go up against Bulgaria. Bulgaria, they'll be batting first. I'm going to go take a little break, catch up my breath, and we'll be back in 15 minutes as you're watching the Valletta Cup on the European Cricket Network. And a very warm welcome back to the Marsa Sports Club here in Malta. As we see here, some lovely pictures of the Maltese architecture and just the scenes that we're playing around as you come back and you join us here for the final game of day 4 here in Malta, match number 12 of the Valletta Cup 2022. As we see Romania, well, it says there they haven't won a game there, but they won their 3rd encounter as they took the Czech Republic's by storm, and they defeated them by a total of 26 rounds. And then they're up against Bulgaria, as Bulgaria are still looking for their first win. 3 losses from their first 3 games, and they're going to be hoping that they can do a real good piece of work here on the Romanians. And the Romanians, well, they're going to really be up for this, aren't they? Just come off a really good victory from against the Czechs, as we're looking at a really good close contest here. The temperature in Malta is about 28 degrees, so it's really exceeded what we were expecting. And I've now got a fan in the commentary box. Not a literal fan, literally is a literal fan, so that's giving me some nice cool bit of wind. As take a good moment just to welcome back all our viewers, whether you're watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel or if you're watching on Fancode in India. Certainly are set for an incredible final game here on Friday the 13th. Unlucky for some, as there's a change at the top of the order for Bulgaria, as we see Saeem Hussain. Well, he's going to be opening up, taking first ball with Ishan de Silva. Ishan de Silva, well, he went really well against Czech Republic yesterday. Struggled early today as they lost out to Gibraltar. Samarth Bodder, well, he got him with a really good court and bowl, didn't he? Really looking forward to this one, as we're just about ready to get underway, and it's going to be that man, Mishra, to start us off here for Romania. And you would have seen that. Actually, no sign of Amar Razul, who many people were saying, why isn't he opening the batting? Well, he's injured his shoulder, so he's dropped out for this game. As we look to start here, it's a good start from Hussain, as that's going to run away. And we might start with a boundary, and we are going to. That's 4 runs for Bulgaria. Good start for Hussain. Good clip off the legs, as that's going to be going down the leg side, and it runs away. All the way for 4 runs. We need a reply here from Mishra. Not the start he would have wanted. And he's back on straight away. And a good line of length there. And many people were saying that there would have been a change at the top of the order for Bulgaria. Chris Lakov just dropping out. It'll be interesting when he does come in. Obviously Prakash Mishra as well. He's a bit of a yes, no. He set off and went, actually, not today. As he turns it around and says no. Again, hearing a little bit on the legs of Hussain, and he's not going to miss out, is he? We've seen him hit some incredible shots over the last couple of days. And he's going to really look to push on, as he's been given an opportunity at the top of the order for Bulgaria. As we get to see Ishan de Silva at the top of the order once again. Not dropped down to number 4 earlier on against Gibraltar, as Bulgaria lost, and that gave Gibraltar their first win of the tournament here. Mishra to continue here. And Ishan de Silva, it's a good drive. Well, he's timed the absolute socks off of that one. That's going to go all the way. It's a maximum over the top for Ishan de Silva. Lovely booming cover drive. Doesn't get much better than that. It's a great way to get off the mark for de Silva. What a start. We've seen De Silva hit plenty of those, haven't we, over the last couple of matches for Bulgaria. It's a good start, this. I'm going to clip this into the leg side. It's just going to be given. Not going to go for anything. It's going to be a dot ball. So 11 coming off of that first over. Bulgaria, they're 11 for none after the first. Really good start there. 2 boundaries in that first over. Obviously, if you're joining us, hope you're all doing well. If you are in the YouTube chat, do say hello. Let us know where you're watching from. Very sunny, warm day here in Malta on the Mediterranean island. Really haven't seen a cloud all day. It's just going to be the exact same for the rest of the week. We've had 2 really good games. So Gibraltar getting one over Bulgaria in the first game of the day. And then just as we just saw, Romania, well, they got one over the Czech Republic. So things on the table looking tight. Michael H saying he's watching from Australia. Well, Michael, hope you're doing well. Nice to see you in the chat. He's been in there a few times today. It's a good start. As you say, just clips this into the leg side. It's going to go for 1 run. And I think if Bulgaria are going to look to set a good total here, really going to need to make the most of this power play. And again, these two are more than capable. Obviously, Hussein wasn't at number 3 earlier, but came in the first over, so he'll know what's expected of him. And he went well with 64 runs, getting out early. It wasn't too costly as they ended up winning the game, so he'll be happy with that. And we saw this very similar against, again, yesterday for De Silva against the Czech Republic. Anything just short, back of a length outside off, just struggles a little bit, just, especially early on, not getting those feet moving. And just ends up going through to the keeper for a dot ball. There's an appeal, and I don't think there was anything on. I couldn't hear anything. No, nothing there for me. Same area once again. You can see De Silva just struggling ever so slightly after getting off the mark with that booming cover drive for 6. Just struggling here slightly. I think the interesting thing here will be to see where the usual openers come in. See, number 3 and 4 promoted to 1 and 2 respectively. This is Fuller, and it's well played by De Silva. It's kept out. So it's a really good over from Rajkumar so far, just the 1 off it. And I'm sure there are going to be plenty of Romania fans watching on as they look to make it 2 from 2 today. Didn't have any victories so before the start of today's play. We've got 1, and there is second game. She's short, and again, that's really actually well played by De Silva, and it's a young man. He's just going to miss out there. He just struggles because he's gone all the way into the changing rooms. But it's a good way to finish for De Silva. It's 4 runs for Bulgaria. Gave a good chase. He almost got there, but you just think if he went with the dive, he might have done better. But at the end of the second over, Romania, they're going to be happy. Bulgaria, they're 16 for none. We get an updated look now at that scoreboard. And 2 teams sat on 2 points, Romania and Gibraltar. Romania bringing up that first victory just a couple moments ago. We take a look once again. Malta, well, they're confirmed, aren't they, for the final on Sunday, as they're 4 from 4. Bulgaria sat on the bottom of that run rate, that net run rate. Because of that game against Czech Republic. Czech Republic, their net run rate now just taking a bit of a hit after that loss. Their 2 wins and 2 losses from their 4 games are the Czech Republic, losing to both Romania and Malta. So we are in for a really exciting next couple of days of cricket as we continue here in the third. Good shot from Hussain, and Mishra collects that. It's going to be the 1 run for Hussain. Interesting that the wicketkeeper standing up once again to Mishra. Doesn't want to give the batsman that freedom of advancing down the track or making what would have been the back of a length into a almost slot delivery. And a good decision from Matti Gotler, who's taken over with the gloves here this game. It's an inside edge from De Silva, and good work from the young man. Get us him on the angle. Matti Gotler, well, he was doing really, really good job in the last game. It's a good take from the keeper. Hussain looking to go big as it's short and wide. Misses out there. Mishra coming across the left-handed Saeem Hussain. It's an edge, and he's taken it. It's a really good catch from Sathisan, and Mishra gets the man. Saeem Hussain, he has to go. And we'll just take another look here. It came in really quick. It's a big swing from Hussain, looking to go into the leg side. And Sathisan, you see how much that means to them. It's an early breakthrough. And Bulgaria, they're 18 for 1. As we're now going to see the captain, Prakash Mishra, come out to join Ishan De Silva. And Prakash, he needs to go big, doesn't he? Always does. He's only going to go one way. I'm going to see him tickle it around and wait, take his time. He's going to go from the off. Mishra, he'll be on strike, won't he? As Mishra gets another wicket in the tournament. He's doing really well so far. So Mishra to face up for his first delivery. Looks to go into the leg side. And he's going to start with, it's really good work from the man out in the deep. That's Vasu Saini, as we've seen him do it plenty of times this week. Ends up being just a 1 run. Oh, no, well, I'm wrong. It's given 4 runs. Wow. Obviously, he must have made contact with the rope. And ends up being 4. So a good way to get off the mark for Mishra as we just take another look here. I don't really know what they've given 4 for there. I have to say, I'm confused myself. I think they're going to change. I don't really understand why that's been given. It's very clearly not 4 runs. No, it's not going to be given as they retract that from the scorebook. So Mishra, rightly so, just gets the 1 run. Good work out there by Siini. He's not going to want to have that taken away from him. As it just gives us a moment just to let you know about obviously what's coming up later on. We've obviously got Sweden at the moment, and we go to Stockholm for 2 weeks on Monday, and after that we're off to the Czech Republic and then Hungary in June as well. So really, lots of cricket coming for you on the European Cricket Network as De Silva's on strike. Again, that's a lovely shot. He's really strong through that area, and that's going to run away. 4 runs. This time it is 4 for Bulgaria. It's a really good shot from De Silva. Makes use of the bit of extra pace of Mishra, and that's going to go all the way. 4 runs. And at the end of the third, Bulgaria 23 for 1. Just going to see Raj Kumar continue here. We had a good over, didn't he, off his first? Just the 5 runs coming from it. But I measure with the breakthrough there, as Hussein, he could be really dangerous in this format, especially. Has to go. It has to be said. I feel that that's a really big wicket. It's a good time to take that halfway through now. The power play. It's just dropped. It's just not. Oh no! It could be. Well, Mishra and De Silva, no communication whatsoever. And we just take a replay here. It's really not very good from these two. He drops and runs. And it's not really a yes, no. It doesn't look like there was a call at all. And then he went and then turned away and he limps away. Struggling on a bit of an injured knee is Mishra. Just a bit of interesting calling there, or a lack of communication rather. But it's still there. And this time they do run through for the single. More confident call there. And Mishra comes through for the single. And it's going to bring De Silva back on strike. Raj Kumar to continue here. Just the 5 coming off of his first over. That's a lovely drive, but there's a man out there to cut that one off. It should just be the single, and will be. And brings Prakash Mishra back on strike. Once again, if you are in the YouTube chat, do let me know where you're from, who you're supporting. I know there's a lot of support for Romania around the world. Prakash Mishra on strike. This is going to be given a leg side wide from Raj Kumar. Take another look. A bit of movement, but a lateral movement for the man. See if we can have a reply now, Raj Kumar. Finds the edge. It's good work from the 15-year-old. Once again, Garrison. He's a bit of a magnet to the cricket ball at the moment. It's following him around, but he's really doing well. Obviously took 2 outstanding catches, that second one in particular. Really had some airtime on it, and he did really well to bring that one safely into his hands. That's a really good delivery from Raj Kumar Mishra. Not really getting his feet moving. And not really in his style, is it? And you just see anything of that on top of the off stump, back of a length, he's going to struggle with, isn't he? Kumar to finish off his second over here. As Mishra just drops this into leg side, and it's going to be, I think, well, Kumar might have done himself some damage there as we come to the end of the 4th over. Bulgaria 26 for 1. Bridge saying he supports no one, but loves watching cricket as a neutral, and I have to agree. Because again, we've seen some really, really interesting cricket over the last couple of days. And it's certainly set to continue with the final groups games tomorrow. And then finals day on Sunday. Really, really looking forward to this. I just don't want the time to end here at Malta, though. I had a really enjoyable first 3 days, nearly at the end of the 4th. And it's been an incredible experience to be here on the European Cricket Network. I just don't want it to end. We're going to see a change of bowling, so Mishra just being held back for later on in the innings. As it looks like it's going to be Ijaz Hussain to continue at the far end as he makes his way into the attack. That's kept low from Ijaz Hussain, and that's a really good first ball, first up from Hussain. And again, he bowled really well in that previous game against the Czech Republic. And De Silva hasn't really had much of the strike, with Mishra taking the last over. And he gets an edge on this one. This is going to run through. And well, the man there tries. Just a good effort in. And he's just going to struggle as that's just come in for the second. The man there, Cosmin's a boy. But he got an over in, didn't he? He didn't bowl too bad, did he? The Romanian native did really well. He's done really well in the field. Just got some please at end. Well, the cricket will never end here on the European Cricket Network. There's plenty more cricket coming up throughout this year. Oh, and that's an absolute beauty of a delivery. Ishan De Silva plays all around that. And you have to say that Hussain, really, really good ball from him. As we're going to be able to take another look at this. I imagine that this has moved. This is why it's just gone through the gap, and he's thrilled with that wicket. It's a really good bit of bowling, and you can just see what he says there. That was hooping around. De Silva has to go, which means Bulgaria, they find themselves at 28 for 2. Which brings in former opener Chris Lakov in at number 4. And where we see 2 original openers. They're back in together in the middle. And these two are probably saying, well, don't know if I was expecting to see you here, but nice to have you here. Wish it was under better circumstances, I'm sure. So Chris Lakov, he's been put down to number 4. And some saying earlier that this might be a better place for him to be. Well, we're going to give him an opportunity here at number 4 as he starts well. It's going to be driven to Singh in the covers. So Bulgaria obviously winning the toss. They find himself 28 for 2. That's a fuller delivery. He's just going to hit this to the man at mid-off. It's just going to be the 1 run. Akash Mishra on strike. Just the 2 runs for him off of his 6 deliveries so far. Yet to really get going. No boundary for him yet. 2 new batsmen in now. As he's going to let this one go. We give him wide. Mishra a little bit bemused as to why. Really good start for Hussain here, as that's going to be the end of. And going to be the end of the over. And Hussain, well, that's a really good over from him. 1 wicket for just the 3 runs. As Bulgaria finish the 5th over on 29 for 2. And once again, plenty of coverage coming over of European cricket over the next couple of weeks. So obviously we finish here on the 15th. And that takes us to Stockholm, up in Sweden, where Mr. Maximo will be returning in the comms box. And that goes from the 16th of May to the 28th of May. Then after that, we're off to the Czech Republic. And then from there, we go into Hungary into June. And there'll be plenty of cricket after that as we come back to live action here with Saini into the attack. Well, it's short. Oh, dear, there's a bit of a yes-no maybe, and he could be gone. And the umpire, not too sure what's going on here. I don't think so. Doesn't look like it's going to be given. Everyone's sort of waiting around, waiting. We just take a look here. Oh, he's gone, isn't he? Yeah, for me, that he's gone there, and I think, did he just remove the bail there with his foot on the base of the stumps? And I think he did. So it's when he takes them out. I think he might be safe here now, and I think that might just be what they're looking for. Oh, and he's given him. Wow, that's a huge wicket, and Lakov has to go. I don't know if he's going to be really happy with that, as we just saw on that replay that the foot of the wicketkeeper just hit the base of the stumps before the ball managed to get his way there, and that ends up going to be out for Lakov. Well, he goes for just the 1 run. So that means that Bulgaria are now 29 for 3. Just see here, it's a good start from Saini. And then there was a yes-no, and well, you have to say that Prakash Mishra, well, his running and calling in the middle has not been up to standard, as that's the second mishap in the middle now, and just 5 overs. As that brings in Kevin de Souza now as Bulgaria, well, they're 29 for 3. They're struggling here, aren't they? And they're missing some key batsmen. The Marsa is a really, really big miss for them. So obviously, Saeem Hussain, he's gone. Ishan de Silva also gone. And Chris Lakov, well, that's the 3 batsmen that Bulgaria have really been relying on over the course of this tournament so far. So, a big ask of the middle order and the tail here so early on. Kevin de Souza, he's more than capable, averaging around the 23 mark for Bulgarian international cricket. You see Saini here continuing. That's short. And Shub says that's okay. It's not going to be given away to de Souza. Just lets that one go. So get another look here. That's a tough call. Generous from Shub. But it's consistent, which is all you can ask for. And the officials have been pretty top-notch here this week. That's a solid defence from de Souza into the leg side. And you just feel that Mishra isn't really going to be giving any quick ones to de Souza. So it could be in for an interesting few overs now as we're into the last over of the power play. And he just lets this one go. And it's going to be another dot ball. Souza, solid defence behind that, and it's just going to be played into the offside for a dot ball. And you do feel you have to say, their 3 main batsmen back in the hut. Bulgaria really struggling now at 29 for 3, and you think one more and it could be really, really tough for them to come back from that. Well, that's a really nice shot from de Souza, and that's going to run away. I think it's going to go all the way, and it does. It's a really nice shot from Kevin de Souza to get off the mark as he finishes the over with a lovely 4. It's a really nice way to finish the power play. There's Bulgaria at the end of 6. And they're 33 for 3. A good shot from Kevin de Souza. So if these two Prakash Mishra we've seen can really go well if he gets going. If he can get going, then that's going to be a really good start for Bulgaria. And Kevin de Souza again, more than capable of getting some vital runs. And I think now, if you lose another one, then you're just really going to want to go and grab something that you can give your bowlers something to defend. Certainly not out of this are Bulgaria, as they just get the 33. Obviously their first over was the best for them, with 11 coming from it. As we continue here, Mishra trying to play across the line, as you'll see on this replay. Really dangerous shot from Mishra in this circumstances, in the context of the game. It's really good bowling. It's hooping by Ijaz Hussain. Just the 3 overs coming from his 3 runs coming from his first over. Prakash Mishra, 2 off of just 8 deliveries now. And again, looking to go big, and you just think, just needs to look at getting bat on ball and rotating the strike, but he's looking like he's going to try and go big. It's a good shot from Prakash, but obviously looks like he is just carrying a bit of a niggle. So it's just going to be the 1 run. Brings Kevin de Souza on strike, as he's saying. Continues hit. This is just played into the leg side. And picked up by Young. Marian Gedesin, the young Romanian. He's had a really good day once again in the field. 2 outstanding catches. Good shot from Kevin de Souza, which is played to the man. It's going to be 1 run. Ali Rasul just asking about Amar Rasul. Well, unfortunately, he's had to take a break from this game, Amar Rasul, as he had an injury to his shoulder in the previous game, so he's had to sit this one out. Which brings Ivala Katatsky in. There's a big appeal, and the finger goes up, and you just feel that, well, with the movement of the ball in the air, that was going to go. As we just have a look here, he swings, he's stepped right across, and you can tell that just stepping right across there and playing across the line, that the umpire's more than likely going to give that one if you're struck on the pad. And things go from bad for worse for Bulgaria. And they're now at the end of 7 overs, 35 for 4. You now see number 6 coming in just the 8th over now, as Asad Ali comes in. $35 for 4. Well, the last thing that we saw that were in this sort of situation were Hungary. They were up against Bulgaria, in fact, as they ended up being 44 for 4 after the power play. And ended up going on to win that game. Bulgaria, they're still here searching for their first victory. Asad Ali, more than capable batsman. Not really had much of an opportunity. He's coming quite late in the game. This is a good chance for him now to rebuild with Kevin de Souza. 2 good friends in real life. And they're going to be more than excited at this opportunity. As that's a good start. Suki Sahi comes into the squad again for this game for the Romanians. Well, it could be an opportunity for Galav Mish. For Marian Garasim to have a ball. We might see him as we de Souza. It looks to go big. It's a bit of a full toss from Suki Sahi. It's just going to be... Well, they're going to come back for 2, and that's good running. And they're going to need more of them. The Bulgarians. Yeah, Samar Result has been left out due to an injury here. And it's good cricket from these two here, just rotating the strike. Good from Kevin De Souza. That's Ali. Looks to be facing up his first ball here. That's going to be a leg side wide from Suki Sahi. He's getting a run out in the team here. That's a good shot from Asad Ali as he just sweeps that down to the man on the angle, but that's just going to be the one run. And just a big bit of chat in there about. It's good bowling from Suki Sahi. But yeah, Omar Russell, big miss. Managed to get a bit of a word in with him. And he just said, yeah, just pulled, just nicked his shoulder, as I think he was going for a big shot. And then obviously wasn't supposed to be throwing it very far. That's a really nice shot from De Souza. It's just going to find the, well, he's going to find the man. Nearly lets it go through and does he, as he's saying, but ends up just being the one run. Yeah, just throwing his shoulder out, I think, as he threw the ball in as we finished the 8th over. Bulgaria 40 for 4. But yeah, just ended up with a bit of a tickle to the shoulder, so he's dropped out for this game. As we just take a look there, Ishan De Silva, currently the only batsman getting into double figures, and a bit of a collapse as the top 4 go. As it's continue here, it's flicked into the leg side, and again it's just going to be the one run. Asad Ali on to face. First ball from the bowler here. And it's a good shot from Asad Ali as he just drives this one to the man in the deep. It's going to be the one run. Bradley Constantine just saying, no, how all these guys can play, shame they're not showing it to the world. Just struggling this week are the Bulgarians. As Hussein continues, that's a good shot. Play back to the bowler from De Souza. No, I mean, I was out there in Sofia personally for the ECS just a few weeks ago. There's some serious talent on show. And they really are talented cricketers, but just struggling, I think, this week. Just the conditions and other things involved, and that's going to be given a wide by the umpire for Ijaz Hussain. And De Souza looks to go big, but he might have picked up the man. Well, Mishra, that's not going to help the cause. As you really feel if they'd taken that, then it would have been, could have been the nail in the coffin for the Bulgarians there. It's a good shot from De Souza, but just picks the man out, doesn't he? As he just parries that off his shoulder. 6 runs for Bulgaria. It's just the second of the innings. Obviously a nice drive from Ishan De Silva earlier on, but De Souza now moves on to 16. That's a good response from Hussain. Really good response. going to be a dot ball after it squirted into the offside. And that's going to bring us to the end of the 9th over. Bulgaria, well, they've reached 50, and they're 50 for 4 after the 9. And good bit of bowling from Hijazi Hussain. 2 wickets for him, and the 1 wicket for Gaurav Mishra. Obviously with a run out involved in there as well, hence just the 3 wickets for the bowlers. As it's Suki Sai to continue. Sadly on strike. And that's a good shot into the offside. They could come back for 2. I think it's only going to be the 1. Okay, maybe if they just ran that first one hard, and they really are going to need every run hit if they're going to try and make a game of this. Obviously talented batsman in the Romanian side. So you need something to bowl at for the bowlers here. And De Souza, well, that's hit really hard, but again, finds the man out in the deep. So it's just going to be the 1 run. Brings Asad Ali back on strike. Well, it's put above his eye line. And just likes to go for a big swing. Doesn't connect though, does he? It's good bowling from Suki Sahi here. Wasn't really on, was that shot? As again, this one just placed into the offside for a single. Again, a good over from Suki Sahi. And again, just dropped into the offside, and this is good running. This is all these two need to do at the moment as they look to rebuild after what's been a poor performance from the top order here against Romania. And he goes up, and he's not going to catch enough of that, and it's just going to fall just outside the 30-yard circle, as again finishing the over with just a single. And that's going to be 5 off that over, so they're going to take drinks here, which gives us a chance to go ahead and take you over to what's going on over in Sweden as I pass you on to Rico and Rhino for the little drinks breaks here.
Right, with the call to bring him on.
That was a gundy ball. It will go to the boundary for 4. But still, that's still just only 7 of the 12 that they were looking to try and get from it. So it's still a good one, but he lets himself down horribly here. Drags this really short and wide down the leg side. It was a gundy ball, and he goes for 4 runs. And the score moves on to 50. Exactly. Hello, everybody. And what a day we've had. Our house is being blown apart. You can see bits and pieces are sort of fraying all over the place. The wind has really picked up, but it's keeping us dry as we have another shower. I hope you've had a fantastic day watching it. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to all the moderators. You are the best viewers we can ever wish for. And thank you for making us feel so welcome here as well. It's been an absolutely brilliant day here. Malta, there's been plenty of action there as well. And we'll give you some of the information. Maybe we'll be able to switch to the dual screen at some point as well. Will be a wide. Some of the action in Malta, I'll give you some information, 2 matches that I know the information on. Gibraltar, they got a win today, 213 to 192 against Bulgaria. And then Romania, well, thanks to a century from Taranjit Singh. Well batted Taranjit. Up in the air, and he goes to the area with a no field. Oh, that would have been an amazing catch. He's
has he saved that,
he's
Rico?
saved it as well.
As we return back to live action here in Malta, I have to say, just looking at the pictures we got there from Sweden, I do not envy their weather. A bit of rain around, some wind. Well, here on the Mediterranean in Malta, we really are seeing some of the best weather for cricket. 28 degrees today, not really that much wind. Beautiful, beautiful blue skies here. As we're going to return back to the action, as Taranjit Singh's into the attack. Oh, that's going to be given. Yeah. Taranjit Singh comes in, first ball, and he's going to have to go. He's still there. If we just take another look here. Possibly going high, possibly. Well, Asad Ali is going to have to go now, isn't he? And you just feel Asad Ali as he goes. That's Bulgaria. That's now 55 for 5 here in the 11th over. And that means an end to Asad Ali. Brings in a new batsman, Jacob Albin, as he comes in to, sorry, not Jacob Albin. Brings in Delrick Vinny. I wonder now, at this point, are they just going to try and go here, see if they can just get some quick runs on the board? As that's going to be given a wide, so not the best first delivery to give to a new batsman. In circumstances like this, just gets him a chance just to settle the nerves a little bit. Let's this one go. As that one's well played. And it goes into the offside for a dot ball. Absolutely not envying that rain going on up in Sweden at the moment. As that pops up, and it's going to race through. They should come back for 2 here. There's not really anyone there. And they do end up coming back for 2, and that's good running from these two. Singh continues, and that's well played again from Vinu. Really good bit of batting there as you're just rotating the strike, and it's all you can do at this point, really. As James Stewart's off. Well, good afternoon, James, and well, again, just takes a moment, just thank everyone in the chat as Taranjit Singh continues here, and Desau's on strike. Good delivery from Taranjit Singh. I do appreciate everyone taking the time to take a listening here, or if you're watching throughout the day. This is short, and he pulls this. There is a man out there. It's the young man. Oh, he's just dropped him. And you just have to feel that's a real shame for the young man, as he's done really well in the field today, maybe just a bit of lack of concentration. It came to him quickly, and he's just dropped it, and it's going to end up being the 1 run as we see the end of the 11th over. Bulgaria, well, they're 60 for 5. And it's going to bring on, I believe it's going to be Sukhsingh to continue. Sahi. There's going to be Sahi to continue here. And they really feel that they can do a number over here on Bulgaria, as it's the Desau on strike as he's on 19. It's a good shot into the leg side. It's just going to be the 1 run as Raj Kumar fields that one. And Taranjit Singh on the backing up as well. As it brings Delrick Vinny on strike. And this one again just pops up. That's the second or third time that Vinu's just let it pop up. I wonder if they're going to get someone in close. See if they can get him catching, as he just plays it a little bit in front of him. Just pops up off his bat. It goes big into the leg side, and it's just going to trickle to the man out there. It's going to be the 1 run. The Salza goes big, and there is a man out there, and it's just going to be one. Oh, has he just stopped that? And he has. Burst through him originally, but he does well to recover. And Steve Cook comes into the chat just saying, after just been Sweden, we're having trouble with wind. Well, not going to have that issue here at the moment. We've got some beautiful weather, and it's been really good the last few days. As that's just going to be fended down by Vinu. And obviously just, oh, I say that. I think just sneak through for a single. As I turn to look at the chat. And yeah, we had a bit of rain in the first day, just for about 15, 20 minutes or so. But since then, it's been clear skies and high 20 degrees. Really lovely cricket weather. Asai finishes it over here, and it should just be, it's going to end up being a dot. That's again a really good over from Sukisahi. And it comes to the end of the 12th. Bulgaria, 64 for 5. And every time you say Vinu, I hear Vinny. Well, Vinny will be back next week as we get to take another look at the standings here. And Romania, well, they got their first win today, earlier on against the Czech Republic. And Bulgaria, they're 3 losses from 3 at the moment. So they're just struggling a little bit here in this tournament. And they would have expected themselves to do a bit better. Plenty of cricket still to come, though. Obviously, one last match day of groups tomorrow, group matches tomorrow, and then obviously finals day. So plenty of cricket for all teams still remaining here in the Valletta Cup. As Taranjit Singh continues, that's a lovely shot from Delrit Vinny. Just places this into the offside for a single. And Vinny will be back in Stockholm. He's ready for next week, and he's really eager to get back on the comms. I know he's loads of fans. So that's flighted up, and he's hit that really well. That's going to go all the way. That's another 6 for Bulgaria. Kevin De Salza, he's not going to miss out. He's still a talented batsman, is De Salza, and that's a lovely shot for 6 runs. And yeah, Vinny, he's ready. As the Stockholm series starts 2 weeks in Stockholm. It's an entire month up in Sweden. That's short, and he rocks back and just gets this one round the corner. It's a big chase on for these two down here, and it should end up just being the 2 runs. And it's good chase by Cosmin there. He's had a good day out in the field again. And also had a bit of a go with the ball earlier in that last over against Czech Republic. Taranjit Singh, not as good as an over as last time. De Salza, he looks to winds up. You can see that it's gone high, but it's going to take some catching. It's Taranjit Singh under it. And he doesn't get there, and it's going to be a bit of a struggle. He did well, went really high, and you could see De Salza with his backlift was just looking to go big here to attack Taranjit Singh. Doesn't get all of it, but he managed to survive. And it's another 2 runs. And again, he goes big into the leg side. That's going to be another 6 runs for De Salza. There's a little bit of life left in this batting lineup. And once again, you can see with that backlift, he's really going for him here in Taranjit. And that's gone a long, long way. 6 runs for Bulgaria. De Salza, well, he moves on to 37 now. And sensibly plays this into the offside. So it's a good over for Bulgaria, one of the best ones they've had so far, as they finish the over on 81 for 5 after 13. 18 runs coming off of just that one over. Really, really helping the total here, as they're just going to look now just to give something for the bowlers to bowl at. As if they come in after their 20 overs or their batting innings for less than 100, you feel just isn't really much of something for the bowlers to bowl at. And I'm sure there'll be some Taranjit Singh fans won't be happy with what's just happened there. But he's had a really good day with the bat, and it took an absolute blinder of a catch early on. Vinny just blocks this one back to the bowl, a bit of respect. Vinny Saini, Basu Saini, with a really good first over, just the 4 coming from it. No wicket for him yet. That's going to be a dot ball. Basu Saini, he's been one of the good bowlers for Romania, really economical. As it's Delric Vinu on strike. Again, trying to play that shot. Just not getting that back foot across. Ends up being another dot ball. She needs to get bat and ball here again. You can just see doesn't make contact with it. And he gets an edge on this one, and this is going to fly over the top, and the young man's going to give way, but I think he's going to get there. That's going to be 4 runs from Delric Vinu. Ends up being a good shot as he plays this over the top. It's a good shot in the end from Vinu. And in terms of, there's a question in the chat, just where Bulgaria rank. They're currently 64th in the world. But in terms of this tournament, they're bottom of the table at the moment. And again, that's a better shot from Vinu, which is really, really good. But good partnership this from these two. As Vinu now moves on to 11. This partnership being worth it's over 30 now. That was in the 11th over that Vinu made his way to the crease. This is short, and the Sousa, I think he's okay. That's a good ball from Tiny. Just for context, as we see at the end of the 14th, Bulgaria 86 for 5. Yeah, just for a little bit of context there. Bulgaria is 64th in the ICC T20 rankings. And Romania, well, they're 37th. So a bit of a gap between these two. And some would say that it's showing, but I think if we've seen anything in this game, in this tournament for sure, is you don't really want to base your predictions off the rankings. Hungary, they're not ranked at all by the ICC. Well, they're second in the group. That's going to be a wide down the leg side, is it? A bit of pad on it there from Vinu, as the umpire doesn't give it the wide ball. Well, that's good. That's definitely going to be a wide. Hussein with the effort ball. Doesn't quite get that one right. That's a good, solid defence from Delric Vinu. He's playing well here. 11 off of 13. Doing a good job coming in. And number 7. As that's going to come off the pad, and a good look for 2. I don't think they're going to. Tanjit Singh, good arm on him, so I don't think they're going to go for it. Ends up being just the one leg by. Brings the Sousa on strike. Well, he's moved to 37 off of just 30 deliveries, with 3 6s in that, and just the 1 4. As he steps across, and he's just going to run through for the one leg by once again. So brings Vinu back on strike, and this has been once again a really good over from Hussein in his final over of his spell. Oh, that's a really good bit of fielding from the man there. And ends up getting just the 1 run. It's really good from Raj Kumar. And Hussein will appreciate that as he's doing really well. Some good figures here against Bulgaria. Okay, cross seam by the looks of it. Just getting rid of that swing. There's a bit of a shoelace issue. I think Wicked just saying, oh, go on, just tie him together, see how he goes. But yeah, we just get a minute just to thank everyone for being involved here today, whether you were watching on YouTube or on Fan Code in India. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you some really tight, good, entertaining cricket. Wow, De Souza goes big, and I think he's really timed that. Well, that's the biggest hit that we've had all week. Now, you're not going to get that ball back. De Souza goes big, 6 runs. He has absolutely timed that to perfection over the sight screen. That's the biggest that I think we're going to see all week. And there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel for Bulgaria as they move to 96 for 5 after 15. Well, that was an incredible shot. It was just in the slot. Stand and deliver stuff from De Souza. Just giving Bulgaria a bit of hope here as they move to the last 5 overs now of their innings. As it's going to be Saini to continue. Well, that was a huge shot from Kevin De Souza there. Massive. Oh, that's an interesting delivery from Saini. It's going to be given a wide. So, again, Bulgaria getting up there, nearly at that 100 stage now. I think if they can get anything plus of 130 maybe, I think they'll be quite happy considering where they were. And Vinny, he's just, again, struggling a little bit, isn't he? Just going up more than 6 and over now. So, this has been a really good rebuild. This partnership, not far off of 50 now. And he just needs to rotate the strike here. That's a really good shot out into the offside. It should just be 1. That's good work from the man out there. From Gaurav Mishra, does really well. And Vinny, we haven't really seen him play many shots, have we? Saini to continue here in just his 3rd over. Wow, and Kevin goes big, but he hasn't quite got all of this. Oh, that's a really good catch, but that's a bit of a shame for Kevin De Souza. But what a catch that is from Raj Kumar here down at long on. And Kevin has to go with a really well-made 47. 43 off of just 33 deliveries. It's a good catch from Raj Kumar. Saini's deserved that wicket. And he's walking off to applause from his entire team. As without his contribution, game could have been close from over. I've just got a visit from the main man. Taranjit Singh, come and say hello to me in the commentary box. He'll be looking forward to getting out there in the bat. As it brings a new man in. And someone just saying there about Alric Vinny. Well, he's currently scored 6 of his runs down to third man. So that's just showing you. And then 2 of them at point. So that's just showing you. Might need to get another shot in the book for him. As he's on strike now. And once again, he plays this out to the offside. It's going to be a good shot, and I think he does well here. That's really unfortunate from a Bulgarian perspective, but it's good work for Gadav Mishra. He's just going to keep it to the 2. So we've really only seen him play that cut shot. But he hits it's just in front of square. The man here does really well. Keeps it in the... Hey. And once again goes, but there's a man out there, and it's just going to be one bounce to the man, Mishra, out there. And it brings the new man, Jacob Albin, on strike. As that's the 100 up now. Bulgaria. Well, Jacob Albin's been watching a little bit too much of Derek Vinny as he looks to cut this down to third man. And that brings us to the end of the 16th over. Bulgaria, 101 for 6. Again, really good innings from Kevin De Souza there. Just see here. Raj Kumar only going for the 8 overs off his 2 overs, but Vasu Saini in his 3rd over taking a wicket. There's a big wicket of De Souza. Just being informed that Albin Jacob is his real name, is the name, not Jacob Albin. So many apologies for that. And we'll confirm that one and get it corrected. It's good. Good defence from Derek Vinny. As he just blocks this one back to the bowler for a dot ball. And he plays this into the leg side. Looks to go a bit attacking, but doesn't get much of it. It's going to be another dot ball. This is good from Raj Kumar, who's been gifted with another over after taking a really good catch out in the deep. Long on. And Vinny goes over the top into the leg side. There's calls of 2, but I don't think they're going to quite get there. And we move on to bring Albin on strike. It's the one delivery. You have to get off strike, off of the mark, and he just plays this one into the pitch. And it ends up just being a dot ball. It's well played by Jacob Albin as that just sends that one back to Kumar. Just a 1 off this over so far. And that's going to be a wide, and Kumar just turns around straight away. He has to bowl that one again. Albin just puts it into the offside, looking to get off the mark, but doesn't quite. And that's going to be a really good over again from Kumar, just the 2 runs from it. And that's going to be the end of the 17th. Bulgaria 103 for 6. As we move into the 18th over, and it's going to be Cosmin Zavoy back on to bowl. Well, we saw him earlier against the Czech Republic, and he's going to get another couple of overs in here. So it's going to be Cosmin to start his spell. Once again, looking to pick up a wicket hit in his over. It's a good start when it goes up, and it's going to be himself to take this. And he's taken it. Well, there we go. And Cosmin's got his first wicket in international T20. And it's really, really good to see how much that means to him, as we're going to be able to take another look here. Let's go straight up. He gets it on the second attempt. Goes straight through him in the first time, and a bit of a relief as he takes that second time. It's really good to see. As Derek Vinny, well, he's done well. 17 off of 23. He has to go. Well, first ball, first wicket for Gaurav Mishra. Oh, sorry, Cosmin Zavoy. A correction there, my mistake. Can't get that one wrong, can I? And this one's just put into the leg side. Should just be the one where they're going to come back for two, and that's good running by these two in there as the new batsman. Jacob Albin on strike. It's up again, and there's another chance here. It's going to take some catching. Oh, and he's just missed out there. And Cosmin, he's going to be furious. He should have had two in the over. And Cosmin, he's just ready to go again. As that one was dropped by the man here. Rajko, he took a really good catch earlier. Can't just keep hold of that one. As that one's going to be down the leg side. I think he's just saying, should have a wicket. This is what you get. Just turns around and gives the batsman one more run that they've got to tick off. He looks to go into the leg side. There's a man there. He's going to come round, and he does really well. And that's Aftab Kayani out there doing a good job. So good to see Cosmin get his first international wicket here. It's a good catch, good caught and bowled. Hassan Khan, that's going to go out to the offside. I think it's going to go for four. As Taranjit, well, he can't quite get there. And that's a good shot from Khan as he just puts this over the infield. And it just trickles over the boundary for 4 runs. Overall, it's been a good first over here for Cosmin. These runs, all these runs are important now for Bulgaria. And I'm wondering if we're going to get to have a look at Marianne Garrison, the young 15-year-old. Possibility here. That's a really good end to the over for Cosmin. And you have to say, that's a really good over from him. Just the 10 coming off it, but he gets the wicket. And he's going to be buzzing with that, I'm sure. And it looks like our wishes are going to come true here, as the young 15-year-old is going to be coming on to bowl at the far end. And you just have a look at the worm. They just never really get going, do they, Bulgaria? Because they're going at just above 6 and over at the moment. Well, at the end of 18, Bulgaria 113 for 7. And we're going to see it here. The young Marian Gerasim, the 15-year-old, coming on to bowl here. And I know there's going to be a lot of people that are excited for this one. He's going to come on to bowl. It's a good start from the young man. It's squeezed out. And that's just going to be the 1 run. Really good start from him. 2 good catches in the previous game. But this is really good to see him coming on and bowling in an international T20 at just the age of 15. It's a really good talent. This has gone really high. It's going to take some catching. The sun playing a bit of a fancy, but it's just gone through the skipper's hands. Oh, and Gerasim's going to be really upset there. And Gerasim, just the age of 15. Well, he just looks like he's got a bit of pace on him as the young man, as he's in again. It's really good bowling this is from the young man. And you always just have to applaud him. Incredible stuff from the 15-year-old. Really good action as well. It's a great length there. As he's in again. Oh, not far off that off stump. You can just see how much getting one of these wickets here would mean for him, for the young man. Having been there myself, you just know as a young cricketer, this means so much to him. He's proving really good here, isn't he, the young 15-year-old? Serious talent on the books here for the Romanians. And that one is going to be given a wide, but I don't think he's going to be too upset as it gives him another chance to have another go. This is really good to see. And you can see the smile on his face. He's really enjoying himself out there. He's had a really good day in the field. Couple of drops, but some really good takes as well. This is short down the leg side. And it's going to be given a wide. And he's just, I think the moment might just be getting into a little bit here. Just needs to keep his head, keep cool, keep calm. Just let the ball do the work. He's done really well already. And this is short into the leg side. I think this might go all the way, and it is. It's going to go for 4 runs. It's a good shot from Albin as he just rocks back and hits this one into the leg side boundary. 4 runs for Bulgaria, and every little run now will help for Bulgaria to give them something to defend at. Young Gerasim, 15 years of age, last ball of his over. And he appeals in desperation, and they're going to run through, and it's going to be a single. Well, doesn't quite get the wicket that he would have wanted. Well, there's a bit of an appeal here. I don't really think that it's going to come to anything. But at the end of the 19th, Bulgaria, they're 122 for 7. That's really good to see that. A really nice moment on the European Cricket Network as young Gerasim came on to bowl. And just the 9 coming off of his over. Really, really good, promising talent for Romania. And I'm sure we're going to see plenty more of him in the years to come. Well bowled. As we have Cosmin in for the final over. He's going to go and run out in the team again. He does really well here in Malta. Obviously Romania with 2 actual Romanian-born nationals, which is, again, really good to see. This is up, and Tarijit Singh's going to run in. I don't think he's going to get it. It's going to fall safe. And it's going to end up being just the 1 run, and these are all valuable runs for the Bulgarians here. Good start this from Cosman. Just the 2. It's a dot ball. That's good bowling from Cosman here. He's really up for it, isn't he? And I'm sure Pavel Florin's going to be looking on. He's going to be really proud to see this moment for both Cosman and Gerasim. This just goes into the leg side. And it's going to be an early call of 2, I think. And Khan's going to turn and go. And there's a good bit of running from these 2. Good bit of running, as you just get to see here. Doesn't quite get a lot of it. It just goes into the leg side. That's going to be given a wide. So we're going to get another go at this one. Well, that's going to be out to the man in the deep. Is he going to cut that one off? No, it's going to go for 4. It's 4 runs for Bulgaria. That's vital runs for Bulgaria as they look to give themselves something to bowl at. It's a good shot from Alman as he just rocks back, gives himself time and executes that over to the leg side boundary. 4 runs for Bulgaria. One last delivery in this over from Cosman. In Bulgaria, well, they'll be happy after being 30 odd for 4. Well, I think they're going to be. I think he's going to be end up stumped. I'm not too sure. As we end the 20 overs with Bulgaria, they'll be happy with 131 in the context of things. And again, a really good innings from both teams. Again, played in really good spirit, which is always nice to see. And Tarrant just having a word with Raj Kuna, saying, why did you drop that off Cosman? But as we get to take a look at the highlights here, Gerasim has been really good in the field, just couldn't quite get that one. This was a start of the early demise of Bulgaria with that catch from Satisan. But De Silva, he played well, didn't he? At the top of the order, just got a really good bit of bowling from the bowler there. And then, well, these 2 met in the middle, and there was a big bit of lack of communication. And eventually he was given out by the umpire, it was Kuslakov, so he went early on as well. The top order not doing their job for Bulgaria. And luckily for them, the middle order, well, they went well. Then Kevin De Souza, well, he really looked to take the attack to the bowlers as he went 43 off of just 33 deliveries, providing a bit of fight against the Romanians here. But I think the main thing that we're going to take away from this innings is we got to see the young 15-year-old Romanian national Marian Gerasim get a bowl in this game, and he looked really good. Then he looked really, again, a really promising talent for Romania in the years to come. And we also saw Cosmin once again coming on for a bowl again in the last few overs as he got his first international T20 wicket. Should have had 2. It was dropped by Raj Karma in the middle, and again just get to see some flurry of boundaries in the last couple of overs. But Bulgaria, well, they finished 131 for 7 off of their 20 overs, and we're going to be back in around 15 minutes as we're going to get the chase underway for Romania. And you're watching the Valletta Cup here on the European Cricket Network. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Marsa Sports Club here in Malta, where we've just seen Romania as they've kept Bulgaria down to 131 off of their 20 overs. And we saw some really lovely moments in their innings. But we're back to business here as Romania, well, they're looking to get their second victory of the day here. And they're really going to now look to try and make most of what the hard work that bowlers have done. We got to see young Garrison make an appearance, which was lovely to see, wasn't it? It's going to be Chris Lakov to continue here, opening up for Bulgaria. And just about ready to get underway with this reply from Romania. Sathisan and Taranjit Singh opening up. Just a couple of field adjustments. As we're almost ready to get going here. And it gives me the opportunity to say, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, do get involved in the YouTube live chat. And if you're watching in the subcontinent India on fan coders, we're ready to get underway. And Sathisan just respecting that one back. We get this underway. Dot ball to start. Lakov looking to continue here. This is wide, and Sathisan's not going to miss out on that one. And that's going to go 4 runs for Sathisan. As we see here, Lakov just dropping short. Not really looking like he's going to trouble Sathisan for pace as he just flashes this over the infield. 1 bounce, 4 runs into the dugout. It goes in, squeeze into the leg side, and the man out there is going to do the work, and it's just going to be a single. And nice to see a few people finishing work for the weeks, and you're going to look like you can enjoy your weekend. Well, there's plenty of cricket here this weekend. We've got more group games for you tomorrow, and then we go into the finals day on Sunday. We've got the 5th and 6th playoff, the 2nd and the 3rd and 4th, and then 1st and 2nd in the final. Really, really looking forward to that. But we've still got plenty of cricket left to go until we get to that. It's fair to say, Bulgaria, they've come up with plenty of energy. Oh, well, I think we're going to have a bit of an issue here. As just a bit of words from the keeper there. It's the first incident we've had. Nice to see. First incident we've had all week, and just getting a bit raveled up here is Romania. But again, if you have any questions, you get involved in the YouTube chat. It's just a bit of a break here. And you can see that. Mostly good spirits all around, just that one incident. As it's just nice to see some good conversations going on here in the chat throughout the break. Again, I do read everything that goes on, so it's really interesting to get some people's views and thoughts on some different subject matters. As we're going to return back to action here with Chris Lakov to continue. And Taranjit Singh on strike. Just lets that one through for a wide. It's going to be a wide delivery from Lakov. Singh flicks this into the leg side, and that looks like it's going to run away. Has it got the legs on it? It does. It's going to go 4 runs for Taranjeet Singh. Four runs for Romania here in their chase of the total. Good start from Taranjeet Singh. First boundary. It's underway. As again, this just comes down, and the keeper does really well, does Hussein. And goes through for a leg bye. So Thisan just puts this into the offside, and it's just going to be a single. And that's going to be the end of the over, with the 12 runs coming from it. It's a good start for Romania. Only need to go at 6.3 and over, so no real risks needs to be taken here in the power play. As we're going to look to just see what's going to be happening here, as it looks like it's going to be Hassan Khan to continue up at the far end to open up. And there's still a bit of chat from Hussein. I think umpire should have just saying, look, let's just get on with the game. We're playing in the right spirit. It mostly has been, apart from this one little incident here, but well, it's going to happen in a bit of competitive cricket. As Hassan Khan opening up from the far end for Bulgaria. That's going to be a wide to start with. Bit of a loosener from Hassan Khan. Short and wide of the off stump, and Thisan, he doesn't miss those. That goes all the way. 4 runs for Romania. Hassan Khan just struggling with his line and length so far. There's that one. That goes the distance. 4 runs for Sathisan. This is going to be dropped. Well, it's a bit of yes, no, maybe. And Lakov just doesn't get this one cleanly. Steps across Sathisan, and that's going to squares through to the leg side. But there is a man out there doing a bit of work, so they're just going to come through for the 1 run. Brings Taranjeet Singh back on strike. Well, he's 4 off 2. Hassan Khan to continue. And as well does Chris Lakov, and that's a really good bit of fielding. And it's just going to be a dot ball. And Sabjit Kaur in the chat. I was informed by the man himself. That's Taranjeet's wife, so a good evening to you. And I hope you're okay and enjoying watching some splendid cricket. Obviously, good morning for your man. Oh, that's a big shout. And I don't think it's going to be given. It's a really good shout. I think it was just too far down. It looks like it's going to be going over. It's a really good ball from Hassan Khan, just doing too much. No, really good morning from Taranjit Singh. He's in good form, isn't he? Splendid century for Romania. Goes back of a length. He just plays this. And again, good bit of fielding from Lakov in the covers. Little Duracell Buddy 2.0, isn't it? And just goes into Taranjit Singh there. Does the ball, just nips in. And that brings us to the end of the second over. As we get to have a look again at the standings at the moment. And again, we just see how much a victory can mean for both teams here. As we get to see it one more time. Bulgaria obviously still only team now in the competition without a victory. So I think if they can get a few early wickets here, might be in with a chance. But you would just have to say that Bulgaria, they're going to be struggling, aren't they, with Romania's big hitting batsman. He bats so far down. And Romania are 19 for no loss after 2. Lakov continues, and Taranjit Singh just respects this, and dobs it down, respects it. And Lakov continuing here from the commentator's end. Short and wide, and it bursts through the man there, but it's just going to be the one run, and there's cover from Asad Ali out in the deep. And it brings Sathisan back on strike. Lakov continues. That's going to be a wide. To bowl that one again is Lakov. Wow, and once again we see Sathisan. Very similar shots that, again, that we've seen throughout the day and very early on here in his innings as he just slaps that over the infield, and that's 4 runs for Sathisan. It's a great shot from the captain, Ramesh Sathisan. Again, goes over the infield, and that's going to run away for consecutive boundaries off of Lakov's over here. He's going big as Sathisan. Well, he was in the runs, wasn't he? Kind of got forgotten about almost as Taranjit Singh went on to make a lovely century. But Sathisan, he went on to make 50 in the previous game. So he's in, his eyes in, he's seeing it well. Is it short? There's a catching opportunity. Oh, and he's dropped it. You could see that Lakov was just playing a bit of mind games as he brought the man in from deep square leg and then dropped this one in short. And he wasn't expecting it, was he, Sathisan? As we take a look here, as it comes off the edge, and I think that's Jacob Albin. He just runs through it. That's a big drop for Bulgaria. If they're going to have any chance of defending this one, then they're going to need to take those chances, aren't they? That burst through the keeper's hands. And then it should just be the 1 run. And that's going to be the end of the over. And at the end of the third, Romania, well, they find themselves 30 for no loss. Just allows me to once again just thank the crew that are here this week from the ECN. You got myself, Charlie Hunt, and Maxi and Samir doing a great job. Samir with the scoring, Maxi project manager. And don't forget, Spring Productions, well, without them, we wouldn't get any of these pictures that you see on your screen. So, big thanks to Martins, Kirill's, and Valletta, as they've done an absolutely outstanding job and will continue to do so for the rest of the week, as it's going to be Hassan Khan to continue. Looks like he's going to get a full start, as the umpires are going to go ahead of me. Again, I think wicketkeeper just in the batsman's ear a little bit. Yeah, there's definitely a word being said to Prakash Mishra, the skipper, just about the wicketkeeper. Obviously getting a little bit chirpy behind the stumps. It's always welcome as long as it's within good health, but it seems to be at the moment. Doesn't really seem to be the nice sort of banter that you normally see on the ECN, which is a shame, because it's been really good throughout the last couple of days. But as we continue here, well, that's going to be a no ball. It ends up being just the no ball. It's going to be a free hit. Hassan Khan apologised. Obviously, he doesn't do that on purpose. And that'll be his first warning as well. And he does well to duck under that. It was dipping a little bit. So it's going to be a free hit for Sathisan. He goes big, and he's not quite got all of that, but I think he's got enough on it, and he does. That's going to go all the way for Ramesh Sathisan. It's going to be a huge 6 off the no ball free hit. That's another 6 to the total for Romania. Well, Romania look like they're going to try and do this as quick as possible, aren't they? Sathisan, he now moves to 25 off of just 13 deliveries. It's short. He plays this into the offside. Again, really good bit of fielding from Chris Lakov. Lightning in the field, electric at the moment. Sathisan, 25 off of 15 deliveries now. And he goes big over the top. Doesn't get all of this. It takes some catching. He doesn't really know where it is, but it doesn't go all the way for 4. Again, just goes to show, ladies and gentlemen, how big that hit was from Kevin de Souza in that first innings. It was huge as it cleared the sight screen. Well, Sathisan this time goes, and this is going to be flat, and it's going to be hard. It's going to go to 6 runs over the covers. He's timed this really well. Just sits back, waits in a bit of a slot, isn't it, from Khan. He just swings, isn't he, through the line. 6 runs for Romania as they move now to 45. And Sathisan, well, he's now on 33 off of just 16. And Romania, you can see going for a big hit. And again, you have to think that run rate. Things could get tight for that battle for second place tomorrow as Khan continues. Oh, he nearly does well. This is just going to be cut off by 1. Good work from Prakash Mishra, this captain. As that come through for 1. But yeah, that run rate certainly could be a factor, as there's been a few upsets and a few interesting results, to say the least, over the group stage with 1 more day left. Really could be tight, as the supercomputer's going to have to do some work to work out some tough net run rates. And seeing, looks to go big here, doesn't get any of it, ends up being a dot ball. And that dot ball brings us to the end of the fourth over. Romania 46 for no loss. And it's understandable here, as Chris Lakoff looks like he might bowl through and complete his four overs. Again, been an absolutely outstanding day here in Malta, as we saw Gibraltar. Well, they got their first win on the board, didn't they? As did Romania. Romania look like they're going to be comfortably get through to their second one. 2 from 2 today. That really is going to squeeze things tight on the table as Chris Lakoff continues here. And that's going to be a short delivery. And it's going to be given a wide. Chris Lakoff not impressed with that call. Can you see that? That's going to be one. Chris Lakoff just getting a bit frustrated there. I think he just needs to get on with it here. And a good afternoon to Kitty in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us here on the European Cricket Network as we're in the last innings of today's play. It's again been a really thrilling day of cricket. It's short, and again, that one's going to be given wide. Should be given wide. We're going to come together and just have a chat here. Lakoff just using his head a little bit here. Don't really know what's eventually come away from that. Really been. It's given a no ball eventually. So it's going to be a free hit. So free hit for Romania eventually. And, well, to be fair to Lakoff, that's actually a really good short ball as he's followed him, as he's looked to give himself some room. Lakoff continues. This is Fuller, and Sathisan just sees this one off. And you can see that it's played all in good spirit. And there is obviously a little bit of issue with just lack of the umpires there, but Sathisan not seeing much to it. And sort of gives him a fist bump and says, yeah, it's a good bit of bowling to be fair. As we get to see Taranjeet Singh back on strike. This is short. And this is going to go a long way down there. It's going to bounce over the boundary. It's given 6. I don't think that's right from Shub. Yeah, cross it there. And it's going 4 runs for Taranjeet Singh. Doesn't really know too much about this here. He does get enough on it, and it runs away for 4 runs for Romania. They're making light work of this target, aren't they? Not really being troubled by the bowlers as much. Big shot, but it's going to be going down leg, I think. A good bit of bowling again from Lakoff. Yeah, it's going down leg. Good call from umpireship. He's been really good again today, as have all the umpires. And once again, huge thank you to all of the officials, as without them, we don't get any cricket. So, as we said, we do rely on them very much so. This is Fuller, and it should be played. A bit of yes, no, maybe. Yes, no, yes, no. Eventually, this ends up being a dot ball. Zlakov's in to continue here. Last ball is a very interesting over. And, well, Taranjit Singh finishes with a boundary for this over. Really lovely shot from Singh as he just rocks back and punches this one through. 4 runs for Taranjit Singh in Romania. It's a really lovely shot. So, at the end of the 5th over, Romania are 57 for no loss. Just requiring the 75 off of just 90 balls now. So it's the 5 and over required now from here. As we're going to see, Asad Ali Rematula on to bowl from that far end. Lakov going for 32 runs off of his 3 overs. This is going to squeeze through the infield. It's going to run away. It's a lovely shot from Sathisan. That runs away. 4 runs for Romania. Not a good start for Asad Ali. That one goes the distance, trickles over the boundary. It's a lovely shot from Sathisan as he now moves on to 39 off of just 21 deliveries. And, well, that's his. Oh, it's just over Prakash Mishra there. And it should be cut off, and it is. And it ends up just being the 1 run. And that's boundary. Well, that was Ramesh Sathisan's 5th 4 of the innings, along with 2 maximums from him. Short, back of a length. Rare mistake from Lakov. It doesn't cost him, as it's just going to come through for a dot ball. And they just drop and run. Oh, he's going to be gone here. And you see you saying, well, look like we were both going. He then just turns around. So it's a bit of a mistake by the batsman there as Taranjit Singh has to go. Didn't really get going. Get some nice shots. Just see that. Well, just sort of seemed to stop, did Sathisan. And Saeem Hussain takes the bails off in vengeance. And we see new batsman coming in. And that's going to be Romania. Well, they're now going to be sat on 63 for 1. A bit of a mistake from Taranjit Singh and Ramesh Sathisan in the middle, as they struggled to communicate what was going on, which meant there was a run out, so Taranjit Singh has to go. And 14 off of 14. 3 4s in there, some lovely shots. Couldn't quite get going. As it brings batsman number 3 in, Satwik Natigotla. As he's going to be facing up here against Asad Ali. And they're going to push through for a single into the offside, as they're already nearly at halfway here in the chase. Sathisan, well, he's sat at 40 at the moment. It's 2 hits away now for Sathisan. Cuts across, and there's a man out there. It should be collected and is. It's just going to be the 1 run. As that brings us to the end of the over. The end of the power play. Romania are 64 for 1. As we just see here, the difference in the power play as well. There were plenty of wickets in Bulgaria, wasn't there? There were 3 down after the first 6 overs. Just the 1 for Romania. And a couple of big overs as well. A few boundaries for Romania. Sathisan, oh, he's gone well, hasn't he? As we're going to see, Chris Lakov going to get through his allotment of overs. He's going to bowl out early on here. And it's going to be the new batsman, Tigotla, facing up at that far end. As this is going to be a leg side wide. And it is a wide ball down the leg side, so Lakov is going to have to bowl that one again. It's a good bit of bowling from Lakov, just short outside. And it ends up coming through for just the 1 run. So it brings Tigotla back on strike. Sathisan now set on 42. Just a bit of issue there with really close there from Lakov. We'll have to take another look at this as we do. There was a glove on this, and Hussain, wow, he struggled behind the stumps when it comes to actually taking catches. And he just feels like he's probably missed out there, but you'd have to agree. It's short again. It's Sathisan. He's going to pull this. This is going to go 4 runs for Romania. Making light work of this target. Yeah, sees that early and waits. 4 runs for Romania. 65 needed now. Off of just 82 deliveries. And at this stage, you could just see Bulgaria really struggled, didn't they, with the bat early on as they lost their top order pretty cheaply. 34 for 3 at this stage. As this is short. And he's saying, that's another bar, you go. And he's not going to be proud of himself. As you see this one, always angling down. That's well played by Tigotla, and that should run away for 4 runs, and it just does. He sees the short ball from Lakov. He's becoming pretty expected now. And they're just going to rock back and just dab this one down to the vacant 3rd man region. 4 runs for Romania. And that's well played by Tigotla as he just drops and runs into the offside. That's well fielded by Sandeep Nair. And that brings us to the end of the over. The end of the 7th, Romania, they're 76-1. As we get to take a look at the final day of round-robin matches tomorrow. Well, Hungary, they're going to be back. They had a day off today. And we're going to see the Czech Republic. It could be a really important game as net run rate comes into factor. Who wins, who loses again, obviously. As that's going to be a really tight contest. We then move to Gibraltar versus Romania. Well, Gibraltar and Romania both getting their first wins here. And then Malta versus Bulgaria. Malta, they've already confirmed their place in the final. So Bulgaria looking like that's going to be their last opportunity to get some points on the board. As that's going to start at 6:30 GMT, 8:30 Central European, and 12 o'clock in India. So do make sure you're here for that on a Saturday, where there's going to be plenty of cricket throughout the weekend. Both here and obviously up in Sweden, don't forget. As we look forward to what is going to be a cracking finals day on Sunday. And really looking forward to what's going to happen tomorrow. And I'm sure net run rate might end up being a factor for some of these teams, as that battle for second could end up being between a good number of teams. Really looking forward to that one. As Asad Ali is going to continue here in the 8th. This is going to be dropped and well fielded by Lakov in the covers once again. It's going to be a dot ball. That's short, it's going to go wide, and it's really well fielded by the man out in the deep, and it should just be the one. It is just going to be the single. So good work from Kevin De Souza. He did really well, didn't he, during the innings. Managed to get Bulgaria up to a target. And it's something that they can actually look to try and defend, but it looks like it's going to end up being ticked off really simply here. As long as Sathisan can continue. He's 46. Wow, that's not going to help proceedings, but that's, I think, just going to be okay. And it's going to end up just being a one run. It's a bit of a full toss. Oh, look of a no ball. So Thisan, and he moves on to 47 off of just 27 deliveries. That's going to go straight to the man there. That's Ishan De Silva. It's going to end up being a dot ball. Good bit of fielding from him. So good shot again, but again, straight to the man in the covers. So it's going to be a dot ball. So it's actually ending up being a pretty good over from Asad Ali here. And again, on a good spot from Rebatula. And he's just going to block that one back to the bowler. It's a good over from Asad Ali as Romania after 8. They're 79 for 1. You see there, obviously, that mix-up from Tarjik Singh and Ramesh Sathisan. And just remember that, going back to that. They both set off, and Sathisan, we just kind of stopped, just kind of paused in his tracks. And Tarjik Singh didn't really look like he wanted to stop. As we're going to see the skipper, Prakash Mishra, come into the attack for Bulgaria. as they're just going to make sure they get the field right. So Thesant, they're going to want to try and make it as difficult for him as possible to reach what will be consecutive 50s if he can tick these next 3 runs off. Prakash Mishra replacing Chris Lakoff after he went for 44 runs off of his 4 overs. Going at 11s. There's a few vicious short balls, but Thesant accepted it. And he did well to deal with it, didn't he? The skipper from Romania. It's taken a while just to get everything sorted here. Well, so Thesant, he looks to go big over there, and it's going to run away. 4 runs, and that's 6 runs even. And I think it might, again, be changed. It's just really tough to see here. Yeah, and it is changed. Just really struggling. Obviously, that sun coming in. But still, lovely way for Thesant to bring up his consecutive 50 here in match number 12 of the Valletta Cup. It's well batted too, Thesant. That's going to end up being a leg side wide. Just a bit of field movement now after that wide delivery. As Ali looks like he's coming over from the leg side into the offside infield. Prakash Mishra, he wants to get everything right here. Prakash Mishra to continue here in his first over. Well, have to bowl that one again. As Thesant just lets this one go. And that's going to be a dot ball. Thesant just asking the question. And umpire doesn't give it. Umpire should. And as we look to continue on here in the 9th over. Just the 47 required for Romania. Steps across into the leg side, and there's a man out there. It's coming to Sousa, so it should just be the one. It's Thesant not even bothering to run. It's just going to be the 1 run. Prakash Mishra to continue with his first over. And it's a good ball. Natty Gotla doesn't really get anything on this, and it's just going to be a dot ball eventually. Bit of work again from Prakash Mishra. Wow, it's not missed by much, has it? And Prakash Mishra is desperate for a wicket. Just missing that off stump. As that's full, and it's going to be pushed to the man out in the deep, and that's Chris Lakoff doing the work out there with a really good arm, I have to say. Might have been a bit vicious with his bowling, but his outfielding is incredible. As that brings us to the end of the 9th over. Romania are 87 for 1. You see there, Lakoff going at 11s in his 4 overs. And Hassan Khan, well, Asad Ali Rahmatullah, well, he'll be happy with the way that his overs have gone, and he's Only just gone for 9 runs off of his 2 overs. And Antigotla just taking his time here. 9 off of the 12 balls for him. And we're going to see, well, the first time, we're going to see Sandeep Nair with the ball. It looks like there's going to be a bit of spin. First look at him here in the tournament. It's a good start for Sandeep now. As it ends up being a dot ball off his first delivery for the spinner. There is, this is short. There's a man out there. It's just going to drop short. He does well not to let that one go through him, and it should just end up being the single, as they're not exactly running the first one hard here. Continuing on here. Good start from him. That's a really good ball, actually, to be fair. Certainly Sathisan obviously looking to try and push this into the offside. And Sathisan goes big, and that's huge for Ramesh Sathisan, and that's, again, not as big as Kevin de Souza's hit, but it's certainly gone a long way. And that's a maximum for Romania. It's a big hit from Sathisan. And at this stage, Bulgaria, they're just 53 for 4. Sathisan moves now on to 58. Big hit from him. He goes big over the offside this time, and that's going to be another boundary. 4 runs for Sathisan, looking to get on with it here, with not that many required now. And Sathisan now moves on to 62 off of just 33 deliveries. Nair continues, last ball of his over. And Sathisan into the leg side. He might have found the gap, but I think he has. It's another 4 runs for Romania. Just dropping a bit short was Nair. And that's going to bring us, as that brings up the 100. And that's going to take us to drinks here in the 10th. And again, it gives us just opportunities just to remind you of what we have coming up tomorrow, as we've got some more exciting cricket, as we have Hungary versus the Czech Republic, as they go ahead and start us off in the day. That starts at 8:30 local time, 6:30 GMT, and 12 o'clock in India. And we also have Gibraltar. Well, they face Romania in the second game of the day tomorrow. And then Malta, the hosts, they play Bulgaria in the final group stage game of the Valletta Cup 2022. And it's been a really, really incredible day again of cricket. And we've had some really good early matches, as Gibraltar, well, they took their first victory in the tournament. And then Romania, they followed suit, and they got their first victory against a really strong Czech Republic side who just couldn't get going in their chase. And the big man that they would expect to go big just couldn't get going, could they? And in this game, Bulgaria, they just struggled, didn't they, early on with the bat, as they fell to just 33 off for 4 off their power play. And there was a good bit of rebuilding from that man, Kevin De Souza. He ended up on 43 off of 33 deliveries. And he did a really good job of just settling the ship a little bit. But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough here. There's Romania. Well, they just require 30 off of 60 deliveries as we're coming back from the drinks break. So Thisan, well, he's on 66 off 34 at the moment. 9 fours and 3 sixes in that innings so far, with striking at 194. And it's going to be Prakash Mishra, the skipper, to continue here. No, it's just the umpire, just looking like he's going to swap sides here. So Prakash Mishra, he went for 8 off his first. That's a good start from the skipper there. They always say, well, let's take one after drinks, and Prakash Mishra certainly trying there. It's a good start to his over. And well, that's been clothed into the leg side. Should just be the one, as that man there does the job of just cutting it off for one. Really good from Valletta Katarski. He's done really well in the field for Bulgaria. As that brings the danger man, Ramesh Thisan on strike. Well, so Thisan, he goes high, and it's that man again under it. Can he take it? Oh, he just loses it in the sun, I think. And just struggling again with the sun as we take another look here. That went so high. It was going to be a really good take if he could have taken that one, but losing it in the sun just at the last minute. Never really looked comfortable. Did Valletta Katarski. So Thisan, well, he moves on to 67 now. And again, good bit of bowling from Prakash Mishra. Just keeping it outside that off stump. This is where he needs to keep it. If he can keep this consistency, he can be really effective sometimes, can Prakash Mishra. Ati Gotla, he's really struggling here. Just 11 off of 18 deliveries. That's going to be a wide ball. So that's, as I say, this consistency is where Mishra just misses out here. As we just see here, just veering outside the wide line. And that's well played. It should just be the single as Thisan comes on through. And they just need 26 now for victory due Romania. And this is going to do their net run rate. A good hand here. As it, again, we do say it could come down to that. Well, it's a tough chance for Sandeep Nair on the angle. He did it was a really good effort from him, wasn't he? As he just sort of, not really, a bit of a nothing shot. It was just always going to be a tough one as it dropped in front of him. And they end up running through for a single as that ends the 11th. And Romania are 107 for 1. It looks like we're going to see Bulgarian national get a bowl. He did just drop that catch, but it was a really tough chance for Valletta Katarski, but he's going to come on. He's going to get a bowl now. We saw him bowl in the ECS in Sofia. He's a more than capable bowler, but you just think now, it's a bit of a tough ask now for him as a bowler. a couple of field placements being made sure of. And again, once again, thank you to those keeping engaged in the YouTube chat. I really do appreciate all your inputs throughout the day. It's a long day here, good 10 hours or so. So I really do appreciate everyone involved, keeping me company in the comms box. As Katatsuki continues, wow, not the start that he would have wanted. So Thisan, he goes big, and that's 6 runs for Ramesh Thisan. As he moves now on to into the 70s. It's a really good shot, isn't it? Just picks it off that length, and it goes a long way. That's a maximum. So Valletta Katatsuki, not the start that he would have wanted. Can he have a reply here? All right, similar again, and Sathisan is just going to stand and deliver, and that's going to go all the way. That's 4 runs again for Sathisan. And this is going to help their run rate, isn't it? As again, we really do expect that it could come down to some tight run rate with some good matchups tomorrow. I'm sure you're really excited for that, as I am, as he continues here. As he drags this into the leg side, and it's going to be a dot ball. Well fielded by Sandeep Nayak. And he goes again in the similar kind of area, and I think that's going to go all the way, and it does. It's another maximum for Sathisan, and he races now into the 80s. Again, Valletta Katatsuki just coming on at a bit of a nothing time for Bulgaria, and he's getting the treatment as he is. That target now just coming into single figures. Now you just have to look at the Bulgarian outfit. They just haven't got firing, have they, this week? Just struggled. And they're going to come up against a really tough Malta tomorrow, who are top of the league, top of the table. As this is short, he just lets this one go. It's eventually given a wide. It's a bit harsh from the umpire, I think, there. As he's going to have to bowl that one again is Ivailo Katitska. Comes across, it's well bowled, he sticks to this line. So Thisan just missing out there. He really wants to go big, doesn't he, across that leg side. For 3 lovely shots over the offside. Just wants to make the most of it now. As we see, 8 runs just required now. So Thisan, well, sometimes if you have low targets like these, you just lose your head a little bit, but he's done really well, hasn't he? 84 now. Of just 41 deliveries, and a really good knock from the skipper. As this goes high, it'll take some catching again. Don't think they're going to take the catch, and it might just run away. It ends up being just the single from Sathisan. As that, well, he's definitely doing a bit of ball counting, as that brings us to the end of the over. As you see, that one just goes super high. And at the end of the 12th, Romania 125 for 1. We're going to see, as we just take another look here, again, you just see how that run rate really could play a factor. Obviously Hungary, the net run rate just below that level mark. And you really do wonder whether net run rate is going to decide a team's fate. Obviously, they're fighting out for that second position with Malta already confirmed for the final on Sunday. And Hungary, well, they go up against Czech Republic in what can only be described as an absolute nail-biting game on top of the table and between second and third. As we're going to have Delrik Vinu to continue here. Sathisan on strike. He's 85, not out. And pulls this hard into the leg side, and it should just be 1. It is. It's well done by Kevin de Souza out there. As that's going to come through. Oh, could be buzzers here. And Mishra comes around and does well. Ends up just being the single as it brings Valletta on strike, who's just struggled here a little bit. 12 off 18. Hasn't really been able to middle it many times. And that's going to be a leg side wide from Vinu. Not what he would have wanted up against the number 3. He's just struggling a little bit. Can he have a reply, Vinu? That's going to be down, but that's going to go. 4 runs. It's a good shot from Valletta as he just rocks back. And Vinu veering short and down the leg side. He's not going to miss out here, and that's 4 runs. Not far away now. Just the 5 runs required. 1 run now. After that boundary, it's going to be the 1 run. Scores are level here in the 13th. It's going to be Valletta on strike. Valletta, 1 needed. Oh, that's a great catch. That's an absolutely outstanding caught and bowled. As Valletta, well, he has to go. Just 1 needed, and a bit of a consolation prize there for Vinu. That's a really good catch. If we take another look here, he times this well, and he just manages to get down. You just see, he doesn't really know how he's taken that one. And I don't think the next batsman was really ready. So he's just taking a bit of time to get out there. I want to get timed out. But you have to say, it's a really good grab from Vinu. Nice caught and bowled as Valletta. Well, he's going to have to go, isn't he? What a great catch that was. For those of you that are sticking around right to the end, well, you got to see a nice little bit of magic from Vinu. He went for 4 the previous ball. He took a lovely catch off his own bowling. Well, that's one that he can show to his friends and family later on. He's going to say, well, don't watch the ball before, just watch this one. That's a really nice catch. As that target, just 1 run away now, and it's that man, Fazal Saini, coming in now at number 4, as Romania now 131 for 2, just needing 1 for victory. You would have thought everyone would have squeezed in. I think they're just going to... Can he grab another one? That's flicked into the leg side, and that's going to be it. That's going to be the game as Romania, well, they cruise comfortably through to victory on. They will beat Bulgaria by 8 runs here. And it brings an end to a really, really fun, interesting day of cricket once again here in Malta. And we just have a look at the highlights here. Well, it was a really, really big arse, wasn't it, from Bulgaria. They only set themselves 131 to defend. A bit of feistiness at the start, but as you can see, as I'm watching on here now, handshakes all around from everyone. And again, what happens there is just a bit of fire on the pitch. But as soon as the game's over and the result's been decided, handshakes all around, and that's just the game of cricket that we play here. As we just take a look at the highlights, and that was one of the wickets to fall. You can see there's the T-Sound. Well, he went and then put the brakes on and stopped in his tracks and ended up tangent seat, paying the price. And then that was a drop catch for Saeem Hussain. And it's a T-Sound. Well, there was no stopping here once there as he finishes on 86, not out, off of 43 deliveries. Some textbook shots in there and some not so textbook shots, but they go the way. When it's your day, it's consecutive 50s now for him in the tournament. 10 fours coming from his innings, 5 maximums. A really nice way for him to end the day on what's been a really good day for him with the bat. And as captain of Romania, well, they take 2 from 2 today, and that's their 2 wins now in the tournament. We just see here a bit of magic towards the end as Vinu. That's a really nice catch, isn't it? And he'll be happy with that one. And then we get handshakes all round as Romania, maybe Bulgaria by 8 wickets. Well, that brings an end to what has been a really, really lovely day of cricket. But don't forget that we're back same time again tomorrow, 8:30 European time, 6:30 GMT, 12 o'clock in India. My name's been Charlie Hunt, and again, thanks to everyone in the YouTube chat, to all the moderators doing their jobs really nicely there. As we're just going to bring an end to a close here. My name's been Charlie Hunt, and you've been watching the Valletta Cup on the European Cricket Network.